Good morning and a very warm welcome to the Palace Hotel and Casino here in Douglas on the Isle of Man for the third and final day of the IPA Grand Finals. If you've been watching with us for the first couple of days, you'd have seen some amazing action from these fantastic players, culminating in last night's final where a superb Mark Boyle took the professional title. I'm joined once again by our resident pundit Mark Pickworth. Mark Boyle absolutely put on a show for our audience yesterday.
Yeah, he did, and not just in the final, throughout the day he had some real great performances, and not just Mark, a great performance from Dean in the final to get to the final was a really, he done really well to get there. You got Craig Brown, who was in the semi-finals. He played some great stuff yesterday, and Clint Ianson, what a great semi-final against Mark Boyle.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was Mark who took home the silverware, and I think it's definitely a case for saying that he is the best player in the world right now, and probably the favourite for the World Championships in February.
Yeah, definitely. He'll have to go at the top of somebody's list. He's been super consistent this season. I think we talked about a stat yesterday. He's only lost 4 matches this season. I know we've still got 1 tour left, but how many is he going to lose any more? That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And a word about Deb Birchall, who continued the dominance in the ladies' elite section.
Yeah, had a fantastic start in that final against Rachel Tucker, which is never easy for her to be playing her partner, and to win 7-3, and she's made 3 of the 4 finals, and and it's firmly stating her case as a number 1 ladies player.
Absolutely. Well, the action is going to come thick and fast today as well, and we're going to start things off with the amateur final. As we say, tournament after tournament, the strength in depth in the amateur section is phenomenal, and this final is no different. And we've got Eddie Roberts and Lee Shepherd, who are going head to head for the title, and Lee obviously going for back-to-back titles.
Yeah, back-to-back. I can't remember the last time that was done, but Lee seems to be getting into the final after final, and he's really stating his own case of being the number 1 amateur player. I think because obviously Kieran Monaghan's had a bit of not a great start to the tournament this week, but it's looking like Lee Shepherd, he is going to be taking that number 1 spot as well. But he's going to have a tough game against Eddie returning. He's back here, first time back, and he's in the final, so he's obviously playing some good stuff as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And to come through that field and to get to a final itself is some achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you're playing 6, 7, 8 matches sometimes, depending on how far you're back in the draw, and the race to 7s. You've got to keep that concentration, at a very, very high level, which we said about the professional game, playing the races 8s, 9s, and 10s. Even playing the race to 7s, you still got to have that mentality to make sure that you maintain that skill.
Absolutely. Well, I think this is going to be an absolutely cracking final, so I think it's time to get over to the commentary box with Andy Richardson. But first of all, Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Good morning, everyone. Here from the Palace Hotel and Casino in the Isle of Man once again. Our last day here on the island. For some of us, it's been quite a long slog. Been here since Tuesday, personally. Couple's been here since Monday. Andy, you
Friday.
Yeah.
Turned up Friday.
Slacker.
Yeah, slacker. Yep, Friday afternoon I landed. But it's been a pleasure, as always. Some fantastic pool played over the last couple of days, and I'm sure today will be no different.
No, and what a way to start. Lee Shepherd, Eddie Roberts, Lee Shepherd going for his 2nd amateur title of the season here, having won the international amateur title back in September. And Eddie, well, I watched Eddie's semi-final last night, final frame decider against Connor Davison, and that was an incredible match. These two have really got an opportunity to show us their skills here this morning. And don't be surprised if we see a bit of a dish fest here, because they're clearly in very good form.
Yeah, amateur in name only. The standard of play, incredible this weekend. And Lee Shepherd, well, to get to 2 finals is a feat in itself. But if he goes on to win this, it's some achievement.
Yep, well, we're in our 4th tour of the season now. And he's just been relentless. He made the semis in the 1st tour. Last 16 in the 2nd tour. Winner in the 3rd tour, and now the final in the 4th tour. So in the amateur section, Lee Shepherd has been fairly dominant, to be honest, as much as a pool player can be.
So, referee just making sure these balls are tight. Lee Shepherd just looking over his shoulder. Just have a quick look.
Yep.
Yeah, well, he's happy with them.
Darren Maidment there, the man in black for this one. Missed him at the last couple of tours. He hasn't been available. No, it's good to have him back. Gone cut break. And that's a great result for your first break of the match.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that. Ball down. And he does have a choice of colour sets here.
Yeah. You could go either way here. There's a bit more to do with the cue ball perhaps on reds, but they're probably the easier set because they've all got pockets. Whereas with the yellows, you've got the one on the side rail, which is a bit awkward, and the red over the bottom right corner is causing problems for yellows, I think.
Yeah, you've got the yellow just on the side cushion there, just to the left of middle. Not the easiest. And yeah, you've got a bit of traffic, haven't you, if you take yellows. Clearer path for the reds. But it's the first frame of the day. Always takes a little bit just to loosen up. Get yourself used to this table. So he decides yellows are the balls anyway.
Well, if the right hand of those three yellows passes to the bottom right, then I can see why he's made that decision, because from the overhead I didn't think it did, but looking at that angle, it looks like he's probably got half a pocket to slide into. Yep, in that one goes.
So yeah, just a matter of what does he do with this yellow to left of... Well, it's just the ball just below the middle as you look at the screen. He could play it off the yellow that's in front of the middle. That is one option.
It's tight. I don't know if it goes, actually. Because it's so close to the cushion, I'm not sure he's got the right angle. That's a really loose shot.
Yeah, I think he's going to be forced to play it down the cushion now. I think he's still okay, but he is hampered, bridging over.
And this is incredibly tough. I think he's going...
Just drop this in.
Yep.
Play this down the cushion. And he just needs the right angle on his second to last yellow. Just needs to be mindful.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think that was going to quite drop in. And, yeah, I think that was a little bit of poor planning there. Perhaps a bit of shot clock pressure.
It is the first frame of the day. Both players will take a little bit of time just to get used to the speed of the table and the reaction of these cushions.
Yeah, so all about the red.
Yeah.
And it looks to me like he's lining up the skill shot here because he's played on it straight away. Doesn't have an ideal angle to be on anything really nice afterwards, so I think he'll just be dropping this in as dead weight as possible and just holding him for a long red, probably the one under the balk line.
It depends if he has any angle. If he does, yeah, he did have some angle, but
I think he hit that too hard though, and those two balls were quite close together. The red just ended up stunning rather than following through.
Yeah, usually play that with a lot of bottom, sort of follows through. As you're going to see here. Yeah. No joy.
No, I don't think on these cloths and with these, you know, with a brand new set of balls and a pretty perfect cloth, I don't think you need to hit them that hard.
So Lee Shepherd will be very relieved to be back at the table. Just looking there where he wants to land. So just drop low on this yellow to middle, last yellow. would ideally like to have been a little lower, would have been able to just run through and leave himself a better angle, but this shouldn't be a problem. Just tops it through.
Yeah, just leave yourself a shot. This is fairly routine territory for a player of Lee's quality. It's there, 1-0, Lee Shepherd. He took the long way around and gave Eddie a sniff, but he couldn't quite take advantage of the opportunity that was presented to him.
Yeah, race to 8 this final.
Yeah, it's really early doors in the match, but a lot will depend on this next break from Eddie, I think. We'll see how he's breaking, because Lee's first break was Boyle-esque, I'd say. It was a good cut break. He got good contact. It wasn't quite as powerful as Mark's, but nevertheless, if you're hitting that break well and making a ball, you're always going to leave an opportunity.
Yeah, agreed. And as opposed to breaking from the front ball, you seem to have you know, a lot better chance of keeping the white ball on the table. So if he gets that cut break working, it's a dangerous thing for his opponent.
Well, they're both at it. Eddie has got the last ball rolling practically. That red flying down the table and into the corner pocket. This looked dry at first glance.
Yeah, didn't catch them quite as well as Lee. That last ball managed to find the corner.
Going to be forced into reds here. It's quite a nice open table, actually. There's a bit of traffic, but there's no clusters as such.
Yeah, just come up a little short. Punched it into the corner. Intended sending the cue ball further up table. So he does have this red just above the 8 if he chooses.
Extension, please.
He's now looking at this red to corner, but this is a tough little shot he's looking at. I can see the logic. He thinks he can get behind the other two reds. But this looks a little, it's a bit fine to me. I think the red above the 8 would be my option.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think he might reconsider. Yep. Has made the pot. How's the position? It's okay. He's struggling to get on that red near the 8-ball spot, isn't he? Near the black spot. That's his big problem here.
Yeah. So he's going to go long here. And he feels that he's going to be unfortunate not to be on one of these 3.
It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, played to perfection. Just needs to be careful. There you see, just runs it through. Just needs to be careful once again now. So this red, to get to the last red. Got a few yellows in the way here if he's not careful.
Yeah, you don't want to slide through the gap here. End up snookered.
Stretching, and that's exactly what he's done, yeah.
Wasn't sure whether he was going to play that with a little bit more check side to try and move into the yellow.
Yeah, he was stretching slightly as well. And that's the problem when you're not used to the table, so he's not really aware of... He's not had enough table time to know exactly how the cushions are playing. Didn't want to under-hit it, but it was imperative that he didn't put too much pace on that ball. So we'll be looking to kick this in. And he's kicked it straight in. Look at that for a shot.
Eddie Roberts, take a bow. Well, you said he was looking to kick it in, but my word, didn't he? He just got down and did it.
Smashed it in. And touched the sides.
Absolutely magnificent shot. Oh, and he's missed the black. Oh, all the hard work. It's a killer, this game.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy black, as you see here. Kicks it in. Bottom on the cue ball, which stopped the white dead. He's just hung that black there. And the bad news is, all these yellows, well, there's nothing to do here, is there?
I'm not sure if he was worried about the in-off there, because he played that black with lots of bottom right. And I think I might have just, you know, got it in.
Yeah, I think a lot of players like to play with a little bit of side, though.
Yeah, possibly.
It's a natural way to play that shot, I feel.
Just, I feel like it just gripped a bit more on him than he was expecting.
I think that's more the case, yeah. It's a misjudgment. These are easy, and this is just what you want in a final, isn't it? Your opponent just to struggle a little. First couple of frames. And some easy balls to run out.
Yeah, this is the perfect start for Lee Shepherd. Made a mistake in frame 1 and wasn't punished. And he's now punishing the mistake of his opponent in frame 2.
Yeah, so a relatively simple clearance on the back of that miss black from Eddie. And it's already a 2-0 lead. And as we keep saying, still early days in this match, but it really fancied him to get that black. Played that bad positional shot on his last red. He did it, but he managed to kick it. What a shot that was when he kicked it in. One cushion, kicked it in with bottom on the cue ball, stopped the white dead. Gave himself every chance of the 8. Wasn't easy by any means. And here we see the tables just to the back of the stream table. We have these 3 other pro tables. So all the professional matches will be played on one of the 4 professional tables. And these are now open matches.
Frame 3, Lee Shepherd to break. Leading 2 frames to 0. Time running.
So it's Lee to break, sticking with his cut break, and why not? Worked for him previously. This time he's come up dry. Unfortunately for Lee, he's not really left much here. Puts his hand up, apologising. Nothing to apologise about. No control over where that pack goes. So there you see, broke well. Punched into them as he did previously. Nothing down, and that's a great shot. That's a great shot from where he was. Very close to that red. So, just seems to have picked up his pace a little. Eddie. He's had a couple of chances already in this match, so there you see. Look at that for a shot.
Beauty.
So again, the 8 ball. A little bit of work to do to get good position for this 8. Just needs to be careful. Be desperate to get his first frame on the board. You don't really settle until you get that first frame.
No, so it really is all about how he gets on that 8.
Yeah, obviously the corner pocket. What's the preference? It's how does he get position on that last red to get over there?
Extension, please.
So he's taking his extension. Just gives him that little bit of extra time.
It's going to be one of those where you have to be careful as well, because if you're running into the yellows, which is probably the most likely way to get on the 8, if you catch that yellow thin, the in-off's in play. So you really do need to try and leave the perfect angle on the last red.
so he decides to play second last red to middle. So he's going to drop lower on the last red.
Yeah, he doesn't want too much angle on that last red, so I think he'll just drop this in. Just a soft screw.
Yeah, he's perfect there. And this is just about control. So ideally, would love to be where that yellow is in front of the middle. But he's already made an error in a previous frame, trying to get onto his desired position. Snookered himself, so just got to be careful here. He's played that well. Good control.
Yeah, really nice. I think he still had that yellow in his mind as a target because he knew that the cue ball wouldn't run on enough to be a danger. And he's on the board, is Eddie Roberts. It's 2-1.
Yeah, and that's much better from Eddie. Good controlled clearance.
That's a beauty of an opener, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a good shot, that. Especially when you consider the errors previously. Just that little bit more pressure. Yeah, and this last shot, the red to get to black. Played that really well. The perfect line. After previously overrunning a similar type of shot. Just took the gas off a little. Good line. Just short of the yellow. Yeah, that's good clearance.
You liking the new orange smart rack?
Yeah, it's a beauty.
Quite like the colour scheme.
Eddie Roberts
The
to
old
break.
golf racing colours, isn't it,
Two
when you
frames
get
to
there on
one.
that table?
I'm running.
A light blue and orange.
So Eddie Roberts is sticking with the cut break from the other side.
It's the second break in a row from Eddie where he hasn't quite made the right connection. First time he got away with it. This time, well, he might have got away with it again because I think that's a bit of a safety break, to be honest. I don't know if Lee can see a yellow. He certainly can't see enough of a red.
Yellow to middle.
I just wonder if the cue ball's on the red too far. Perhaps not.
Yep, yellow to middle. This is a good chance.
Yeah, it is. I thought he might have been touching ball on that red, but evidently there was just about enough of a gap to find it.
So this is the ball that he's looking at there. Those two balls either side of that red. Key to this clearance.
As long as you get straight behind the first one, the lowest one of those two, then it becomes fairly routine.
Yeah, so if he drops this to middle and then plays the longer yellow nearest his cue there, as you can see, something like straight. If not, he could be a little higher on it if he wanted. Yeah, you can see the pattern there.
Just doesn't want to be low. Really doesn't want to be low. If you're low, you're running into the red.
So yeah, just drops this in. So the yellow behind the two reds near the corner needs his attention. That's why, if he can get straight behind this yellow, could afford him the opportunity for position on that yellow behind the two reds.
Yep, dead straight is perfect. High is okay.
Yeah, he's okay there, I feel.
Might just have to come on and off the bottom rail with some running side here. Doesn't want this to slide too much. That's really nice. So it's a few inches short of perfect because I think ideally you'd want to take the yellow in the middle of the two reds first. He can't do that now, so he's going to have to screw out of this one.
He could, yeah, I was just about to say, he could just drop this middle and then take the yellow along, and that's what he's looking at. And that's what he's elected to do. But this is not the easiest of shots.
No, I feel like he's drawn the cue ball back an inch more than he wants to there as well. He's just off angle now. So when he screws this back, the cue ball's going to be running towards the side rail. Unless he can pinch a bit. Oh, that's a tremendous shot.
Yeah, very well executed shot. He needed this angle to run up table. Needs to hold up.
Oh, whoa, that's
okay.
The gloved hand comes up to apologise. He knows that was a little fortunate. It's one of those, isn't it? You'd be unlucky, really, to sit on that red in such a way that you couldn't see the 8 ball.
Yeah, he didn't intend running into it, that's for sure, but
No.
it's a well-planned clearance. That second to last ball when he drew it back. 2 cushions. He left the perfect angle to middle. Probably a slightly more angle than he wanted. That's the reason he ended up running to the red. And here we see Mark Boyle, the man of the moment, it has to be said. What a level of pool he played yesterday.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Corey Williams, his opponent this morning, because he saved me from the humiliation of playing Mark on that table today. Dean Shields there in the background as well. He is currently 3-1 down to Harry Pert.
Time running.
Yeah, looking like 3-2 though, you would think. Well, once again, another good break there. So this cut break's really working for Lee Shepherd. Seems to have found the sweet spot. See a rerun here. Yeah, he's put some power into that, Dan.
Yeah, it's decent. It's really decent. It's you do wonder how many of these players, you know, at all levels really, but particularly at this sort of level, watch Mark Boyle and think, I need that, because it's just the biggest weapon in the game at the moment.
Absolutely. I think there'll be a lot of people putting a lot of time in. There'll be a few tables with a few holes in.
Yep.
Dotted around the country. People trying to master that cut break. Keeping the cue ball on the table when you hit it hard on the cut break is a feat in itself.
It is such a skill. It's such a skill.
Yeah, at the very top level of the game, it's a massive advantage that Mark Boyle has with that break. The consistency. Even just the fact that you're very unlikely to lose the cue ball at the rate you would do when you break head ball first. Over time, the percentage is in your favour.
Yeah, they really stack up.
Yeah. Well, he's motoring through these. Just needs some attention. You can see the yellow hampered by those 3 reds, so he's just got to get prime position here. He's gone for it now. I think he's on it.
That's tight.
Is he on it?
Not.
Well, probably not.
Yeah, he'd have taken it then for certain if he was.
Yeah, he maybe didn't want to though. When you look at his position now, he doesn't need to, does he?
True.
I think he probably was on it, but that was the better option. And he's made this look easy, hasn't he?
He's a real talent. A real talent.
Yeah. Of course, already a winner of one of these amateur events, so he'll be full of confidence.
I mean, yeah, he is one to watch, that's for sure. I know Cian Monaghan's been the amateur #1 for quite a while, but I'm fairly certain this victory will promote Lee to that spot, if Eddie doesn't come back at him, of course. But well, Lee to win 2 amateur events in a year, including the grand final, which is double points, that's some real going.
Right.
Yeah, and there you see his opponent, Eddie Roberts, tapping his knee. An appreciation
Well, there's not a lot you can do about that one.
Oh, and he does look very cool, doesn't he? I know the previous final that he won, he said he felt the nerves, didn't he? It was the expectation. But, he knows he's a proven winner now.
Yeah, I wonder whether that really will help him here.
It does
that
help
experience.
massively. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. He knows he can produce the goods under pressure.
Mark Boyle's at the table again.
Yep, surprise, surprise.
It's actually only 1-0 that match according to my scorecard here. So
Frame 6. Eddie Roberts to
perhaps
break.
just started
Frame
slightly
4, frames
later.
to 1. Time running.
Races to 7 in the early rounds of the Open. As we return to watch Eddie Roberts break, can he improve on his last couple?
Needs a little more power. Yeah, he hit those better. I do feel he hit them better, but
Nothing doing.
that's the trouble. That's the trouble.
And what a layout. I mean, these reds are lovely.
Yeah, he struck these better though, don't you, Dan, I think? A little bit more power. Good control of the cue ball.
Yep. Got the cue ball coming straight back into the middle of the pack. That's what you like to see. I think that's what one of the markers for me when Mark Boyle's really hitting his break well is when the cue ball goes straight back towards the black spot. And of course about 5 balls fly into the pockets.
Yeah, that does help. Yeah, and unfortunately here for Eddie, he's left at a good table.
It's a really good tape. To be honest as well, actually, the most difficult red is the one that Lee was able to take on first.
Yeah, I mean, he could have had either colour set there. He'd fancied the clearance. We say that. He's in a final, and you've got to do it in a final. There is a lot of pressure out there, but that previous victory will have... he'll be brimming with confidence, I'm certain.
I mean, there is a huge amount of pressure. As well, it's the grand final, so there's extra prize money involved, and you know that some people might say, well, that's not consideration, but I think for some people it is.
I think for the players in this final, I think it's more about the double points, to be honest with you. I think that's more of a factor. Everybody likes to win a few quid, no doubt, but it's the points for me. You know you've got a decent payday, win or lose in the final. Those points are what counts, especially if you have aspirations to join the professional ranks at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd like to think these two would, but particularly Lee, to be honest, having already won a tournament this year. I feel a bit for Eddie because I'm not really giving him much love here, but he's not done anything wrong. He's just not had any table time.
Yeah, tried that skill shot first frame, and his brakes just aren't working at the moment. Now you see Lee, this must pass to middle, we weren't sure. But, he's kept it simple, dropped that red to corner.
Yeah.
And he's motoring on here. It's for a 5-1 lead.
5-1 it is, and Eddie Roberts hasn't seen the table since the third frame. And I think that says it all at the moment. Lee is just running away with this. That's his second reverse dish in a row, and a break dish sandwiched between the two. Now Mark Boyle might be giving up a chance here, mightn't he? Oh no. Is he going to be on the 8 ball as well? He's not, but he's going to have to come up with another special shot after this one. There wasn't a hand of apology there, I noticed.
I think he played it. I think he played the shot, probably.
Off the rail, off the yellow.
Yeah.
That was... Oh.
I think we saw one of those yesterday. A similar shot. It's the same pocket as well.
Frame 7. Lee Shepherd to break.
Well,
Leading
while
5
Mark
frames to
ponders
1.
that,
Time running.
we're going to return to the amateur final. And Lee Shepherd to break in frame 7.
Yeah, Lee will be looking for more of the same. He's been hitting these well.
Nearly lost the cue ball there. Perhaps caught that one a bit thinner, but again, it's another great split.
Is he going to kick this in the corner? That's what he attempted to do. So didn't quite catch these as well as previously. Slightly low on that second ball, hence the cue ball came to side cushion and dropped to the bottom of the table.
I mean, the obvious colour set looks like red, but he's got that one on the side rail. Does look awkward.
Yeah, but the red that's on the side cushion, to be honest with you, well, he's now taken that away, so he could play the red that's near the black spot, if he so chooses, off the bottom cushion, and either hit the red or hit cushion, side cushion, then red.
Yeah.
Promote it, guaranteed to take position on one of the two balls to the middle.
I think that's the shot for me.
Well, it's one a possibility, but he's seen something else.
I think he's going to play the 3-ball plant now. I'm not sure what he's looking at there, because if he's looking at using the...
He could use the black to move the red here, which is what he's done. He's used the black to move the red.
I don't like that shot, because it's pushed the black into a safe position.
Yeah, I mean, as it happens, he can use the red that he's just promoted to move the black again if he chooses.
Yeah, and perhaps that's his plan all along, but...
he is perfect here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably felt that the black may well have come out the 8, but this is perfect.
Yeah.
Red to corner, stun across to hit the 8, so just knock it up table. So somewhere near middle would be perfect for him, and that's what he's done.
It's really good vision, that.
Yeah, he's just brimming with confidence, you can tell. Flowing.
I really feel for Eddie here, actually, because I saw, I mean, like I said, he was on the table next to me in the semi-final last night, and I saw how hard he worked to get here.
Yeah.
And it was a real battle with Connor Davison. Both of them came out of that match, in my eyes, with a lot of credit. And he's got to the final, and Eddie's had his hand on the table, what, twice?
Yeah, it's just the break, isn't it? It's not worked out so far.
6-1. That's 4 on the spin now from the break for Lee Shepherd. And, well, the writing may not be on the wall just yet, but it's certainly starting to.
Yeah, I think Eddie's just got to think to himself, I've not done a lot wrong. I've not had the opportunity. Things can turn. If Lee can maybe, come up dry.
Yep.
If he can get his break going, Eddie gets his break going. Break and clear, a dry break from his opponent. Could soon get himself back in this match.
I'd be amazed if Eddie stuck with the cut break here, though. I think he should go front ball and just try and change something. Because it's clearly not working, is it? Pro table 3 there. Gareth Hibbert currently trailing Joe Reynolds by 2 frames to 1. Joe is at the table.
Yeah, and I don't think that yellow goes to middle, do you?
Really hard to tell from here, but yeah, I'm with you.
Time running.
Well, he has stuck with this cut break. He did hit them better last break, Dan, to be fair.
He did.
I felt he deserved a ball from that previous break, so let's see. Looks like he's going to put a little bit more power into this. Struck those well.
Yeah, he's made one.
Struck those well.
Yeah, that's comfortably his best, actually. And, it's a pretty inviting table on yellows.
Yeah, I think yellow are the colour set, definitely. Has that ball sort of just above middle of that side cushion. He's hampered by the red to play anything there, so he has a ball to middle. He has a ball long into this corner if he chooses.
It's not the worst last ball ever. last yellow, that one on the rail, but I think he'll be going after it with the next shot.
Yeah, he's perfect to get on it for next shot. And he knows that if he does so, those two that are near the 8, get onto those next. So if he runs this through and leaves the yellow just below the 8 ball, that would be a good ball next. If he doesn't get the required angle, he still has the ball over the corner, so he can reroute.
Yep, either or here.
Yep, so he is going to middle.
Just make sure you hit this hard enough that the cue ball comes back out for a choice. Pretty straight on the one over the centre, so this is one of those ones where you just got to be a bit careful with your screw back. And that's about as good as it could have been.
Yeah, ideally, probably would have liked to just come up a little shorter.
Yeah.
So he may be a little straight on this, but
he could possibly run through and take it to the opposite centre, though.
Yeah, that's what he's done.
Yeah.
Well, he gave himself the opportunity with that break. Definitely his best break so far. That's a good solid clearance.
It really is. 6-2 the scoreline now. And
so the next part of his plan he could do with a dry break from his opponent.
Well, that continues a run of 6 dishes from the break. So the first 2 frames, there was a miss in either. And since then, it's all been from the break.
Yeah, and this is the amateur final, ladies and gents.
No, it's insanity, isn't it? Lee and Eddie really are providing us with a treat here. There is the current amateur number 1. 5-0 up on Michael Howe in the 3rd round of the Open. Of course, he'll need to go a fair bit further than that, I think, if he's going to keep up with the points tally that Lee is amassing here.
Frame 9. Lee Shepherd to break, leading 6 frames to 2. Time running.
Another awesome break from Lee Shepherd. This is just relentless.
It is. Absolutely superb standard. Look at that for a break.
That one really is Boyle-esque.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's generated some power there for a cut break.
See what he's eyeing up here. He's eyeing up how does he detach the 8 ball and the red in balk, because they need moving. Also wants to make sure he moves the red far enough that it will go past the yellow into the bottom right. Has a lovely angle here. It would almost like to flick off the side of the 8 ball, I think.
You just beat me to it, Dan. He
follow
needs,
on.
yeah, he wants this cue ball back out again. In a perfect world. That's not ideal.
No, I don't know about that at all.
Yeah, he would have liked to have caught that 8 ball thinner. The left-hand side of it would have been good. Glance off it and run back up table, as it is. He's low in balk. So this is a difficult shot, definitely.
Is it?
Well, he made it look easy, didn't he?
Oh, it's not getting any easier, though. Those 2 reds, I don't think, are a plant.
Well,
he's eyeing it up.
He can make it, but it's not an easy plant, that's for sure.
Just taking another look at that break, and, well, why not? A thing of beauty.
Yeah, now, the other red, if he does make this plant, will be going somewhere near the pocket. And there you see it.
I don't think he's happy about that. I don't think he wanted both.
I don't know. I think he may be okay here.
Well, I think he's got to play this red off the yellow.
To open the pocket. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether it passed or not.
So it's a delicate one, this. Could get the double kiss on the yellow, come back out.
Very well played.
This is a masterclass.
Very well played.
This is a masterclass. Lee Shepherd. He's been unplayable in this game.
Yeah, so if he can top this red through, even if he catches the black, that'll do him. Yeah, just catches it. Straightens him back up. Black to corner. Yeah, he's on fire.
Well, this was a beauty of a finish. And worthy of a final, that's for sure. And the 7-2 now, Lee Shepherd leads.
Yeah, and as you said, Dan, Boyle-esque, that break.
Yeah.
One of the most powerful cup breaks we've seen, certainly this weekend. Apart from the man himself, Mark Boyle. I don't think I've seen a better cup break than that. And there you see it, just caught the back of the 8. That was intended.
The thing for Lee here is he's laid the foundation for this game, but essentially, I mean, he's gone 6-1 up without missing a ball. In fact, apart from the first frame, Lee Shepherd hasn't missed a ball. So when he got to that situation there, where it was actually a bit of a tricky one, a lot of work to do, the pressure was off him because he's so far ahead.
Yeah, it gives the impression that he's free rolling, and I can assure you, this means everything to both these players, and he will not rest until he gets the victory. So I don't think he'll be taking his foot off the gas at all.
No, me neither. And he's still in the Open as well. I think it's. I think I saw he beat Andy Crosdale last night, so knocked out a pro in the first round of the Open, having just got to the amateur final. Could be a big weekend this for Lee Shepherd.
Well, this is a messy table, to say the least.
Yeah, from the best break of the match probably to the worst. Eddie's not caught these well at all.
Yeah, I think pace-wise he was okay. It's just the cue ball.
It wasn't that bad, was it? It's
No.
just that they've clustered all together again in the bottom half of the table. Yeah, been a bit unfair there.
So, could promote these two bad. Yeah, that's what he's tried to do. So, used his free shot there to kick into the reds. Tried to release the reds or yellows. The main problem here is the 8-ball. It's locked up near that side cushion. Surrounded by reds. So, yellows are on here. It's just a matter of getting that 8-ball out at some point.
Just that latest score at the top of the screen there. Keir Monaghan against Michael Howe. That was 5-0 about 5 minutes ago, wasn't it?
Well, somebody's breaking the world speed pull record there by the look of it.
Wow.
4 frames in how long?
I mean, yeah, it can't be more than 10 minutes.
Most definitely not.
Well, we'll get that one checked out, but as far as I'm aware, that is the score, so that's some comeback either way, whatever's happened there with the score system.
So Eddie just trying to play a little safety there. Containing shot.
Hasn't quite got it. Has he?
Well, he hasn't done too much damage, that's the good news. That 8's still locked up.
Thing is, Lee can just play shots here, can't he? He's basically got to wait for Eddie to go. He doesn't need to force the issue, whereas Eddie does.
Well, Eddie's deciding to try and lock this game up. He does have that cluster, the 2 reds and the black, at some point. could offer him potentially somewhere to maybe snooker or hamper yellows. And that's the reason, nearly. That's the reason that Lee has decided to move that 8 out.
That shot there has worked out so well for Lee, too. Not only has he got the 8 ball out into great position, pushed a couple of reds to the side rail, also covered that pocket that Eddie's just tried to take back. But I think we're going to see Lee take this on now.
Yeah, pulls the trigger here. So those 2 reds near the corner yellow. Couple of ways he could play it. He could play yellow off the bottom cushion, the one that's just above it. Kick the back of the red away. That's one way of going. Could play yellow directly onto red, but he'd just be concerned that the yellow comes out. So, yeah, he's perfect here. If he so chooses. So, just play the bottom cushion. That's what he's looking at. Just kicks the back of the red. And you would think the yellow would drop in. And hopefully leave the other yellow in front of the pocket. Now, he's decided to go directly in. I felt he may have played cushion first there. Maybe it wasn't as it looked at first sight, but I'm sure he was looking at playing cushion first there.
Two yellows and an 8 ball remain. But this needs a good shot from Lee Shepherd. That's not bad, but the cue ball's very definitely running into the reds here. I don't think he can get round for the easy 8 ball to the centre pocket. So,
well, unless he spins it. So if he puts left-hand side on this and runs off the side of the red, there's every chance of running round to get onto this 8 in middle.
I think he's hitting it too full.
So he's going to screw off it then. Yeah, he screwed off it.
How's this going to work out? Oh, he snookered himself.
Yeah, he was trusting to luck.
Big time.
But I think he's got to find himself a little...
it's a one rail or it's a swerve.
little unfortunate, yeah. Well, the swerve is extremely difficult because he's hampered by the red.
Yeah.
One rail, you'd fancy him to hit it for definite. So if he can catch it half ball, chance of knocking this in. Good chance of knock.
Oh,
well,
could it have been any closer? I heard a shout from the crowd of good shot. They thought it was in. I think I thought it was in.
I thought it was in. Yeah, full house. We all thought it was in.
Hands on head time for Lee Shepherd. But I tell you what, I mean, and it's the way it's been going this game for Eddie. To come to a table 7-2 down, look how awful these reds are, really. You know, the black's hanging over the middle pocket, and you've basically got to take these out. This is not easy.
No, far from, and he can't double that red. He could even try and run into it if he really wanted to.
But I think this will feel quite typical for Eddie of how this game has gone for him. I think he can rightly think that perhaps he hasn't had the run.
I think it's fair to say he hasn't had the opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing. Yeah, exactly. It's not that Lee's, had been lucky, but I would say that Eddie hasn't had the little flicks here and there that he would have needed.
No. So here, long red, very tough pot. But if he can stun onto the side cushion, or just run it through. Well, he's elected to play safe, but he's got to run that ball through, and I don't think he has. This is an easy swerve, surely.
Yeah, I think you're right.
If you can't see it directly, it's certainly a very easy swerve.
So this for the amateur title, and it's there. Lee Shepherd, congratulations. 8-2 victory over Eddie Roberts. Lee was utterly magnificent in that game. Really didn't miss a beat until, well, he had 2 misses in the match. One right at the beginning and one there right at the end when he snookered himself on the 8 ball. Other than that, it was perfect pull from Lee Shepherd. get some congratulations from the crowd, and rightly deserved, richly deserved they are. A really, really fine performance from that young man there on the left of your screen. And then, well, there's a slightly older man coming to the centre of your screen now, and we're going to hand over to him now. Here's Kev Barton with the trophy presentation.
Thanks, Dan, and welcome down to the arena for the presentation for the Amateur Grand Final. What a final we've seen between two great players who've put on an absolute spectacle for us here this morning. First of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Eddie Roberts. Eddie, you need 8 chances to win a final. You just simply didn't get 8 chances.
No, it's exactly that, to be fair. I mean, I came into it feeling very good, and I just didn't break well. And then I had a really good chance early on to make it 1-1 and missed a big black. And then I thought to myself, once I had a chance then to get back 2-1, I was like, well, that's quite a big frame, because, you know, 3-0, 2-1 is a big difference. But I just couldn't seem to get my break going. And as soon as he started breaking, and he was breaking really well, the game just started getting away from me. So, yeah, I just tried to hang in there as much as I possibly could. Wasn't quite enough on the day, and that's just how it goes, I suppose.
First event back for a while, but obviously getting to the final, you must be absolutely delighted and proud of your performance throughout the 2 days. Yeah,
definitely. I came here really feeling good, because it's more where I'm at home with blackball and on the blue cloth. It's what I've always known, but you got to try things sometimes, and sometimes don't go right. So I'm glad to be back. The weekend's gone better than I probably expected it to, but you know, if you'd asked me before the weekend to get to the final, I'd been very happy. So yeah, very happy.
And the final tour event coming up in January, hopefully, maybe one step further.
Yeah, I've got to ask the missus if I can come first, because I'm not officially on the tour till April, so we see how that goes.
I'm sure after this week's performance, she might give you some credit in the bank.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Eddie, well played. You played a great final.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Kev. Thank you.
It's a very, very rarely done feat, but back-to-back finals. Our amateur grand final champion, it's Lee Shepherd. Lee, it's getting a bit of a common thing now, handing you the microphone as the champion. Tell us how you feel at this moment.
Yeah, before this weekend, obviously Keane was number 1. My main aim for the weekend was just to go home as number 1 with it being double ranking points. Probably wouldn't have expected to lift the title again. It's just shows what you can really do if you dedicate yourself and stay off the drink for a considerable amount of time.
So yeah, you are provisional number 1. How does that feel? Was that one of your main priorities when you set out at the beginning of the season?
Well, not sure about that. Like I say, it's been quite a few years since I've actually really dedicated myself to the game. I was talking to one of my friends before the season started. We were just saying about what can be possible if you're ready to dedicate yourself and put the time in. So my effort before the start was just to play well, and I think the results would take care of themselves, and I didn't probably expect it to take care of themselves quite like this.
I mean, you've come through a pretty tough field as well. Looking at some of your results in the draw, you know, you've had some real battles to get here.
To be honest, I feel like Eddie was a little bit up against it, because I played a quarter final yesterday and I 5-1 up, 6-all, and I was out. There was no way I could possibly win. Don't want to mention his name, but Michael, I think he'll be glad I've lifted the title, given what kind of went on at the end of that match. But after that, I just felt like I was Captain Iron Life. So yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon.
And some great support here for you this morning as well.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I just want to say thanks to my dad and my brother for coming over. Yeah, cheers.
Excellent. Well, Lee, it gives us great pleasure. Mark's going to present you with the trophy. You're the 2023 Amateur Grand Final champion. Congratulations. So, Mark Lee Shepherd, back-to-back titles. That's a phenomenal achievement. Very rarely done in this game.
And in Lee's words, just to play well. Wow, if that's just playing well, then wow, that is some standard that he set there. You know, commiserations to Eddie. Played a part in a final as well, but great standard, and that's what everyone's chasing now. I
mean, the standard was phenomenal. I think it was about at least 6 or 7 dishes on the trot there. I mean, these guys are playing at a phenomenal level.
Yeah, they really are, and you know, when these players do come up onto the pro levels and that, you know, some of the pro ranked players are going to be really worried about what they've just seen here this morning.
Absolutely.
Less than an hour.
Yeah. What a fantastic start to day 3 here at the Isle of Man. So that's one title done with. We're going to be back in 5 minutes' time with the continuation of the open event. It's an all-pro battle in the last 64 between Richard Swaffield and Robert Stevens, so it should be a cracker. So we'll see you in 5. So from your experience from becoming a good amateur to becoming world champion, what would be your advice to aspiring players?
I say this to everybody: you have to practice your better players. You have to get beat up by better players, because I mean you can get so far, in my opinion anyway. And I know a lot of other top pros say the same. You can get so far, you know, playing by yourself or just knocking about in the pub or with a club or whatever. But if you're getting beat up by good players all the time, you pick up the patterns, you pick up the way they take the finishes out, you pick up certain things, and when you're out there, all of a sudden you'll see it. It's a strange thing. It's a strange thing to sort of do, but it does come. It will come, and that's my advice: play with better players and play on the IPA tour, because all the best players play here.
Has your player won a tour event?
No. I literally play this every weekend.
Yeah, well, you've had your practice in anyway, so.
I'm favourite going into this.
Oh, without doubt. Ooh, him. Hello. Just picked myself down.
Okay, is your player a top 8 seed?
Oh, that's a good question. That's sneaky. Yes.
He is he? Cool, okay. I
Yeah.
think I don't even know the seeds are. I got a right result, yeah. It's always good at this, right? He's there. Oh, he might be, actually. I don't know what the top 8 are. The good thing is I should be left with 8 people, shouldn't I?
No, if
Not necessarily.
Oh, really?
Is your player English?
No.
Oh, hello. Pickworth, ta-da. Crowsdale, ta-da. Gav, ta-da. Dean, bye-bye. Swarfield, Stereo. Dan Davey, ta-ra. Ryan Clark, see you later. Jason, ta-ra. Oh, JJ South African, he chucked him down. Barton, gone. Barley, gone. Donkin, gone. Craig Brown, gone. Andrew McKee, gone. Oh, what a pick that is, by the way.
Go on, I'm going to go all out. Is your player Scottish?
No.
It's a risky business, that wasn't it? I don't even know if he seeded, to be honest. Waste of time that was.
So I can just guess now, can I? Is your player Curtis Lee?
It is, yeah. How'd you get that?
So I only had 3 left. I got 1 in 3 chance. Hello.
Oh, happy days. That was rubbish, wasn't it?
Quick fire round.
And a very warm welcome back to the Palace Hotel and Casino here in Douglas and the Isle of Man. Some great fun there with the Welsh duo Corey Rees and Simon Ward in one of our episodes of Guess Who. We had some great fun with the pros doing that, Mark.
Yeah, we did this year, yeah, and I'm not sure he keeps coming up with these activities that we have to do, but yeah, he did have a very funny side to a lot of them.
Anyway, back to the serious stuff. What a final we've just seen there. Lee Shepherd taking back-to-back amateur events. I mean, the standard in that final, if that was in a pro match, we'd be eulogising over
Yeah,
it.
10 frames in less than an hour. I think it was about 49 minutes. I think it was. It's phenomenal standard. Obviously, Eddie's break didn't really work for him today, and no doubt we'll see him back in the winner's circle at some point. But Lee Shepherd, you know, it's his drive, and you know, he's come here to be the number one. That was his drive, and he's going to be walking away from the Isle of Man being the number one amateur player.
Yeah, it sets it up very nicely for the final tour event in Gosforth in January, when no doubt Keane will want to come back stronger and try and reclaim it back.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Lee's going to go back to his local area, so he's not going to be too far away from home. But yeah, he's also going to want to try and maintain that number one spot. He don't want to be letting Keane back in, but I'm sure it's going to be very, very close. Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, well, we move on now to the open event, which features all the amateurs and all the professionals all in the same event. Quite a unique event, and as often we see, there's pros being put to the sword by amateurs in all the early rounds.
Yeah, don't be surprised if you see an amateur player. I know we've just seen 2 already this morning, but don't be surprised if we do see an amateur player up against one of your top professionals. And you know what the normal scenario is: you get down to last 16 and 8 of them are amateurs, because that is the strength in depth here at the IPA. These amateur players, I don't know where they keep breeding from, but they just seem to be coming in playing some terrific stuff, and a lot of the time some of these great established professional players. They're the ones that are getting knocked out. Race to sevens is a little bit of a different race. Still a long race, but it can be quite ruthless at times.
Yeah, it certainly can. I mean, the race to seven is a sprint for these guys. So coming up next, we've got two professionals. Richard Swaffield, who is like playing the form of his life at the moment, against Robert Stephen, who we all know the quality it brings to the table.
Yeah, I think when we was talking to Richard, I think it was just over a year ago, he was thinking about hanging his queue up and all of that, because he was really quite low with his confidence, etc. But he's like a revitalised Richard Swaffield. He's now coming along, and he's not even worried about who he's playing. Whipped up Corey Reese yesterday. He played like the best pool ever on the first day, and here he is now. In a match here against Robert Stevens. Robert Stevens had a bit of a quiet weekend, didn't win his first match, and now he's up against a very revitalised Richard Swaffield, so this one could be a bit tasty.
It will, should be a cracker. So it's over to commentary box with the two Dans. First of all, Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Yeah, Rich Swaffield versus Rob Stephen. A battle of England versus Scotland. Now, well, should we talk about Rich first, Dan? Because what a run he had yesterday in the professional event.
Yeah, 8-6 Simon Ward from
6-2.
From 6-2 behind, which is crazy. And 8-6 against Corey Reese, who's become a bit of a serial winner. On the IPA tour.
And then finally came unstuck against Dean Shields, who of course made the final against a impeccable Mark Boyle. If you didn't watch that final, and indeed the semi against Clint Jansen as well from Mark Boyle, then I would urge you to do that at the conclusion of today's play, of course.
Of course.
Stick with us here. But seriously watch those games.
The Boyle and Clint game I commentated on, and it was it had everything. They did the first 7 off the break. I've never felt sorry for someone like I did Clint yesterday. His breaks, he broke well, but because Mark broke like a god, he's almost handicapped. I think they had one frame at 6-4 that was scrappy, and the rest of it, from memory, I'm pretty sure was one frame. One visit stuff, and it was it was. I hate cliches, hate them, but that actually didn't deserve to have a loser. But you got a spare hour. It was quick as well.
Yeah, it was.
Spare hour and a half.
Yeah,
give that a go.
And I'm with you there. I watched a fair chunk of that game until I had to play basically, and totally agree. You just felt for Clint because he wasn't putting a foot wrong.
He probably made one less mistake in open play than Mark did, but lost the game.
Talking of mistakes, there is our first mistake of this match. Rich Swaffield there.
Yeah, not left too bad a table. There's obstacles here for Robert. He's improved a lot, hasn't he, the last couple of years?
Rob.
Yeah. I saw it straight away.
When he came through the amateurs.
No, but I saw it. You know when sometimes when you spot in a play, you go, oh, he's very good.
He's got it.
Snooker background, obviously. Not a bad bunch of players to hang around with and practice with at the club he plays from.
Yeah.
Up in Scotland, obviously, you've got Dunster, Boyle, and not bad people to learn from.
Could be worse, couldn't it?
Could be worse. That's a very clever shot. Like that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I actually, for my money, Rob has perhaps slightly underperformed since he's become a professional because of the level of talent I think he's got.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I could say that. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in a final.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. But he hasn't been yet. So yeah, it does surprise me a little bit. I don't know him well enough or watch enough of him to maybe be able to put my finger on why that is.
No, I'd agree with that.
But he hasn't really been.
He hasn't done bad. I mean, he's 16th in the rankings.
Yeah, and he hasn't done. It's not like he's been on the tour for 7 years.
No. I feel like that was a dig at me.
You 7 years?
I have, yeah.
Brilliant. Didn't know that.
I know it wasn't, but it felt personal.
Yeah. Well.
Swaffy needs to hurry up. Just trying to keep it contained.
Not too bad an outcome. I think the yellow squeezes by now. And the red's difficult to get to, although he can get to it.
Yeah.
Kind of forcing Rob's hand a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's forced to pull the trigger here. As you say, it's the red is gettable now. All the reds are gettable. But it's going to take a well-weighted positional shot. He's just finished. He's either under or overdone that one a bit. If he had a bit more angle, he might consider going down the table now for that red. But now he's got to punch across to the other side of the black.
See, Dean Shields is still going. He was actually 4-3 behind in that game.
Yeah, safely through, and that's a good result. Harry Pert's pushed him all the way there.
It's also a good result. Needed to be on one of these. Had to trust a little bit to luck, but he's got it. But also has dislodged the black, so
yeah,
it now goes into the bottom right corner.
To me, the problem here is getting out from the red over the pocket.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it's a good thing that red is still there in the bottom half of the table.
Yeah.
He's got more of a chance of getting on that. He might just be able to sneak this through the gap, almost.
Yeah, I think from the overhead as well, they can just screw straight back. Depends how he sees it. I'm not sure I like that, but it came through, so split the gap perfectly. Good clearance, this.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Rich had the first opportunity, but he couldn't make it stick. So it will be Rob Stephen who takes the lead in this match at the first opportunity. Races to 7 here in the Open, of course. So 1-0 up. And a little bit of font size alteration there. Rich Swafield's name didn't quite fit in the little box.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Is it? I've noticed like you've got Dunster, Boyle. Now I'm watching Rob Stephen, all wearing gloves. They're definitely the nation of glove wearers, aren't they?
I mean, as someone who wears a glove.
Yeah, but not many English do. It's definitely the Scottish that wear gloves more than...
You might be right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a
I've seen others as well.
There's definitely a stigma around them. I mean, when I go to my local and I put my glove on...
Yeah, you won't be able to say what you're called on air.
No, of course not.
No. We have the same. I have a mate of mine that wears a glove and
he gets it.
Yeah.
Rinsed, absolutely rinsed.
Yeah, Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
You know, here he is. And that's the nicer things he's called.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, you get it all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. But I'm a fat, sweaty mess. And, you know, that's something I don't have to worry about. It's just but that's what it is for me. For me, it's another thing I don't have to worry about.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about that cue getting grippy on my thumb, finger, whatever, hand.
A fat, sweaty mess.
Yep. Yeah. When I play pool.
Self-critical. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. You have to be honest with the audience, I think.
So why do you think Boyle and Dunster do it? Because they're definitely not.
So what I think it's the same reason, but not for the same reason. If that makes sense.
So I've tried it, right? And obviously it's to make it make the cue.
It's consistency.
Smoother. Yeah. I actually found it too slippy. I almost found it too... It was almost too smooth.
Yeah, I get that. But I think once you get used to it,
Yeah.
then you know that's a condition that isn't going to change. And I think that's why Liam and Mark would probably play with one, because they're that kind of, you know, they're all about the 1%, aren't they? They're all about those little tiny improvements. And if you can come to a table and know exactly how something's going to feel on that day,
Yeah.
regardless of conditions,
Yeah.
I think that's a real big help.
Yeah. I think like this venue is nice and cool, so I don't think it would apply to it. But I know what you mean. If you play in a venue or you play in the summer, or
Yeah.
you play in a hotel where the aircon's not great, then I do get it, and I tried it for that reason. But
Yeah, I mean, we've all played in, you know, playing pool in the summer in a venue without air conditioning is a genuinely unpleasant experience, in my opinion.
yeah, horrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very good shot that from Rich, by the way. He's played that to perfection. Dislodged the yellow, the red that was on the side cushion and left himself the perfect angle. That was deliberate as well. The problem he's got here is when he goes into this, is how he's going to get out.
He just wants a little flick, I think. I think he'll want to land on the ball that he's moving, which isn't normally great. But
Which means he has to play it at pace. Yeah, and he's took his eye off the pot. Not left the easiest table for Rob, but I think the plant's fairly easy. Just needs to find a way to break into this cluster of three.
one thing I think you'll find watching Rich is that he very rarely takes a backward step. I think looking at the layout of this table when he went for that finish, I don't think you'd see that many professional players going for a finish from there.
Right.
I think he's very attacking.
Yeah.
That's not to say that he won't, you know, take a backward step every now and then.
Yeah.
But I think he's much less likely to than a lot of the other players.
Oh, he is, yeah, definitely. Makes him great to watch.
Yes, love watching Rich. Yep. Yeah, I don't think we get enough of him on the stream.
Definitely advantage Robert.
Yep. I think Rich is just trying to get some control over that top right pocket. Hasn't quite managed it there. It's not a bad shot from Rich, though.
No, it's not bad. I mean, he hasn't left an obvious bottom for Robert either. I hate playing these over the over a long distance, but he's played that well. Played that very well. You're basically here just trying to get yourself into position, aren't you?
Yeah.
Into position to go.
Didn't want that.
No. No, he's hit that far too hard.
Yeah, Rich did not want that red in.
Now he's got a decision. I mean, does he leave that red tied up at the top of the table? Probably should. But, I mean, how do you win the frame from here without...
Has he gone for the double here?
Doesn't want that in. It's the last thing he wants.
Well, unless he is it though, because can he pop this red to the middle and then just have a go at a double of some description? I think he might have played that. I don't see what else he was playing really.
I mean, he could, yeah.
If he's on that red, that's the question. Don't
I
think
mean, you're in such a hole here.
you might as well have a go. Or just wide.
It's wide, so at least he's kind of laid the gauntlet down a little bit to
Yeah.
Rob, but also Rob's got a couple of very easy snookers he can lay here and just... There's your first one. He hasn't laid the snooker, but that's deliberate. So now, clever shot, because now Rich has got to... he hasn't got to. He's probably going to play that red. You know what he's eyeing up here as well? The double in the middle.
Yep. It's... I think it might be on. Really tough.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it...
Is he catching too much of the yellow? Is that...
Maybe. I think we're about to find out.
I'm not sure we'll ever know the way he's played that, to be honest.
No.
I think that was as much hit and hope territory as it was anything else, to be honest.
Yeah, with that as well, you're half hoping that you
create a cluster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and just create something, a little bit of work for Rob to do.
Yeah, no such luck, to be honest.
No. Gets on with it as well, doesn't he, Rob, when he's in the balls?
Yep, doesn't tend to hang about. Slightly off angle here.
Yeah, and I think he's underhit that. I think he was playing to get on the bottom one first.
Yep.
Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Anything but straight is good. And he's played that really well.
And again, anything is straight but good at the other end of the table as well.
Yep. Yeah, spot on.
Well, looking like 2-0. And Rich has had first go. You know, first real chance, I would say, in both frames. So he'll be disappointed. But I don't think this is going to be quite the same style of match as the last three that we've had on the stream, really. The semi from last night, the final from last night, and the amateur final from this morning, which was unbelievable.
Got a lot to live up to, though.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't... It's physically impossible to keep that standard going forever.
Yeah. Mark Boyle, 4-3 up against Corey Williams. Looking to do the double. Wouldn't be the first time this year that he's done the double. That's the sort of form he's in. I don't think he's looking to play this off the black to open the pocket. I think the red probably goes just past it anyway.
Frame 3. British Swafield to break. Trailing 2 frames to nil.
It's Swafield to break. So took the cue ball over to the left hand side, but still went with the front ball smash. Made a ball at the table. Not an easy clearance, but they're on.
It's a good hit, that.
It's a good hit.
Good contact.
I think yellows would be great if yellow wasn't so close to the black that he's just queuing over now. That's going to pose him a problem later on in the clearance.
Yeah.
So just needs to navigate around that somehow.
I mean,
probably love to have. I think he was probably playing to get further down now, so that he could play up there off the yellow into the middle. It's just underhit that slightly.
I think he could play up there. I think he could play on it now from the yellow on the rail. I think if you drift that in, you're going to find that gap.
It could, but from the overhead, it looks like that gap's quite small. But it definitely is possible. What you don't really want to be doing is playing on it last.
Yeah, but I think that's what he's forcing into now, which is why I think I'd have played it the previous shot.
Yeah, and I don't think this was his plan, but now he hasn't got much choice. You need to get the white away from the cushion because you can't just top it through because the black doesn't go into the opposite corner.
It would go in the middle though.
It would.
So if you could get to a point where you're straight on it and you could stun it in, you'd be pretty confident making that in the middle pocket.
Wants to get as close as he can to this yellow.
It needs the control.
It's not too bad. He would love to have been a foot closer.
I just wonder, has he got to play this with a bit of check side, which makes the pot more difficult? Can he just play it plain ball?
I think if he just pots it plain ball, you know, sort of pocket weight, he probably is going to be on it, or if not, just needing a little swerve. But it's then how you get on the black. If you can get to it, then it's far enough off the cushion that you might be able to screw behind.
Yep.
And he's got the angle now to get the white away from the cushion, so he'll know better than us because he's sort of down there. But
yeah, even if you could potentially screw back into the red.
Yeah, or into the black.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I think he's fouled.
A time foul, I just heard.
Is it a time foul?
Take it off, please. Time up.
Oh, Rich. That's disaster.
Time run.
Well, Rob left with a relatively straightforward table here. I think that one in the middle will clip into the middle, over to the left side, but you want to be right behind that. It's far enough down the rail that it's awkward.
Yeah, and you don't want to be dead straight on it because you won't be able to get the white out either.
Well, that was the opportunity to move it if he wanted to.
That's perfect, I think.
Yeah, just enough angle that he can top through and... Yeah, that's nice.
So close to possible. Is this one on the cushion? Just want to drift just above the middle pocket. That's perfect. Ideally didn't want to be dead straight. So he can get the white away from the cushion. I think he's alright.
Yeah. Just try and draw this probably just the other side of the centre pocket now.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah. Well, it's easy street for Robert Stephen at the moment, isn't it? Rich is going game and just not quite getting there every time, and when you do that, you're always going to give chances to your opponent.
Yeah, and he hasn't... there we go. So, Rich has just flicked the red with his finger and called a foul on himself straight away.
Fair play.
Literally.
Yep. Mistakes like that can really affect you mentally, can't they, Dan?
Yeah, I think probably less than a missed pot, I'd say, because you just got asked one of them.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, because to a certain extent, in Rich's mind, it's probably 2-1 if he doesn't do something really stupid.
Yes, careless, but I don't know. I think those things, because they happen so rarely, I just go, oh, that's one of them.
Yeah.
But you miss a pot and you sat there cursing, oh, should I have a glove, you know. You start questioning yourself. Just start calling them the glove army.
The glove army. Because wants to have a look now.
Yes, it's that. Show me your glove.
Is it regulation? I mean, now that you mention it, I can't think of a Scottish player who doesn't wear one.
They all wear them. I went to there's a place around the corner that sells like really nice sourdough pizzas and that, and
oh yes,
Boyle
yes.
and Dunster.
Do you know what? I'm going to give them a shout out. We're only on YouTube. Neo's. If
Yeah.
you're in the Isle of Man,
Really good, yeah.
the pizza there is.
And Boyle and Dunster were in there, and they were wearing their glove eating the pizza.
Other pizza parlours are available.
Yeah. Talking of Dunster, the glove army, 6-4 up on Tony Blount.
Yeah, that was 4-all, so he's given Liam a real game there.
Yep.
But, that would have been a story to watch. Mark Boyle as well, not having it all his own way against Corey Williams. That's 5-3 to the Scotsman. Glove army.
3 frames to nil. Time right.
Rob Stephen breaking off in frame number 4. And that, yeah, that's a bit of a ripper. But it's come out, it hasn't come out as nice as I expected it to. I thought the contact there was excellent.
Yeah, the white almost got kicked in off, but that would have been unlucky because he controlled it exactly as he wanted to. Yeah, you're right. I mean, okay, so we can get through to a yellow. It's a little bit messy, isn't it? That load of ball. This is what can sometimes happen a little bit with a cut break. They seem to. All right, you don't go in off as often, definitely, fact. But I don't know. When it's done. Let's face it, Rob doesn't cut break as well as, let's say, Mark Boyle, who does, right? But you can kind of have clusters and messy tables, and you never seem to get that lovely split.
Yeah.
So the merits for it, I get it, but you kind of got to do it very well.
I love the way Rob's gone around the clearance.
I like the confidence to play like that there. It's quite a delicate positional shot there. I think you can just top this. Okay, he's jacking up a little bit. I was thinking he could just run off the face of the red and hold the white there, but no, played that well.
This has been exceptional for me because
very good.
It looked really messy, and he just got down and done it.
And doesn't played a single cannon.
No.
We say it a lot though, you know,
just about all right.
Well,
he hasn't quite got into the cue ball there the way he wanted to.
I don't know.
I think this is a little swerve. I think this is missable.
Well, obviously thinks he can.
Throw it in with some side, baby.
Topping it as well, which means that, yeah, I don't. I thought if he's going to play that, he had to screw into the red next to it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's felt a bit rushed time-wise there.
Still got the extension though. Hasn't used it yet. Oh no! Oh.
Ooh.
Well, I wasn't sure if he was going to go for the cut or the double. I think the double was the shot, but
he didn't waste no time thinking about it.
He didn't, did he? No. very nearly an unreal fluke as well. Well, this would be a steal for Rich if he can take it out. This would be a real boon for him.
Yeah, needs this. Needs this. Difference between, I mean, especially in only a race to 7, difference between 4-0 and 3-1's humongous. You know, I haven't got a frame on the board yet, how that makes you feel. So, no silly mistakes here from Rich. Needs to make sure of this. It's already run out of position a little bit. You can do it sometimes when it's very easy. You know, you can just get a little bit complacent with the clearance.
I think it's a confidence thing sometimes as well when you're 3-0 down.
Yeah, you can be playing great, but you
Yeah.
go 3-0 down in a match. See how that makes you feel.
Yeah. That'll make him feel better. That's a good recovery.
Yeah.
Well, 3-1. Rich is back in it. There's a latest score at the top of the screen, and that is one to keep an eye on. That's Tommy Miller versus Clint Ianson. Tommy Miller's a local here from the Isle of Man. I played him in one of the flyers we ran on the festival portion of this event on Wednesday and Thursday, and I'm telling you, he's one to watch.
Really?
Yeah, he can really play. I think he won the first, maybe 3 or 4 rounds of that flyer by 4-0 or 4-1.
Really?
And there were some good players that he played. Yeah. So, Clint might not have it all his own way in that match, and it might be worth just keeping an eye on that one as we go through. And there's Mark Boyle at the table against Corey Williams.
Oh, the Glove Army.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Corey, thank you for saving me from the humiliation of playing Mark there. And it looks like he's in trouble in this frame, actually, Mark, because I suspect he's on yellows. But he is only 1 frame away from victory there. You'd expect him to make that advantage count at some point.
Frame number 5.
See Lee Shepherd in the background there as well. Just I feel like he's free rolling now. Right, big break this for Rich.
Yeah, and knocked out a pro in the last round in Andy Crowsdale.
Yeah.
And is now 1-1 with Jason Hill.
Good break from Rich there. Would have been a bit harsh if he didn't make a ball. He's ended up making 2. And at first glance, these yellows look very nice. The one that looks like it might be tied up a little bit, top left of the table, he can get to that. So he's fine. As long as he controls the cue ball, he can get to that quite nicely. There's a good chance this for Rich.
I think he's going down there straight away, Dan. If you can pot this one. Oh, no.
Well,
I thought he might have potted that one top through and gone down there first, but...
no, well, from the angle, I don't think he obviously had the angle to do that. So he's perfect now. Made a very good shot there. Just drift down towards just below the balk line. This is the key to the frame, this.
Oh, that's a horrible little flick.
Yeah.
I think he wanted to hit that red full ball. If he was going to hit it...
Yeah. And you could also say...
Is it going to drop?
No. See, I think the shot there that was bad obviously was to get on it, but he's hit it too hard anyway. Like, if you're going to play to rest into the red, play it at the pace where you get to the red and that's it. Do you know what I mean? I think he's almost got a bit complacent there with, you know, even if I'm on the back cushion, I'll just cut it in sort of thing. Just a lapse of concentration rather than rather than a bad as much more bad more concentration than bad execution.
Yeah.
Right, needs to be straight on this. Just off. I think it's perfect.
Of course, that one shot has just opened up the entire frame for Reds.
Yeah.
And now, as long as Rob can swing this one past the red there, that's very much good enough. And it'll be a red to corner, a red to middle, and a black to the same corner for a 4-1 lead. And after the heroics of yesterday from Rich Swaffield, it feels a bit like it's after the Lord Mayor's show, this, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not been great so far. You fancied him to get them as well after being let off.
Yeah.
In the previous frame. Should be 4-0 down, 3-1, break. You know, you've got one bad ball to get on, just make sure you...
And a great opportunity to get on it as well. It wasn't that bad that...
No. Don't get me wrong, it's quite hard to leave it where he left it. He left it in the worst place possible, and he just flicked off the red as well, but it's a bad shot, really.
I do think maybe the fact that he only just flicked off the red means that he thought he was going to avoid it, and therefore was playing on and off the cushion as a slightly more positive shot.
Yeah. I think so, Rich is one of them players that, and this applies to probably everyone. I definitely me as well. Less me, but I found it before, where getting that balance between playing at a good rhythm and pace and not overthinking things. You know what I mean? You play, but that versus playing a bit slower kind of completely cuts out the lapses of concentration. When you play a little bit slower, you might not play as well because you haven't got that same rhythm, but you don't make silly mistakes.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? So in a way, a quicker player like Rich, his strength is also his weakness as well, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What works well for him sometimes is his Achilles heel.
And there's a few players that I think we talk about like that.
Yeah.
And
it applies to loads of people.
Yeah.
And basically anyone that plays quickly.
And people are loath to criticise because they say sort of that's how they play, and they're right.
Yeah.
But it does lead to more mistakes. There is no doubt about that in my mind.
Yeah.
But you're right. They probably still play better because that's their natural flow.
Yeah. And if they walked around the table and double checked every single angle on every single shot like Liam Dunster does, they would probably play to a much lesser standard in the first place because they can't play that slowly.
So
you know what I mean?
Do you think then for a quick player, you know, not at this level, obviously these players know their own game, but if you're a quick player at a local level in the pub, you know, trying to work your way up, maybe a County C player or whatever, do you think there is for a player like that, it's about learning when to take your time on that shot?
Yeah, so I commentated on Gareth Hibbert yesterday, and I think he's a great example of someone that gets it right. Yeah, it's just this producer eating their food there. One of the team, just on a lunch break. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I think he gets it right. Hibbert plays at a good pace.
Yep.
But once or twice in a clearance, for example, he just takes the extra 5-10 seconds and he composes himself for the key shot to the frame. And he's one of the people that does it, I think, better than anyone else. Some people just play rhythm and that's it. Some people play slow and methodical, and that's just the way they do it. But Hibbert, he gets on with it. When they're all there, he just gets on with it, mops them up. But now and again, he'll just have a bit of time and think. But he does it at the right time.
Well, while we've been listening to you talk and watching the lunch break, Rob Stephen has been working his way around this table really nicely. He played a poor positional shot a couple of shots ago and got out of it with quite a delightful little plant.
Just talking about like not taking your time there, and he's three
done
balls
it again.
left. Yeah, 3 balls left. They were unmissable, and now all of a sudden he's out of position. He's probably going to get this, but
yeah,
it's a bit more difficult than it needed to be. Played it well. Those shots are a lot easier when you're 4-1 up.
They certainly are. Soon to be 5. Rob Stephen keeps piling the pressure on Rich Swaffield, and Rich has no response. 4 frames in it now. Rob just needs 2 more. We're going to cut back over to Pro Table 3 for a moment, because eagle-eyed viewers will have spotted the score in this one during the break in the last frame. There's Joe Reynolds there, and this is 6-all with Gareth Hibbert. We're into a final frame decider.
So what does he do here?
I think he might have to... he definitely can't play the plant here. That red's too close, so I think he's going to have to pot the yellow in the corner and nudge the yellow out.
He can't play a double into a big pocket where the black is?
Possibly.
He's obviously looking at nudging it, so he can obviously see enough of it, or it's far enough away from the cushion for him to be able to get behind it. It's a very well controlled shot that time, actually. I don't know if he was trying to get a bit further down the table so he could billiard it in and push the other yellow out towards the middle of the table. This we're going to stay with this for a second. Does he just cover the pocket? No, he's going for it. Oh, I don't know if that's come out great.
It looked to me like he might just be in behind the red there. That's really close.
We've got a great angle there. I don't know if it got. If not, it's just a little swerve. He seems to think he's all right. He's having another look. Get out of the way, mate. Let us have a look.
Got eyes everywhere. That's so tight.
Yeah, just if he can't get to it, it's the tiniest of bends.
It's a little swerve, isn't it? What a shot that is, by the way.
So we're just going to stay with this for now. Just see if you see the yellow appear just over to his right shoulder. Then you it's there.
It's there. That's the game. That will be Gareth Hibbert crashing out in just the 3rd round against Joe Reynolds.
I don't know anything about Joe Reynolds.
Me neither.
No.
But he must be some player.
Yeah. Looks fairly young.
And it takes composure to get through a final frame decider against a player like that.
Well played. One to look out for.
Yeah, big time. And an early exit for Gareth. As we cut back over to the main table now, Swaffy broke off like a god here.
Yep.
And is working his way through. We will show you this finish in the gap in the next frame. But assuming he doesn't do something spectacularly bad here, it's going to be 5-2.
Now, as you alluded to earlier, he was 6-2 down against Simon Ward.
Yes.
And 1-8-6. So he's, kept him off the hill.
He's got form.
There's no way he's not going to be thinking about, right, I've been 4 down.
Yep. I can do it again.
I can do it again. And you can. It's a mindset. Look at. It's a great break.
Yeah.
It's broken well this game.
Yeah. I mean, and look at this one. That really is spectacular.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's as routine a finish as you'll see, to be honest, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
There was no work to do there. And, yeah, might just feel like, he's coming back into this. It's always hard early in the day as well, isn't it? To get your queuing arm going and...
Yeah, first match of the day. Was obviously through.
Yep. 7-4. Good effort from Corey Williams there. But it's hard to stop a freight train, isn't it?
I mean, he's got the swagger of a man that's just won £10,000 the day before.
Did he go in the casino, did he?
Robert Stevens break, leading 5 frames to 2. Timer.
Oh, that's not gone well, has it? Is there a red creeping towards the corner pocket? It's just fell in.
No.
How has that fallen in?
Oh, wow.
And Swaffy shakes his head.
Shakes his head, smiles when he wants to do anything but.
Look at this. It doesn't look like it's getting there to me. And then...
And then it gets there.
Donk.
There we go. They hurt, don't they?
They do. They do. And this is a good chance as well if yeah, there's the shot. That's the shot that's opened everything up.
Yeah, literally. If he can get dead straight on this red into the right middle, the frame's over. But this is crucial. If you're off angle, you're chasing.
He's dead straight.
Dead straight, so if he's dead straight, you should be able to get top this through and get on the one on the right hand side. And then it's as good as done.
Yeah, it's just a
Slightly
2 inches under.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. Just slightly hampered queuing.
Yeah, just 2 inches underdone. And now back to perfect position.
Yeah.
Well, these last 2 frames, these two have made the game look easy.
Yeah. They're both in full flow now, but it could be a little bit too late for Rich.
Like you said, you keep him away from the hill. You keep that pressure on, but from 6-2, even though this is the exact same scoreline as the comeback against Simon Ward now, 5-1 and then 6-2.
Crazy the margins though, you know, if that last ball rolling doesn't drop on the final motion of its journey, it's probably 5-3.
Yeah, of course.
And game on.
Speaking of hills, there's Jason.
Yeah. That's the kind of hill you don't want to be on.
Well, at the moment, Lee Shepherd's on it, so...
Yep.
Continuing his fine morning at the moment, 2-2 with professional player Jason Hill. Coming off the back of that performance, I mean, how far can Lee go in this tournament? He has been...
I think he spoke like someone that really believes in himself, so I think when you watch him play, could he win it? He's not going to be favourite, but
yes.
Like, yeah, he probably could.
Yeah.
He's probably going to have to play the match of his life against one player. Yeah. So it might be Boyle.
Yeah.
It might be Dunster. It might be a Dean Shields or a Clint Ianson.
Sorry, I've got to interrupt. Can we just watch this break? Because I've never seen anything happen around a corner pocket like this.
Like battery chickens.
It's like someone's got the rack and just put it over the corner and then re-racked a few.
Yeah, that's a bit odd. So just the 3-ball plant. No.
What? That's in the pocket, isn't it? How's that not gone in?
Wow.
It's in. I mean, so it's still an open table.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Do you know what that reminds me of? Connect 4.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, does that mean that someone's already won if they are yellows?
I wasn't thinking like that.
They've got 4 in a row now.
Yeah, after I said it, then I thought that. Yeah.
This is. I mean, it's one shot here, isn't it, to try and open it all out? It's just how it comes out.
Yeah, probably kind of just got to...
I mean, can you pick the way through them? I don't know if I'd have played the other one in there.
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, one of those yellows is now very awkward. But it will move now. So the question now is, can he clip an edge of that middle ball in those three? That felt like an odd decision to me, to play the one remaining open ball into that corner. Because it's sort of putting all your eggs into one basket, I feel. No, that's the best Rob could do there, cover the pocket. Oh, weird frame.
Extension, please.
So Swaffy has got basically one chance to get into these reds, you feel. He's gone for it. He's got straight into the yellow. He's not too bad. He's left himself a red to the centre. In potting this, he'll push the other red closest to the cue ball over the right corner. Question now for me here, Dan, is do you try and break these two open, or do you just leave yourself the skill shot?
Looking at the skill shot, so...
For me, it's the shot.
I think so, yeah. Sort of shot I fancy Swaffy getting as well.
Yeah. Oh, he's tried to move him.
Okay.
And he's fouled.
And he's fouled.
He hit the yellow with his hand or his cue.
Couldn't have gone much worse.
No, not entirely sure. Let's have another look. Yeah, hand. Just brushed it with his hand on the way over. Oh, that's unlucky. That's twice in the match now. It's an unintended contact with a ball, with an appendage. It's going to leave simplest of finishes for Rob Stephen to see out this match. Oh, he's overrun this.
He's just about okay there.
Or he's underdone it, but I'm fairly sure he wouldn't have wanted to be this close to the 8 ball.
No.
Either way, it's easy as you like, really, for Robert Stephen. The Scotsman moves through to the next round of the competition, and Rich Swaffield can go and lick his wounds in the casino, probably, knowing him.
Yeah, bad day at the office for Rich. He's much better than that. Played great, you know, in his first couple of pro matches, so expecting a bit more, but yeah, it's Rob Stephen through to the next round.
Yep, it's a couple of scores from around the grounds there. Arnie the Rouge and Chris Bowron, that's at 5-all.
When you say around the grounds, you mean table 12?
I mean, some of the tables.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which ones.
Tommy Miller, 5-4. Only 5-4 down to Clinton Hansen.
Yeah, so that we'll
one to watch out for.
We'll keep an eye on that one as we go through. But just before we do, we'll head over to the interview room to the studio rather, where Robert Stevens there for his interview.
Thanks, Dan, and here I am, Robert Stephen, and a little bit better result than yesterday. You got to be pretty pleased with the performance that you put out there.
Yeah, I felt much more comfortable on the table today. Having that game earlier on this morning, you're warmed up, your eyes in, and obviously I knew that was Richard's first game on that stream table, which plays totally different. And I had the game obviously on Friday against Liam on it, so I felt I adjusted better to it.
I mean, obviously when you was playing Richard Swafford, how much was you looking into the results that he had yesterday? Because he had a pretty good run yesterday, didn't he?
I knew he beat Corey 8-6 first game, so obviously he's playing well. But these short races, to be honest, the opponent's irrelevant. See if you just get your chances and you can take them and get your break working. You just know anybody can win the short races. You just need to try and get off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, me and Kev was talking in the studio earlier this morning about these short races. They can be pretty ruthless at times, can't they? And do you think it's more of a level playing field? Because a lot of the time these amateurs, they come along and they beat you because
Definitely.
the standard's so high.
Well, I played an amateur boy in the first round of the Open last night, and I was 3 each, and he said 3 dishes against me. So you're up against it in the short races. Thankfully his break dried up, and I managed to reverse a couple on top of a couple of my own dishes. But as you say, these short formats, if your break's not working early doors, these guys can punish you big time.
Yeah, and what you don't want to do is really go behind heavily right at the very start. If you find yourself 3-0 behind in a race to 7, you could be on the right back foot.
Definitely. And it was like my game with Liam. You need to get off to a fast start, and before you know it, you're 2-0 down. So I knew today the first few frames are massive to set the tone, and I managed to get a 3-0 lead to early doors. Missed a double black to go 4-0, and then you start thinking, oh, here we go. Before you know it, he's missed a chance to go 3-2. But thankfully, things went my way today.
And a little bit about yourself. We obviously didn't have the best of starts in the tournament for this week. But how do you deal with that like a player? You've not had the best of start, and now you're coming into a bit of a new competition. What do you need to do?
To be honest, my game's actually been good recently. I've been feeling good. Obviously, drawing Liam first round of the Pro, it's a tough game. I went on a wee bit of a nervous start, no warmed up properly. I don't really look too much into the field like that. Few bad frames I played. You pretty much need to play flawless pool against the guys, but I don't let it affect me. I know the Open's a new tournament, a new day. Just keep the form going that I've been playing back home, and hopefully it clicks.
Well, hopefully it does click for you, and you played pretty well there, and hopefully we'll see you a bit later on. But good luck for your next round and that.
Cheers,
well, there you see there, Robert Stephen safely into the next round. Our next match-up is going to be Evan Perry-Williams against Ross Fernie. This one's going to be a cracker. So let's get over to the commentary box with Andy and Dan.
So, next matchup, Evan Perry-Williams and Ross Fernie. This is a round 4 match, last 32 of the Open. Both players there just lagged off to see who breaks. Ross Fernie there just sorting his phone out before the start of the match. Well, referee in front of the camera, unfortunately. But we're not missing anything just yet. Ross there just getting the IPA badge to put on his shirt, along with his sponsors. Yeah, just a small delay here, just sorting something out. Just bear with us. There we go, we're off. So, Ross Fernie, who won the lag and elected to break. And he's breaking from the head ball, no cut break for Ross. Yeah, and it's a good opening break, is that. Struck them well. Nearly got kicked in off in the middle. Thankfully, just stopped short.
Extension, please.
So, call for his extension straight away, as a lot of players do. Just gives you that little bit of extra time to negotiate which colour set you want to attack. So, electing to take reds, one of the more difficult reds down this side cushion. Well, we didn't expect that. So, first attempt, and he hangs it in the corner pocket. And this is just what his opponent needs. An early opportunity, first frame on this stream table.
Extension, please.
First time this weekend he's played on it. Evan. So nice to get your hand on the table, trying to acclimatise, get used to the pace. Straight away, red to middle, and he's dropped on one of the more awkward reds if he chooses. Elected to play long to corner. So just needs to be careful with these three reds near the 8 ball. Needs some attention. All three link up. The key thing will be position, obviously. And this is the shot here. So the lower of the three reds, I think, will be his next ball. That's what he'd be attempting to do. And if he can get fairly straight on this, and that is perfect. It's a couple of stop shots, really. Stop into the corner, red to middle, red to other middle. This would be an ideal start for Evan. Parry Williams played that very well. Very confident start. Just come back an inch or two, or in fact he's screwed straight back off the cushion. Could go either way, and in no time at all. What a reply this is. Yeah. Very clean finish. Just what the doctor ordered. So, Evan Parry Williams takes the opening frame in this match. Against the serve. So he'll be up next to break. Be interesting to see whether he elects to break from the centre head ball or goes for the cut break. We've had a great deal of success this weekend with the cut break on this stream table. Apart from the first day where we had a couple of bad racks, but we do think that was due to climate, temperature. That's been sorted since. Been far more productive on the break since we've changed the temperature of the room. So. Well, Almost a scratch. Once again. Nearly, not quite. But there's nothing down. It's dry. And here we see second ball down. But interestingly, breaks off his hand off the string line. A lot of players play that from the cushion. So it's difficult to see what exactly he can. I think he's obviously read to middle. This is a very messy table. No great value in reds at the moment. For that reason, Ross Fernie elects to play a safe. So, appears to be a touching ball. Which means I don't think there's a cut to corner. So, with it being touching, needs to make contact with the cushion here, which is what he's done. Yeah, and it just managed to hold up. Thought for a second that was going to drop. So, it's a very cagey start to this second frame. Happens sometimes. Stronger colour suit. Well, yellows have control, bottom end of the table. There's no clearance opportunity on either colour at present. So it may well be another safe here. That's what he's done. I think he wants the yellows, if he has a preference. So elected to leave Ross this red along the bottom cushion. He's going to take the more difficult yellow. Yellow's definitely the better colour for me. Well, I think this time you'll see Evan Parry-Williams take these yellows. He's got 3 balls near this bottom corner. Can use 2 of them. Definitely would give opportunity to try and develop something. He's played that really well. So yellow on the side cushion. Opportunity to develop that. If he didn't want to go yet, he's got a great safety opportunity. I think that's what he's going to do. So he's elected to try and just push that yellow. Didn't really play it with any conviction. Just trying to sit this white behind the red, which is what he's done. So he's thinking clearly. Control of the cue ball limits Ross's options. And it's a rare, very tactical frame, this. We don't see too much of this with this rule set, but it does happen. Not the kindest of breaks. Now Ross could take control of this corner back at some point here, if he chooses. He doesn't want to be all out aggressive. No, he attempted there to sit behind the red. So Evan looking at these 2 yellows on the side cushion. Potentially plant. Well, he's got the plant. It's not quite gone to plant. Played the plant and the other yellow just fallen in front of the red. The main problem is that the cue ball has landed low. That's a delightful little safety shot. Very well worked out.
Total snooker.
Developed the 2 yellows. Screwed back off the bottom cushion with side. It's a total snooker. That's a fair effort from where he was. Couldn't do anything else. So 2 yellows near this corner. The red behind one of them, obviously, hampers it. But the other red to the right of the cluster, that just hampers the yellow that he could maybe break the other one out with. So, once again, it's very rare you see this many safety shots in a single frame. Such is the importance. Nobody wanted to take the risk. Very nearly scratch there with the cue ball. Tended to top through, come back out. Was looking to get higher than the balk line. Just trying to develop the pocket there. That little nudge on his yellow, that helped him. But red's dominant at this stage. Again, decent cue ball. Just bumps out that awkward red. Made double kiss behind the... Right. Wasn't too sure there. Could have maybe double kiss behind the other yellow. It's just containing. Can he screw off this yellow across table? May attempt to. Well, maybe this passes. I wasn't aware that this passed. Must do. Oh. Did it? Did it indeed? He got down to it. I think he was pretty confident that was going to go corner.
Time 8. Touching ball. Time running.
Well, he's going to be sat behind this red, you feel. Maybe forced to play the edge of the other red first and sit back behind it. Just depends what you can see of this cushion. Well, he could see it anywhere. So all he had to do was make contact with the cushion as it was a touching ball. And total snooker once again. Can he go up and down? Can he miss to the left-hand side of this 8? Yeah, he can. Doesn't want to slide off the back of the yellow. Well, that'll do. That'll do nicely. So, very tough pot on. Once again, did pass. Wasn't too sure on camera. But this is his best opportunity so far in this game. Has this red to middle. We'll be running down towards the two reds lower on the table. Just opens them up. That's okay. He's okay. Just a little bit of work to do here. The red on the side cushion. He's a little out of angle, really, for perfect on both of these reds. He manages to elevate his cue. Just hold for a good line to middle. So he'll be running through here. He needs one good pot, one good red down this cushion. Out for the black. You would think to bottom corner. Yeah, that's a great shot. A great shot. Well timed. It's a straight in black. And there we go. Levelled the match at one apiece. Well, that was a bit of a marathon compared to some of the frames we've seen this weekend. But the break dictates. You can see Jason Hill, Lee Shepherd sat behind him. Lee Shepherd 4-3 in front in that match, looking very much like 4 apiece. Jason a simple yellow to middle. So level up. And Lee Shepherd, you know, he's been on fire that final. He played so well in the amateur final. He'll be feeling good. Just needs to keep his levels of concentration. Still got a job to do in this open.
One frame all. Time running.
Ross Fernie to break. Punches into the front ball. Punches into the front ball, but unfortunately, nothing down. So hits them well. Good control, well-timed break. But unfortunately, nothing dropped. So 8 ball near the yellow corner. So yellows would be a good colour set for him. So he's taking yellows. It's the yellow near the middle pocket. So he's going to double this across. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Still got control of the 8 ball pocket. It's a bonus. Played that well. So may well be looking at a skill shot at some point in this clearance. So, is he going to play ball to ball and try and kick the yellow? He has done. He's missed the plant. He's let Ross Fernie back in. May elect to try and take this yellow now, yeah, and he has done. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, tried to pot it, run across to kick the yellow in, free the 8. As you can see, uses the jaws. Shot back into that corner. It's a let off for Evan. Free shot on yellows. Not that he really needs a free shot, you would think, in this situation. Just to make sure he comes out far enough. Yeah, that'll do him. Just checks it over. This is for a 2-1 lead. And we're just showing you one of the tables at the back of the arena. So, I've just been reliably informed that Andy Monarch, playing Liam Dunster, is 3-1 ahead in this match. 3-1 in a race to 7. It is Liam at the table.
Frame number 4, Evan Parry Williams to break, leading 2 frames to 1. Time running.
So Evan to break, smashing into the front ball. Oh dear, and once again nothing down. Well, attempted to cut the red into corner, but was nowhere near, to be fair. Well short. So, not quite settled yet, Ross Fernie. Yeah, and that was worth a go. Evan attempting there to screw back and dislodge the red on the cushion just near the middle. That's his only real problem on this table. So what does he have planned for that red? Is he going to stun across to the cushion now? That's what he's done. Yeah, so just can afford to just play this pocket speed. Doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball, really. Natural path. Oh, he's way out. He's completely mishit that ball. He's letting back in. So can Ross play this yellow cushion first off the back of the red? That's what he's looking at. If he does, he has the game at his mercy. It's definitely on. It does look like it from here. Sure, that's what he's played for. Just stun out if he does. Push that red away from the corner. So, he's just having another look. Surely that's the shot on. Oh, he didn't make it. Did take his time there taking that shot. Maybe didn't fancy it quite as much as he thought once he got down to it. The skill shot is available, but you would like to be behind the ball in a straight line, really. If you're going to attempt a skill shot, it's a lot more difficult playing across it like this. Oh, he attempted this skill shot there, but far from easy.
Time running.
Just move this red, this yellow ball. There you go. And this time, you feel no more mistakes in this frame. Simpler clearance. Go a few different ways. Could elect to leave the yellow next to 8 last, if he so chooses. So, plays this to corner. Plays this to corner, could play the red next to the 8, or could play the red to middle next. So, going to leave the yellow over the middle pocket, I would think. He wants to get above this yellow, which is what he's done. So, back towards that balk line. So, the cue ball isn't running away from the 8. Just needs to screw this back. Somewhere in line with where he is now. Would be perfect. It's there, so black to corner, and he's levelled the match up at 2 apiece. So not the free-flowing pool that we've had the pleasure of all this weekend, but that is dictated, as I've said several times, by the splits on the break. Both players had opportunities in that frame. Evan Parry-Williams attempting the skill shot, but it wasn't easy, he wasn't directly behind it. It didn't pay off, so there you see him shaking his head. 2 apiece. And I'm joined in commentary once again by Dan Davey. So Dan, 2 apiece. We had a mammoth first frame. Very messy frame, loads of safety. And the breaks haven't really been working out for either player. So, Well, and once again.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Feels harsh.
Yeah, it does.
Foul, 1 free
Both
shot.
players made a couple of errors already. Nobody really settled. And you do feel that the first person that does settle down here, you know,
I played even once, and he surprised me. He just, sometimes you can be a little bit judging a book by their cover, and because he plays quickly, I thought he sort of came across a little bit reckless to me, and I just literally I took him lightly, and he hammered me.
Yeah.
Last year it was on the tour, and ever since then he then went on to get to I think the semis of that tour event, and I've followed his results since, and he's a very good player.
Yeah,
very good player.
I think he's a very instinctive player.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, he does look like he's rushing around the table, but I think he just plays on instinct.
Yeah, and I was saying this about in the previous match, like a lot of quicker players, their strength is their weakness. So you'll find with Even, I've seen enough now to, he can just sort of plough through a frame like this. Doesn't overthink anything, just gets on with it. But now and again you get the odd silly mistake, But he's actually a really, really good, effective, great to watch.
Yeah, and you don't hear the beeps very often, do you?
No. That's probably a minute from start to finish, that clearance.
So Liam Dunster has levelled this match back up at 3 apiece. He was 3-1 down.
Interesting to see Liam there, not employing the cut break. And going dry.
Yeah, look at those. Look at those yellows. Yep, straight down.
Frame number 6, Evan Parry Williams to break, leading at 3 frames to 2. Time running.
So needs a big break here. All to middle. It's the first part of the equation. Big cluster around the 8 ball.
Yeah, I think possibly yellows. Yeah, this top one here. If he can just miss the red on the way back down the left-hand side of the table. He's got a tricky one down the cushion, but they could open up for him if he gets this right.
Yeah, that cluster could work to his benefit.
Yeah, he may not even have to... Oh, he's caught that bad. Looked like one of those where if you caught cushion and yellow, you couldn't possibly miss it, but...
Yeah, both players have played a similar shot already in this match.
Hmm.
But yeah, if he'd have dropped that in there, with multiple balls to develop that pack.
Yeah, interesting to see how Ross goes about this, because obviously the black's going to need developing, and he's taken no time at all to crack on with this, so I don't know what his plan is. If he was going to do anything, I thought he might have just stunned the cue ball there and then gone straight into him, but...
Yeah, and he hasn't got that angle now, has he?
No. He's just called his extension, I think. So he knows that it's crucial that he figures out what to do and soon. You don't want to be leaving it till 2 or 3 balls left to attack this.
No, certainly not with the 2 balls near the side cushions.
So looking at 2 cushions, just needs to miss that yellow though.
Or maybe 1 with side. Well, he didn't want it yet.
Not sure it was on, yeah.
Good call. Needed to miss the yellow.
Time to maybe try and play a safety. There is an area up in the top left-hand side of the table where there's a fairly big circle he could land in that will put Even in a bit of trouble. Maybe he'll try and pot this as a shot to nothing and get over there. Okay, there he is, so... I'd love that to have run on a couple of inches and glued to that back cushion.
Can he see this long yellow? Must be tight. If not, safety, I feel. The lower of these yellows. Now he needs to be very careful here because he's opened up that 8 ball now. That's the bad news. And the most difficult red will be the last red attempted in this finish.
Yeah, that couldn't have come out any worse.
No, it was a disaster. So 3 reds, balk end of the table. Really, you'll have nothing to do with that final red. You're guaranteed to be on the 8 to corner.
It's just off angle again. It's a bit loose with his white. It's almost like he's I don't know, not in the right frame of mind, not in the mood. You know.
Yeah, he's certainly not flowing as of yet.
No.
So just needs to drop this in. So drag this in. Just clean. And again, similar miss. Well wide of the mark down that cushion.
Yeah, we said this yesterday about Ross. He's won 3 or 4 events on the IPA, but they've all been pro events. And it's almost as if he saves his best game for the very, very best players. And Evan's a very good player, but he's not elite, not yet. And it's almost like the Open event almost doesn't do it for him.
Yeah, it's weird. I know. I remember us talking about it.
Yeah.
It's a strange one to try and explain.
Yeah, because he doesn't look focused, you know.
Yeah. And yet he must be trying, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. He looks very frustrated, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But he has made several errors already, so he's not used to making the errors. That's a big let-off.
Yes, I think he's almost played the double there as a shot to nothing, but he's got the snooker. It's not a total, in fact, but
still play decent safety here.
Yeah.
No value in going up and down. So needs to make contact with a cushion after, but that'll do.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's the right idea. He topped it through, and had he not got the kiss on the yellow, he would have snookered Ross again, but it's not come out great. And again, short by a good 6 inches of where he wanted to be. This is now missable. Horrible little shot this at 3-2 down.
Yeah, especially when you should have had good position.
Yeah.
It's player error.
I like that though. He's sort of took a bit of time and refocused and kind of stepped into that shot as if like, right, I need to knuckle down now. I need to take this serious.
Just see Lee Shepherd there in the background. So Jason taking the lead, 6-5 ahead, race to 7. And is Lee? Can we see what he's on here? I don't know if he's on the. Is he at the table still? Is he possibly on the 8 on the black?
So reliably informed that Jason was just at the table on yellows, and Lee kind of had that look on his face as if he knew he was beat. And Jason's messed up. So this is like a lifeline for Lee. Although it does look like he's snookered. Maybe he's looking at... Maybe he can just clip the edge of it. Just about to find out.
And if not, he can come off the bottom cushion.
Yeah.
Take his chances.
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking at.
Yeah.
In the middle. How do you like this at 6-5 down?
Well, if you thought you were out, I suppose you'd be grateful for the opportunity.
So his only saving grace there might be the ball on the side cushion.
Well, he's gone straight over there for that ball down that side cushion.
He had a nice angle to get over there, so if he gets this, he's probably there.
Yeah, it's game ball, really. He'll have a good angle on his second last yellow. Should he drop this? Have the option to run round a couple of cushions if he chooses. Even if he falls short, runs long, he'd have a shot on this final yellow. So, this is the key ball for Jason Hill. Well, there was more of an angle there than I thought, to be honest. Is he okay? Can he see this yellow below the 8? Must be tight.
It doesn't, well, if it does go, like you say, it's tight.
3 frames all, time running.
Well, he's taking it on. Or is he? He does have the option to play the other yellow, if needs be. But he'd like to play this one for definite.
Still not sure.
Yeah, and I think if you're not sure at this stage, it's time to reroute. Just staying with this match. Certainly for this visit anyway.
In the meantime, Ross Fernie's gone in off the break. And but we're going to come back to you with like a montage of shots from that frame anyway. Just going to stick with this, like you say, to the end of this frame.
So he's taking the more difficult of the 2 yellows. And he needs to make this ball desperately.
Just about to say he needs to watch for the cannon on the black. Oh, that's gone wrong.
Well,
that's gone wrong.
Yeah, he's not having a great weekend, Jason.
No. You see he's deciding to share with his opponent what he feels. Not like Jason to talk. We could be with this for quite some time, this frame.
Yeah, we don't have a great perspective on exactly where this yellow is in relation to that 8. Meanwhile, back on the stream table. Well, we've got a visual on both games just at the moment.
Yeah, it's Ross Fernie at the table, but a difficult clearance on. What's Jason looking at here?
Well, the 30-minute shot clock has just rung out there on, on Jason's table.
There we go. What's he got? Not bad.
Yeah, I think that's a good effort from where he was.
Yeah, not bad. Cue ball welded to the side cushion as well. You see just in the bottom right hand side of your screen, that's Ross Fernie. Just doubled that red. Oh, has he gone in off? Oh, wow. Heart would have been in his mouth there. That was his tournament over if that went in. Has he left the long one for Jason? Hard to see from this angle. I think he probably has.
Yeah, it was a great effort though, wasn't it? That under the utmost pressure.
Mm. Well, he's looking like getting down for it.
Yeah, it must go.
Proper test of nerve.
And he'll know straight away if this ball's in.
He's got it.
Yeah. Nerves of steel. Long yellow to corner. And he needs this black to progress and end this Open tournament for Lee Shepherd. But what a great weekend Lee's had.
Yeah. If you'd have offered him to lose in round 3 of the Open but win the Amateur, just snapped your hand off for that at the start of the week.
So here we are, back on the mainstream table. That was Ross Fernie who had the break. Unfortunately, in off. So the break not being kind in this match, up to press. Here we see. So a little montage here, some of the shots from this game. Good pot to corner. And did a little bit in no man's land, attempted the double. So Evan Parry Williams to break. 4-3 down. At least he's got a ball down. It's a little bit of a mess again. This bottom left-hand corner as we look. Problems. Red stuck behind the yellow. He does fancy yellows, so well, doesn't want to go in off. He really doesn't want to go in off.
Wow, how's that hung up? How has that stayed up?
Yeah. Just topped through more than he thought. There we see. Takes the long yellow. Needs to develop a couple of balls here. Certainly one of them. If he can develop this yellow now, next to the red, he would open up the other yellow on the cushion.
Yeah.
Needs to bounce out.
Needed to trust the luck a little bit and...
Yeah, not really had any there, has he?
Not really, no.
Not really got the reward he deserved.
No. Now it's a case of how attacking do you want to be. There probably is a snooker he can lay. Delicate little one. Flicking off one of these yellows and welding it to the black, but does he want to do that? Does he play this into the right middle and then take the double into the same middle? think Ross is very attacking.
Does he screw back? That is taking a chance. But he may feel it's worth it here.
Got the angle to screw into them.
Oh, and it's jumped back out again.
Wow.
Jumped back out again.
Wow.
The only good thing is that he sent one of those reds sort of behind the yellow top corner. So it just gives him a little bit of something to think about. Of course, the 8-ball is still hampered by the yellow.
Oh, Cadbury's Parrot.
Yeah, the Cadbury's Parrot. Well, if he chooses, he has an angle here. Red to corner. Bottom, and he either goes bottom and side rail, kicks the yellow in front of the 8 if he chooses. Or he could go straight into them. I do think it's worth it. He'd be unlucky not to be on that red that's near the 8 now.
Yeah, play it at the right pace and it should come out okay.
Yeah, he played a decent pace, but the wrong line.
Yeah. Bit more topspin, maybe a trace aside on that. I love the way he just goes about the tape. He sort of messes up and then just gets straight back down. Nah, that's no problem. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, and he is going to need to figure something out with this 8-ball, should he get to it. This is no easy double.
He's played the plant. Well, you know, he hasn't left it that bad, has he?
No, he's played the plant, but the cue ball, it's relatively safe, you would think, here. Certainly no obvious attacking opportunity. Clear cut. So, next matchup on this stream table will be Wade Morley against Clint Ianson. With a fantastic matchup. Clint Ianson yesterday played absolutely superbly and lost.
I've never felt so sick for someone.
No, it was, you know, practically faultless.
Yeah, being a neutral, and you know, I just really felt for him. If anything, you could argue that he probably made one less error in the game than Mark in open play, but Mark's break is just from the gods, and that's not to discredit him either. You know, that's a skill. That is, I mean, Mark's cue ball's on a string. He's got everything. He's the full package. But you know, that match was just, I think, the best example of when it's not. You know, even if when somebody else does play great against you, it's your break that gets you over the line. The deciding frame was probably quite sick for Clint to see the split that Mark had. But that's why you put all the hours in, do all the practice, and you know he hasn't. That break hasn't just come about by fluke, by accident.
Yeah, and I was a little bit worried about that when he played that to kick that ball out there. Every chance that this cue ball would land where it has. It's a little bit awkward, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hard one because I mean he needed to almost catch that the black full ball, so it promoted the yellow, but his margin of error wasn't actually that high. What's he left?
Well, he's attempted to play a safe. So you would think surely he can't see the edge of what could be a plant. But he could even just attempt to leave a very difficult cue ball here. Well, he can see that side of it.
Probably would have preferred that didn't go in. I don't think he was maybe total snookered on this, but he'd only left the wrong edge of that. This is a fiddly little shot.
It is a fiddly little shot, yeah.
I think he's left that.
And he could have taken the other red, couldn't he, long there?
Yeah.
He could have attempted it in or over.
That's an error.
Now, is he dead straight on this yellow? Makes it more difficult if he is. Well, drilled it. just fallen a little low on this 8.
One of those shots that you'd always fancy Ross to get, though, just a smooth. It wasn't really difficult, but plain ball under a bit of pressure, cueing off the cushion makes it missable. But he's a very smooth cueist, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's there.
Wiped his feet a little bit.
Yeah, I was just about to say, only just. Wasn't a clean pot, but he was a little low on the 8. But no worries. 2-frame lead now.
There we are. A Scotsman that doesn't use a glove. Paul Harkness. I think Ross sometimes does, sometimes doesn't.
Yeah, 6-2 lead. Matt Boyle, race to 7.
5 frames to 3. Time running.
Now you see again, stream table, bottom right-hand corner.
You'd be very surprised if Mark doesn't see that out with, especially with ball in hand as well. Let's see, Ross has made a ball. Last couple of frames, Evans had chances, hasn't he? And on another day, Even would be the one that's 5-3 up here, and he's 5-3 down, and that's hard to take psychologically. Ross hasn't been at his absolute best, far from it, but I think a bit more experience at this top level, a bit more experience on the stream table. Ross seems to have kind of knuckled down and recomposed himself a little bit from, I think, 3-2 down. And now Ross is in again.
Yeah, and Mark Boyle on this table here. Well, really, the only hope is, and it's a very slim hope, is that he fails to land on this ball on the bottom cushion as he wants. But how many times out of 10 would he not land on that?
He doesn't look too happy with it. I don't think he's quite run as far as he wanted to. Wanted to be a little bit closer to this yellow in the middle of the table so he could just come down naturally. Is he going to try and kill the cue ball? He's played it well. Just had to leave a bit of a cut on this. And that is missable.
Yeah, it is a bit of a cut. Made all the more difficult when you know you should be in a better position. It can play tricks on you.
Oh yeah, if your opponent misses and leaves you that, you're over the moon. But he's actually to the point where he's rerouting here. So
yeah, so he can go around the angles, can't he? By the look of it.
Yeah.
There you see.
Plenty of right hand side. Take this corner pocket out of the equation.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to be straight.
No, I don't think he is, and he was guaranteed the right line there. Playing round the cushions. Looks to have an angle as desired. Can play this two ways. Screw off the bottom and side, or straight off the side, or he could have run forward. So he just needs this 8-ball to the corner pocket to progress in this open. And there you have it.
The double's still on.
Yeah, another Mark Boyle victory. What a weekend he's having. So back to mainstream table.
Yeah, Ross has gone about these nicely. He's not as close to the black as he'd like to be, but I think especially from the way the last couple of frames have gone, expect him to get this. Yeah, it's dagger to the heart. Like, Evans had a couple of good chances these last two frames, let them go. And I think the old pool gods have kicked in, I'm afraid. Giving Ross a nice split from the break. 6-3.
You see the replay. Little montage. He's taking them well, by the look of it.
Yeah, one of those clearances where you do need to really focus, and a couple of delicate. This one especially. Seen things like that go wrong before.
Yeah, a little bit more distance on this 8 than he wanted, but wasn't a problem. So punishing Evan Parry Williams in this match. It was a bit of a slow start from both players, but oh, look at this.
Wow, when it rains it pours.
Oh dear. So ball down. He's cursed where that cue ball has landed. I suppose the only saving grace is it didn't go in off. He has to make contact with the cushion after he hits this ball if it's not touching.
Yeah, I mean, you can't flick off the left-hand side of this yellow because he'll just put the cue ball straight in off. He's done well to do that.
He has, but this goes to middle. This red goes to middle.
Yeah, needed the cue ball to just be almost where Ross's little finger is.
Yeah, and if he drops this to middle, these balls are all open. Yeah, he was cursed there with a break.
Yeah, hit them well. Controlled the white. Came down the centre of the table. Just when it's not your day, it's not your day.
Ross playing the plant.
Obviously, we joke about, you know, pool gods. I mean, obviously, I don't believe there's a pool god. But it does feel like, you know, when you miss 2 chances, and you should be 5-3 up and you're 5-3 down. It does feel like it happens far more often than not, that you're then going to get a bad split from the break. Your opponent's going to get a good split from his break.
Yeah,
it
you
does
don't get
feel like that, doesn't
you
it?
don't get the rolls, do you?
No.
You really don't. I suppose people do say that you earn it, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, you play well and you earn the
And I think there might
the run.
Might be an element of that extra little bit of tension in the arm as well, because, you know, even though you might not be physically shaking or anything like that, just that little bit of, you know, a release when you're 5-3 up, for example, instead of being 5-3 down, you kick on a little bit, your mindset's a bit better, you cue the ball just that 5% smoother than you would have done. So Ross, really, this is key. So if he gets dead straight here, dead straight here is as good as over. But if you get the wrong angle on this, you're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, you don't want to be running away from it, do you?
No.
And he is he running away from it slightly?
Yeah, I mean, that's not as bad as him being off angle the other way, but I don't think it's great.
Yeah, I think if he plays pocket speed, can he hold? I think he can. If not, he's going to have to run straight through, but yeah, pocket speed.
He's okay.
Oh, has he missed it?
He's missed it.
Oh, he's missed it.
He's missed that because he's tried to cheek the pocket.
Yeah, try to hold the line.
Tried to hold the line. If he plays that thinner or into the far side of the pocket, that white's running towards the centre of the balk line, at which point all of a sudden he probably can't see enough of the red. That's all stemmed from the shot before. Another twist then.
Definitely. Yeah, and if Evan can put these away, 6-4. It's only a race to 7.
Couple of results for you. Cian Monaghan is through 7-6 against Riley James. Kieran Malam 5-5 against Gav Robinson. Dean Shields 6-3 up on the chairman, who's now just walked up behind me. So that must be 7-3. Corey Reese 5-3 up on Nathan Wilbur. Stephen Ellis 3-0 up on Arnie LaRouge. Dunster still going 5-4 up against Anthony Monarch. Anthony Monarch. Be a big upset on the cards there, maybe.
Great use of side there off the bottom cushion.
Yeah, he's made that look easy.
Yeah. And as you said earlier, Dan, doesn't hang about, does he?
No. I mean, 6-4 now. If he were to win this match and take these last 3 frames, if he gets first visit and does what he does, he could be over in 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It's not a mountain to climb, is it? But, you know, 3 frames.
No.
Certainly, if your opponent can break dry and give you some sort of opportunity for a clearance.
Over here, the youngster, Anthony Monarch. This should be the game of his life, this. He'll probably feel like he's never felt before right now in a game of pool. Playing against probably one of his role models, idols, whatever you want to call it. Looks like he's rising to the occasion.
Yeah, no matter what the result from here on, what a match he's played here to be 5 apiece.
Yeah. And it's not 5 apiece in the first round. You know, this is round 4 now. And he'd have come through the double elimination stage. He's probably played 5 or 6 matches to get here. So this isn't just a one-off game where he's drew Liam first round and put up a decent fight. Hard to see how he's gonna get to the black though, isn't it?
Well, unless he takes this as his second ball, that long one, and then leaves an angle off the middle to run through.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't look easy. Oh, error.
Come back to that, and in the meantime, look at this.
This is what we were saying.
Yeah.
Things can turn around very quickly.
Yeah.
And that missed ball to middle in the previous frame.
Straight in off as well.
Yeah, compounded by the in-off in this frame.
Just looking at the draw, actually, Anthony Monarch beat Craig Marsh, former world champion, 7-5, to get to this stage. Definitely a name to look out for. Must admit, he's not one I've heard of.
Played a nice little shot there, just developed his yellow.
He's picked out the route well here. Really well. So I'm assuming he's going to go back up table for these other 2 after this. Yeah. And then you get on the one bottom left, second last. And then the one into the bottom right-hand corner is your last ball for the black. And
yeah, just wants a good angle here, doesn't he? So make sure he can hold to. Like to be straight in on this. Has he just drifted a touch? I think he's okay.
He's just about okay.
Just wants to hold. Near enough straight. Perfect. Look at the speed here.
Not wasting any time, is
Nearly
he?
didn't let the white stop there.
Speed pull.
Yeah, and this is intimidating. Don't you find, Dan, when you're playing somebody? Especially when you've made a mistake.
Yeah.
You know, and somebody's racing behind you, firing balls in all over the place.
I've had it. When he did it to me last year. I found it, I say I found it annoying more than intimidating. You think, oh, you don't respect me.
It's almost as if he's playing carefree, you know, and he's not bothered, but...
Yeah, you wonder if, like, when you'd never played somebody before, and it's completely bad on my part, and...
It's human nature, Dan, really.
Human nature, yeah, you just... you subconsciously think, oh, he's a bit careless. And then you find out the hard way, oh, this guy can play.
Yeah, you're almost thinking, I hope he keeps playing like this. He's bound to make an error.
Yeah. 4-0 down and he hasn't.
Well,
there we go.
So he's trailing by only 1 frame, but he's at the table.
That last frame took just over 1 minute.
Oh, he's cursed.
That is harsh.
Cursed.
That is harsh. Now then, Ross, what have you got?
Well,
can you find it?
He's got yellows. I mean, when he plays his free shot here, he's got both probably, but if that yellow-red plants, so unlucky there to be herded into that corner pocket.
Yeah. Well, I think the end result was all right. I'm not sure if that's exactly how he's played it, but the end result's pretty decent.
So he's going to take the yellows. So that yellow, that's just above the middle as we look on the left-hand side. That's a very important ball. Massive amount of spin on that yellow.
Yeah, just didn't want to be running into this red afterwards. I think he's just about where he wants to be.
I think he may just have slightly the wrong angle for perfect. But if he can just... well, yeah, he is. He's screwing back out. So, slightly lower than he wanted, but he's played that well.
Yeah, is he just about okay on this?
Does he check and run into that? Yeah, well, he tried to check and run into the red to hold for that yellow down the cushion. I'm not sure he's on it, though.
No, I'm not sure. And from the previous shot, he's just a little bit short, wasn't he?
Does he take this to corner, leave an angle for yellow to middle and stun across? It's one option.
Well, take the one into the top right corner.
Yeah.
The thinner cut, and maybe come across.
Oh, you can see this, can he?
Oh, I don't know if I like that.
No.
He's eyed it up, but I don't think he likes it. I think possibly, yeah, take the more difficult cut into the corner, to the right corner now, a bit of top and left, and almost go into the red and yellow, knowing that you're almost certainly going to be guaranteed to be on the one into the top right corner. You haven't got much time to decide.
Yeah, so he has left the angle to middle. He's always on. He's got a delicate shot, is this?
Yeah, so wants to get over by the left-hand side. The problem is as well, he's going to find it very difficult to get close to the black as well. Yeah, horrible, delicate little shot. Get this wrong, you can end up in the middle, you can end up behind the red.
Yeah, you sort of screw it over. You can run it forward if you choose, but you want to be as near this as possible. You don't want to be in the middle.
You can end up in the middle.
Well.
Well.
This is incredible. What drama. Ross Fernie. That middle pocket, once again, he missed it into the middle to assure himself of the win. Now he's dropped it off.
That's not ideal. Although it probably is quite an easy plant. If he gets over the right-hand side of the table, we can pick the first red off.
Yeah, and he won't be hanging about as usual.
Probably haven't got time to figure out what he's going to do because he's going to get down on the plate already.
Yeah, certainly not going to doubt himself, is he? No second guessing.
Right, he's doubted himself now, actually.
Still yet to hear the beep. This guy doesn't need a shot clock, that's for sure.
What beep, he says?
What is a beep? Whoa, get away from that middle.
Oof.
Get that for a shot.
Like that, in a flash. 6 each. What was it? 7-8 minutes ago? Looked like it was going to be 7-3 Ross, and he just run out of position on his second last ball.
Yeah. And he missed a ball to middle, didn't he, that we never thought he'd miss. It's funny though, we did say, didn't we? You know, it's not a mountain to climb. He needed 3 frames.
Mm.
And now, all of a sudden, the pressure on Ross Fernie out of the 2 of them, it's immense.
He actually races around the table like he's in a hurry. He doesn't just play quickly. He actually physically moves quickly around the table.
Yeah, man on a mission, somewhere to be. Now, the advantage, obviously, is that Ross Fernie has this break. But he'll be trying to block out those negative thoughts now.
He won't have a great mindset right now, Ross.
He's just his head there,
just shook his head already.
Yeah.
He went in off his previous break. Knows he should have won 7-3.
Yeah, and he's got to block out the thought of, God, I'll get kicked in off here, I deserve it, that's my own fault.
Had a chance in the previous frame as well.
This guy's racing around the table, potting them for fun.
Yeah. If I go in off, he'll be shaking my hand in 1 minute 20 seconds. Ooh.
He didn't hit them well. He did not hit those well.
He's barely hit them at all. Now then, what have you got?
Well, you look at reds. I mean, the initial opening ball, the problem with yellows, obviously, is the yellow is behind the red, top corner.
Could maybe play the one into the left middle now and go straight into it.
Yeah.
He is.
I think the telling ball in this clearance, if he does choose to go reds, is the red that's nearest the 8.
Yes.
Well, this is as long as he's taken for a shot in all this match.
In his entire life.
Yeah.
Now he does have the angle to go into it. Get into it early if you're going to at all.
Yeah. Can't really control the cue ball too well here, but that'll do. Well, will it do?
Ooh.
Maybe just a roll too far, that. Oh, don't be fouling with your shirt. Oh, he's stretching.
Oh.
He didn't really take his time there, did he? But never does.
Never does.
What am I talking about? Never does.
Bit of insurance.
Yeah.
Bit of insurance. Top right. It's a proper deciding frame, this.
Yeah. And at some point, Ross Fernie's going to be trying to hit this, and he's going for it straight away. What a shot that was.
Oh, he's put it straight back to where it came from.
Deserved better.
Did.
Although, when you look at the overhead, at the very least, he may be able to take this pocket now. Can he push that yellow in front of the red?
Well, the other thing is now he's moved it just enough so that the red goes. So he needs to take the pocket.
She has done. But, well...
Surely you play the one into the bottom right and then you can just...
Surely you left that there, I would have thought, because that was a great ball to try and develop that bad red.
Now what's he got? So he can get through to the one bottom left, get the white back out to the centre of the table. Oh, wow. Wow, what's he done there?
Oh.
What has he done? I think he was just playing directly into it. Fair enough. Hasn't worked out well.
Yeah, disaster. So free shot. Now, Ross Fernie opening up the bad yellow.
Yeah, that's perfect. Surely he's not going to mess these up. They're not absolute gimmies. The yellow next to the black's blocked, but once he plays the other one that's closest to the bottom left corner pocket, it'll open the pocket up. So if he's in practice, he gets these 9 out of 10 minimum.
Well, should Ross Fernie go on to clear this table, I think it'll be a huge sigh of relief. This match really should have been over a long time ago. His opponent just wouldn't let go. Oh. Just needs to cue this ball. Don't want to quit on this. No deceleration. Just needs to come back out.
Yeah. Don't want to be leaving yourself distance or on the side cushion. Played that perfect. Yeah, it's a great shot. Better than it looked. This will feel like more of a relief than a great win. Just a relief to get through. Sometimes they're the best ones. You know, you could kick on from this next round. So, well done, Ross Fernie. There's more than one way to win a match. We've seen Ross Fernie blow an opponent away many, many, many times, but wasn't to be today. He had to scrap for it.
Yeah, more of a dogfight.
Yeah.
It really was. But yeah, it can strengthen a player coming through matches like that.
Win ugly sometimes. I think that's what you see when you look at a set of rankings, you know, what you actually see at the very top is people that can do it all, can blow people away and win ugly, win with their B game. So, are we pleased to get through? Up next as well, we've got Clint Ianson against Wade Morley in a few minutes' time, so stay tuned. We're not going away anytime soon, and I think your interview with Ross Fernie's just coming up now.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Dan. And Ross, what went off there in frame number 12, weren't it? You looked like you was going to get over the line earlier than expected, and then all of a sudden you went off.
Yeah, I was really struggling in that match, to be honest, at the start. I was quite lucky Evan wasn't at his best because he could have run away with it kind of at the start. But I don't know how I go over the line, to be honest. I thought I'd blew it there, to be honest.
And towards the end, Evan looked like he was really, really confident. You know, he started picked up the pace. He looked really natural around the table, and I bet there was some really sort of negative thoughts going through your mind.
Yeah, that's how he plays. I've played him before, and he can rattle off frames really quick. But I don't know, there was a couple of times, obviously, run out of position a wee bit towards the end of the game, and it's the only reason I won, really, to be honest.
And I know sometimes we always speak about your break and that. Are you settling down with your break a little bit more? It looks like you've had a couple more in offs again. Is that sort of on your mind as well?
I've took a wee bit pace off it, and I feel like I can control the light a bit better, but I'm not getting as much as obviously I'd like off the break, but I feel like the light's controlled a wee bit better, so yeah, I'm breaking really well on the outside tables. It's just that one there. So I see how it goes.
And you said you played Evan before. Did he get the better of you last time, or was it did you just kept in front?
No, I won the last time as well. But no, it was a better match than that the last time, to be fair. But I go for the line.
And obviously, had a little bit of a disappointment yesterday. You know, getting beat by Mark 9 frames to 2, which he was in scintillating form yesterday. Yeah. Not sure anyone could have stopped him. But what's your thoughts about today? Different day and different look, and maybe you could get to the final and who knows, pick up the trophy at the end.
Yeah, I determined to try and do well. A bit disappointing yesterday. So I'll get my best shot today and see how it goes.
Well, thanks very much, Ross. I'm going to wish you the best of luck anyway for your next match, and hopefully we'll see you a little bit later.
Cheers, Matt.
Okay, that's Ross Fernie safely into the next round, and we've got an absolute blockbuster next. It's going to be Wade Morley against Clint Ianson. So I'm going to hand you over to the commentary box now with Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Pickers. Yep, interesting game here. Wade Morley, Clint Ianson. Yeah, what a fascinating encounter. We see the world champion against the Blade, Wade Morley. Flattered to deceive somewhat since his time in the pro ranks, but he's a class player, and they'll be looking for a scalp here. And I've been joined by a man who's got a very famous looking scalp because he looks a lot like Ed Sheeran.
Oh, thanks very much.
How are you, bud?
Yeah, not too bad. I played Wade earlier this morning and got absolutely thumped, to be fair. He beat me 7-1, but he didn't miss a thing, to be fair to him. If he plays like that against Clint here, he'll give him a real game.
He's in good form then.
Yeah, he didn't miss much, to be fair to him. I don't think he missed a pot he went for. He missed a hard plant, but other than that, it weren't really a pot missed.
Just realised I haven't actually said your name, Liam.
Oh.
It's Liam Roberts in the commentary box, just in case you were wondering.
They actually thought it was Ed Sheeran then for a second, didn't they?
Unfortunately, I don't think you're much of a sound alike.
Oh.
He's got a bit of a East Anglian vibe, but it's not quite Welsh, is it? It doesn't quite have the same tang
Not
to
the
it.
exact same.
No. So, look at the ranking. The difference in the rankings between these two is a bit of a gaping chasm, to be honest. Wade Morley, 39th in the pro ranks, up against Clint, number 2. Vying for that number 1 spot is Clint Ianson, although Mark Boyle must be moving up on him this weekend. Yeah, an interesting matchup this.
I think the ranks are quite deceiving, as Wade's only just come back on the tour. Obviously, I think he knows himself. He should be a lot closer to the top boys with how he is and the results he gets.
Yeah, of course. That's true. Darren Maidment, again, referee for this one. As we pop over to the outer table, Pro Table 3 there. Liam Dunster, that is a titanic tussle there with Anthony Monarch. It's been 5-all for, what, half an hour, I think?
Yeah. He's a very good player, Anthony Monarch. Not many people might have heard of him, but playing for Wales and him playing for England, our paths crossed quite a bit in the international stage. And he had a good scalp earlier over Marshy as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't get a much tougher draw, really, in the Open as an amateur. So he's certainly giving that a good shake. Straight in off here from Clint. That's harsh. When you hit the rail and then find a corner pocket, that's, yeah, somewhat unfortunate for the world champion. It's a brilliant chance this for Wade to get this match off to a flying start.
The break in these type of games has become probably the most important shot of each frame, because in that last game there with Ivan and Ross, both struggled to break well, and they both struggled after that. I think if you get a good break and you've got a good foundation there, I think you'll fly after that.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't a lot wrong with Clint's break there, although it was dry. But I mean, he hit them pretty nicely.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good spread of the balls. There's not really any clusters. You know, not too many left around the spot. I always think it's been a bit of a bad break when you've got quite a lot around the 8-ball, or where the 8-ball starts. Wade's picked his pattern here. A slightly awkward yellow, almost on the 8 spot. I think it might pass to left middle, and if it does, then that's a bonus. This, well, it'll certainly go to the right centre.
Yeah.
He's not in ideal position here for me though, because he'd probably want to be able to screw out and then take the...
I think he may be on the one further up as well, by the middle now.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's taking.
Yeah.
Now that awkward one I was talking about, actually that looks like it goes left corner too. That's not great being on the cushion here.
Just one piece of good cueing and he's back in position, isn't he? But it's all on this one shot, I think, the frame.
Yeah, it's the red that's sort of in the middle of the bottom cushion. Sorry, the yellow that's in the middle of the bottom cushion, isn't it? That's doesn't go left corner.
Yeah, he's cued that very well.
But it does go past. I wasn't absolutely convinced that it went past. So actually, yeah, pretty routine.
Be a nice frame for Wade to win on the Clint break as well.
Yeah, particularly given, you know, the way that Clint has been breaking. I mean, we've talked about it a lot, but that semi-final last night between Clint and Mark, where they shared the first 7 frames with
We're in a
break
bad
dishes.
standard, was it?
Average. Don't know how much you've seen of the rest of the action today, but the amateur final this morning ran that pretty close.
Yeah. Well, I know Eddie quite well, and he's a very good player. And obviously Lee Shepherd, he's had some very good results lately on the IPA, and I think that is it back-to-back amateur titles too, is it?
Yep.
That takes some doing.
Yeah.
With the field that's here as well.
Might have to look through the record books. I don't know if that's been done. Mark Boyle came.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Well, he came very close, but actually, the season that he won, that he, you know, broke through into the ranks, he won the first 2 opens, and I think he lost in the final of the second amateur because he won the amateur and the open in the first event. That was in Cardiff, and then we went to Bradford. And he made both finals again. He won the Open against Jordan Church, I believe. But from memory, he lost the amateur finals to Ryan Clark. So I still don't know if anyone else has done 2 amateurs in a row. Answers on a postcard. I'll flick through the records and see if I can find that in a minute. Dry break from Wade. Doesn't appear to have left an easy chance for Clint, though.
Yeah, they've actually split really well, but they're very fiddly, aren't they?
Yeah, well, he's got a red to the centre.
Whoa.
Nearly lost the cue ball. I think that yellow hasn't hurt Clint too much there. I think the bottom of those 2 reds, as we look from this camera angle, I think that will pot. Is he just covering the... Is this an attempt at the plant, and if he doesn't get it, it's a cover?
Yeah, I think that's the way he's looking at it now.
Bit of a 2-in-1 shot. It'll be the latter. Has it covered? I don't think it has. I think Wade's got a really good opportunity here.
If Clint landed a bit further out with the white there before playing that plant, it would have made it a lot easier. And he had a lot of margin for error to leave there as well.
You surprised at the way he played it? He just sort of dropped it in.
Yeah. Especially someone of a Clint standard, you expect it to be near enough perfect, although it was a tough plant.
In a couple of shots' time, I think Wade's going to have to take the yellow to the left of his hand there, the one that's on the rail. I think it might be worth using that to dislodge the red away from the pocket. Down on the bottom right. I don't think the other yellow would pass.
Extension, please.
Without moving that.
those two yellows plant into the right centre there. That's what he's looking at.
It is. He doesn't need them to, of course, because he could take one to left centre. Ooh, well, he's going to need it now.
Might not be too bad, actually.
No, the yellow's rolled a bit further away from the cue ball than I thought.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to end up really close. I'm surprised he played it like that, though. I thought he'd just drop on it, to be honest.
Dancing with the devil a bit there,
Yeah,
isn't he? Where he didn't need to.
Bit unnecessary. Well, he's actually missed that by quite a way, because if you keep it close to the rail, that was a decent-sized pocket.
Yeah, big pocket with that red there, definitely. He's still looking very good from where he is now, though.
I'm sure he'd appreciate you saying that, mate.
Yeah, I meant on the table, but you know, he's a good-looking chap as well, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's got quite a unique sense of style, hasn't he?
Yeah, he loves the pink, doesn't he?
Yeah. Bit like you, I've heard.
Well, my top was orange.
I think salmon.
Ah, okay. Salmon's more pink than it is orange, isn't it?
I should explain. We were sat together at breakfast and someone complimented Liam on his lovely pink shirt.
Well, they said pretty in pink. I didn't think I was wearing pink, but at least I'm pretty.
Yeah, we've got some colourblind pool fans in, perhaps.
Well, it's not good when there's colours on the table, is there?
No. So, Wade Morley just trying to cement his advantage in this frame with this shot. Hasn't left Clint anything easy there. I think Clint was hoping that cue ball would roll forward a bit more and he'd have a chance to pot the red and just try and dislodge something in this situation.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, a frame that they both had chances in, Clint at the start and then Wade a little bit later on, it's gone really scrappy all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lovely little shot, actually. Really hampered cueing. I think that's the best Clint could have done with the cue ball. You're right, though. You'd have expected one of them to take out that initial chance.
Yeah.
Particularly Wade, I'd say. Wade had quite an easy chance.
He had the easier of the two, definitely. He didn't miss them against me earlier.
Maybe you need to change your name to World Champion.
Yeah.
Or just win a World Championship.
Oh, yeah. It's easy enough, isn't it?
So I've heard. Can Clint take the pocket here? Can, you know. And now, is Clint Jansen now favourite for this frame? That red hasn't quite covered the whole pocket.
I think Wade can just leave him that red by the pocket a couple of times in a row here. And Clint's got to then come off a cushion rather than just potting it, I think. So yeah, as he's played there, I think Clint might be able to play it once or twice just to avoid potting it, but Wade will just leave him in the same place.
Yeah, this is delicate, that's for sure.
'Cause he doesn't want to pot it either, because then Wade's massive favourite for the frame again. It's a clever little shot from Wade. I think shots like that go unnoticed, don't they, really? You look at the highlight reel shots.
Oh, hello.
I don't think he's played it like that at all.
I mean, but if he hasn't, what was he playing? Because he was definitely playing off the jaws.
Well, I think he's just played for an area, hasn't he? I think it's just worked out very well.
Had to hit a cushion afterwards, though, so I think that's a good shot. I think we'll give Clint the benefit there. Same again this time. Easier this time if he wants to go cushion first.
Yeah, I think he's got the snooker, so I think it is easier too. Yeah.
It's actually, Wade didn't want the snooker there.
Yeah, just wants him to see an edge.
Now, of course, Clint doesn't have to hit a rail after contact.
Yeah, that's a very good hit as well.
Just wonder. He's landed now in the gap between red and black, where he can see quite a nice angle on that yellow to the middle. He may not get a better chance to attack the situation than this.
Play it with lots of top right, I think.
This is a good effort. It's a great effort.
It's a very good shot.
It's a lovely shot.
Again, it's still very fiddly from here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it may be worth not going game. Just sliding into that yellow he's closest to. As long as he hits a cushion, he's going to leave Clint absolutely nothing.
Yeah. You could play the pot and try and go into the reds, and that disturbs the other. Yeah. But there was never a guarantee landing on a ball.
For me, that was an unnecessary risk.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think he had to go for that there. And the angle he's landed on the pot to middle is awful. He's going to have to take this yellow long. He's bridging over the yellow that he's closest to somewhat. It's not so bad. He can get to the centre of the cue ball.
It's very early in the match, but it might be a big shot, this.
Missed it. Oh, and in off. That's disaster.
Free shot, 1 visit.
Didn't feel like he cued that quite properly, to be honest.
No, I don't think he needed to stun it either, really.
No, well,
that's
what I mean.
To drop it in.
I think it was a bit jabby. I think maybe he was trying to screw it back and just hasn't quite got that connection. Cueing down off the rail, maybe a bit of air on the cue ball.
Yeah.
You know, turned a sort of screw into a stun. Slightly under hit there from Clint, but has the option to take this red long if he wants to. Again, just fractionally over, but
shouldn't be a problem.
Nope. And it's not confidently dispatched, the 8 ball.
Right.
A slight roll of the eyes from Wade Morley as that hit the back of the pocket. But it's 1-all. And I think Clint will be feeling a lot more comfortable now. I think 2-0 down, he might have just started to fear the worst.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely feel better out of the 2 players. Especially with Wade having a good chance there, and obviously with Wade reverse dish in the first frame.
Here is that marathon match between Liam Dunster and Anthony Monarch. It is 6-5 to the Scotsman. But he appears to have Liam in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah.
He obviously can't pot this. Did you feel like he would have done by now?
Yeah, I think he'd just like to leave the white just to the right of the yellow as you see it.
Centre answer to break. Scores tied, 1 frame all.
Don't know if he can. I mean,
Yeah.
Cushion first, I suppose. Well, Clint has just broken off here in frame number 3. What a break this was. Let's take another look, or a first look for the viewers at home, because we were keeping an eye on Liam Dunster. He's absolutely leathered them. What a horrible leave.
He's very unfortunate there. He's crunched that break.
I think the red is closest 2 passes to the centre, so it's one of those you've got to jack up on.
Yeah. Still not a nice first shot after hitting a break so well, is it?
No, I don't think he fancies it. I think that's quite clever play from Clint there, because he's just decided to tie the frame up, basically, but he has left an opportunity for Wade. I think he needs to develop that yellow, though. I don't think you could get the cue ball into such a position where you could pot that cleanly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Wade now in full control of the frame.
Clint's got a big target there to aim for, but he just doesn't want to move anything to get that.
He definitely doesn't want to move
yellow
that
out
red
as well.
closest to the yellow, does he? So that's why he's playing.
That's why he's played that one, yeah.
It's a little bit cat and mouse now as we wait to see how long Clint can stem the tide for and how long it takes, how patient Wade Morley is, I suppose.
Yeah, you'd love to go into it, but there's no guarantee you're going to come out really nice on it.
Going for it now. This is a...
Yeah, exactly like that.
That's
a bit unfortunate.
That is harsh. Because if you catch the red there, which I think is what he was
Yeah.
trying to do, then you finish plumb. But to find the potting angle, I think is a bit brutal, to be honest, without touching the red.
Yeah.
But you almost couldn't have played that shot if you were straight on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you see enough of this yellow at the bottom of the table to pot it? No, is the answer.
I don't think that's a 3-ball plant into the top right.
As
we look.
It's one of those where it might be makeable, but you'd have to have the cue ball right on the side cushion
Yeah.
above the middle pocket somewhere. You certainly can't get it from here. Maybe cushion first into it, might find it.
Yeah, so...
Bit of frustration there from Clint, I think.
Yeah, well, Wade's played a good shot to leave him where he has, and he hasn't left Clint much, so... I think Wade deserves this chance after going into that yellow and red as well.
Yeah, I thought he was desperately unlucky to finish the way he did. Oh, has he fluked it? He has not fluked it. He has not left anything either.
Yeah.
But that was a bit of a wild swing of the cue.
Yeah, he just didn't seem to control that at all either. I think he hit it a bit too hard.
I wonder about this 3-ball plant if you come off the cushion first. Well,
yeah, he's just played.
He's fluked one. He's fluked one. Oh, he's fluked one. The hand of apology goes up.
It's not the nicest outcome either, to be honest.
No.
If that red doesn't come over, he's on the red into the middle. But I think it's just blocked it.
I think so too. He's got a long red, but again, how do you get on the next one from this? It's
yeah, I think he's got a long red or a double, but I think it's the long red. Oh, it's a great shot, that is.
Wow, what a piece of cueing. That is a tremendous effort. And there we can see the defeated Anthony Monarch and the victorious Liam Dunster, who works his way through yet another game on the IPA. It took a long time to get through that match, let me tell you. But
you say work his way. I think you mean grind his way.
Grind, very much so, yes. Yes. Very much a player capable of grinding down his opponents. But fair play to Anthony, because that is that's a good result, really.
Yeah, good tournament for Anthony. Obviously beating Marshy and then narrowly losing out to Liam Dunster there.
Yeah, definitely one to watch for the future, I suspect. You've got to have some talent just to be able to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. Odd frame, this. Not the sort of frame you see very often.
Yeah. Again, I think I think Clint's going to be feeling very good about himself here after, because it's a frame he definitely should not have won.
I mean, Clint will be feeling a little bit blessed, I suspect, because he's had a couple of strokes of luck in this. Firstly, is Wade playing a pretty dreadful shot there, and then this, which just hit them basically and fluked one in the middle. I mean, he was literally playing for the fluke there.
Yeah, but
so I suppose when you get it, you know, does that make it a good shot?
No.
Don't hold back. Tell us how you
No.
really feel.
Yeah, exactly. But in all fairness to Clint, he took that that ball up into the top right hand corner, and that was a fantastic one ball pot. And that shot won him the frame, didn't it?
Yeah, well, that's it. And it was a terrific shot.
Yeah,
as well.
Controlled it very well.
Clint is looking very good here.
I think it's the first frame where Clint's actually had all of the balls there for him.
Yep.
Rather than having to lash out like he did in the last frame.
Yeah, it's so rare that you see any top professional play
Yeah.
a shot like that, but sometimes you just don't have any options. Yeah, pinpoint once again from Clint. And well, a man that's in quite dangerous form, really, I would say. You know, semi-final last night and only losing to the absolute majesty that is Mark Boyle at the moment.
Yeah, you could tell by that last frame. Obviously, I think he lashed out twice. It might be maybe a little bit of frustration because he's playing so well. But yeah, obviously he lost out to Mark last night.
Well, I mean, I reckon in that particular frame he was annoyed at A, how he ended up from the break.
Yeah.
And B, possibly his first shot, because it looked like he was trying to tie the game up. But actually, all he did was really just left the best colour set for Wade.
Yeah.
So what initially looked like an okay shot turned out to be pretty rubbish, and I think that might have been entering his mind as well.
He's took these very well, though. Never really ran out of position at all.
No, that's a good clearance, one you'd expect him to make, but Clint Jansen leads by 3 frames to 1. It's been good stuff so far from Clint. I think Wade will be disappointed he hasn't kicked on, because he's definitely had chances.
Yeah, I think Wade will be sitting in his chair thinking he should be the one possibly 3-1 up. Sometimes it's not a good thing, knowing that you should be winning, and then you might put extra pressure on yourself for no reason.
Yeah.
Because you should be the one winning, and instead you're behind.
Well, there's a scoreline for you. Scott Anderson, he doesn't look entirely happy in that chair. 3-0 down to Mark Boyle. What a horrible looking table that is.
Jansen's break, leading 3 frames to 1. Time running.
Yeah, pick the bones out of those. Tell you what, there's been a lot of talk this weekend about the cut break. But that just proves you could do it on the front ball as well.
Yeah,
What a
definitely.
split this is.
That's again Clint's. He broke really well in his last break. Landed a bit unfortunate, didn't he?
Yeah,
Not
nearly
landing on
did
a
this
ball.
time too.
Yeah.
Just about landing on that.
But the yellows are all there for him again.
Yep. I think he's overdone that slightly. I suspected he wanted to land. Perhaps
Yeah.
run into the red and land on the yellow under the black.
Yeah, I think that's the only awkward ball. It's not really an awkward pot. as you say, but it's just it's trying to land on it nicely.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if he could have... I think he was probably trying to hit that red full ball, because then he's perfectly on that ball, and it's easy from there. Now, he's had to reroute. And, may well end up looking for a similar sort of angle, or a similar sort of shot where he uses that red, because he's in such a nice position.
I think he might just leave that yellow to his last ball, because he doesn't have to do much to get onto the black. He can play it into the left centre. He could screw on and off a cushion, leave it in a corner. I think that's definitely his last ball.
Again, I think just fractionally short pace on that last one as well. I think he would have preferred to have taken the one in the corner first. This is now a big shot, and it's not easy. And he's played that about as safe as he could, I think.
Yeah.
Just made sure he's got a shot.
Yeah, I think he stuns off the right cushion here and maybe tries to leave the black in the left centre. Yeah, and he's played that very well.
Nice piece of cueing from Clint Jansen. And he leads 4-1. It's well, it's rapid fire at the moment, isn't it, Liam?
Yeah, definitely. A man you don't want to be playing at the moment, Clint, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure he's the draw anyone ever wants, really.
Yeah, of course not.
But yeah, he's just so solid. He really hasn't. He's put 1 foot wrong in this match so far, and even then, that was sort of down to an unlucky break, really.
Yeah. I don't think there was much he could have done. I think he had that ball into the centre, but there's no guarantee he'd be on a ball or anything like that. He played the containing shot.
Trailing 4 frames to 1. Time running.
And he ended up winning that frame anyway after playing a very good ball.
Oh, where's the 8 ball? Is it in? Not quite. It's not bad. It's not bad on yellows, this. I don't know if there's an easy pocket for the yellow, sort of to the top left of the cue ball.
Extension, please.
Sort of 11 o'clock, if you like.
Yeah.
But then if you clear the 2 to the bottom right first, then there's your pocket, I suppose.
Interesting, actually, because Wade played the cup break against me earlier, and he went front ball there. So do you reckon Clint's changed his mind to go to the front ball?
Could have done. Could well have done.
Seeing how well Clint's breaking off. Obviously, Wade's hit them very well too, and he's got a very good chance here. But he played the cup break against me this morning, and yeah, he broke like God. So
fair enough. Oh, this is close. That's a bit of an error. Wanted to avoid that red. Should still be okay, but it's a tricky cut back into the centre pocket now.
yeah, I think I prefer the middle yellow of the 3 into the top right corner first, if it does go.
Don't know if it does. It's tight, isn't it?
'Cause this is a very touchy shot. Yeah, he's played that as good as I think he could have.
Yep. And the cue ball's just held up in time. Another inch and he's on nothing.
Yeah.
It's amazing how one slightly slack shot can put you this much. You know, he's really chasing this finish now.
Ooh, that wiped its feet as well.
It did, and he's not in perfect position here either. think the good thing there was, as long as he made the pot, he was always going to have some kind of a shot on this
Yeah.
yellow.
I don't think you'd play for a difficult. If you're playing well, you land straight, or you. I think he might have underhit that slightly as well.
Yeah, and he's missed it. He's missed it. And the pressure now. The thing is, if Clint had missed and left Wade that shot,
yeah,
I think he'd probably get it more often than not.
Yeah, it's the fact he's left himself there, isn't it?
Yeah. It's almost that frustration of putting yourself in that situation. You know, it was 3 or 4 shots earlier that actually put him there, really.
And I think shots like that as well, you're behind, you've left yourself awkward. You've also got Clint Jansen breathing down your neck, ready to come back to the table. Don't think it helps.
No, God, no. An interesting little safety shot there from Clint. I suppose he didn't feel like he had anything better on, but for me, he left Wade quite a good chance there to get out of the snooker and pot that.
I think these are there now, but it's this first shot, I think.
I think with the first shot, if he can come all the way down table and get on the one on the bottom rail,
yeah,
then
I think that's what he's playing.
It's
it looks a bit
frame over if he gets nicely.
I thought that was going to be a bit under, but it's carried on running.
Yeah,
he's actually perfect.
Yeah, it's
fairly routine from here now.
Beginning to look like 5-1 and
just wants to land high enough on the one in the left centre.
Is that okay? It's slightly low, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think he'd like to be straight on it to then play the one on the left-hand side.
It could possibly screw into the bottom side of that red. Yep, it's like that.
I think I like the idea of leaving this to the last ball now, the one on the left-hand side. I don't think he is.
No, I don't think so either.
So you have to do it. It's basically the same as leaving it as the last ball.
Yeah.
Because all you have to do is pot it.
Well, he is doing. I didn't realise that red passed the yellow. It doesn't look like it does from here, but look at that.
Yeah. Is that perfect or is that perfect?
I think it might be.
Yeah.
Just perhaps grazed the near knuckle there with that red. No dramas, and Clint Jansen extends his lead to 4 frames. It's 5-1 now in a race to 7. Wade Morley, he's really under it here.
Yeah, it's
through his own fault to be.
Yeah, say it's a shame for
honest.
Wade really, because he's had his chances in this match too, and Clint's just been very, very clinical.
Well, have we just seen a dry break from Mark Boyle? Tail end of? I think we might have done.
Wow.
And Scott Anderson just about keeping in touch there, 4-1. If he could take these out, that starts to add a very different complexion to that game over on table 2. Nice first shot as well there from Scott. It's opened everything.
Yeah, they look all there, don't they?
They do now, that's for sure.
Especially it's a very good frame to take, especially on the Boyle break. It's
And
not often you get a chance on the Boyle break, is it?
just coming into the foreground there, Liam Dunster back in action against the current amateur number 1, Cian Monaghan. No easy draws for Liam here, really, are there?
No, not at all. And he's come up against 2 amateurs in a row, but they're very capable amateurs, aren't they? They're not any slouches.
I mean, that he's only come up against them because of the results those amateurs have
definitely.
had. So, as you said, Anthony beating Craig Marsh.
We all know how good Cian is as well.
Yes, absolutely. onto this frame. Just the yellow below the cue ball is a bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it only goes really into the right centre and the top right corner as we look.
Yeah, and it's tough to land on it to the right centre as well, because you've got the 8 ball and the red just sort of blocking the path. You can see him pointing his cue there.
I think
it's quite a narrow window, that.
Yeah. I don't know if you'd like to leave that to the last ball just to try and drop it in, but it looks like he's playing on it now.
Well, ooh, this isn't great. That's not great at all.
He's not on that.
He's not on anything. I mean, if he is on anything, he's on a cut. That yellow might cut to the top right.
Yeah. I think that's the only thing he's got on really in terms of a pot, but I can't really see a safety on either, so I think that's his only option.
Oh, it's in. What a recovery.
Such a good pot.
How's the position? It's absolutely nowhere. Total snooker called. So it'll be off the back of the bottom rail and get this yellow moving, I think.
It's coming off the side.
Interesting.
Oh, it's a very good hit.
It is a good hit. A good effort. I thought he was going to get it for a second.
Yeah.
But the thing, if he was trying to cut that, I don't think it actually had the pace.
No, I think he might have just not far off as he's played it here. Maybe a bit more full in the face to bump the yellow out a little bit more.
I mean, it makes a certain amount of sense because Wade's got the red over on the right hand side of the table, which is in the worst place you can put a ball on a pool table.
It's a pretty good shot that is actually from Wade.
Yeah.
Because he's got that red over the right centre just to easily land on his toughest red on the table.
We've seen Clint have a go, and this time the hit and hope has not worked out for the Englishman.
3 shot, 1 visit. Time running.
Perfect chance then for Wade Morley to get himself back in the match. You feel like he might not get a better one.
No, not at all. And I think these have got to go.
I couldn't agree more.
Although it's a not say a routine finish, but a finish you definitely expect someone of Wade's quality to get. There's just that extra bit of pressure because he really needs this frame.
It's a good shot. Landed on the red, adjacent to the yellow. I always think it's slightly awkward as well when your last ball is one that's covering the pocket that you need for the 8 ball as well.
Yeah.
So you've kind of got to pod it and get back round. If you leave the wrong angle, sometimes that can be quite tricky, even though the ball is a fairly easy ball to make.
I think you'd like to. I think the key, no matter how. I think you just like to be close to it.
Yeah.
If you're far away and you're straight or got an angle, it's just that extra bit of work. Well, extra bit of cueing, sorry.
Yeah, if you're close to it, you've got that level of control.
Yeah, you can manoeuvre it how, like, I don't like the distance there. It requires a lot more than what he should have had to do.
So, do you think he'll be screwing this back now?
It depends what mood he's in too, because he's been struggling. I think he'd just like a shot at the black.
Yeah.
But maybe the...
I mean, if you drag this in and drop it in straight, it would be a straight black to the top right.
Yeah. It looks like he's pumping it in now. No, he's giving himself an option. But I don't think...
Does it go to
ideal.
the centre? I don't think it does. It might go half a pocket.
I don't think that's what he would have been playing for, though.
No, doesn't look like it. He's missed a couple like this so far in the match. He's got this one,
Yeah,
nailed
that's
it.
a very good shot. And it was a frame he needed to win that too.
Yep. Yeah, 6-1 down, you're not coming back. Just, you know, we can talk comebacks as much as you like, but 6-1 to Clint, I don't think.
Yeah, he's just letting him know he is still there. I think that was off the Clint break too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Clint's been breaking really well, so it's a nice one to get.
Oh, Kean. Oh, that's... I didn't think that red was going to drop for a second there in the foreground of our shot. But, Kean Monaghan there.
Oh, he's overcut it.
That's a pretty poor shot, to be honest, as well, because they're not under a shot clock on the outer tables.
Yeah, it sort of looks like he has just been rushed into that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Not that he has been rushed into it.
No,
he's
absolutely
just
not.
rushed into it himself.
Yep. You can't give away frames like that to Liam Dunster.
Yeah. And although Kean's very young, he's very experienced for his age too. So
He's been around the block.
Yeah, he should know stuff like that. There you go. He's gone back to the cut break. Oh, it's
dry. I mean, how nothing's gone in there is beyond me, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think he'll mind it with the way the balls have turned out.
No, it's... I think if you had a red to start with, I think reds might be the colour. There's obviously the awkward red in balk, but then the yellow's awkward too. So, I mean, you can see his plan here.
Yeah, there is a pattern here.
The plant is the next shot. This is where you've got to be a bit careful with the pace of the shot, not to push the
yellow behind the red.
Yeah.
You might play it in a way as like a shot to nothing. Yeah. Because the yellow at the top end of the table might pass into the top left. Yeah, that's what he's looking at now.
So, what he's got to do now then is screw back, but not too far, because if he screws back too far, he's flirting with that black. So he's going to leave that yellow in the middle of the table to the top left. He's only just held that up in time.
Yeah, I think he might have been playing for that one to get onto the one at the top of the table.
Yeah, he wanted to be low. Yeah, he wanted to be low on that yellow.
That yellow looks fairly tight into the right centre as well. Doesn't look as easy as it might look at first glance.
No, it doesn't look like one you can necessarily punch in to get down the table for that last yellow. So it's gone slightly awry here for Clint. I think he might even be just slightly the wrong side of the yellow he's on.
Yeah. You maybe try and top it through and leave a potential double on the one by the red. Problem with doing that is you're leaving Wade all of his balls there, aren't you? I think that's what he might be looking at. Or he might be just trying to just nestle the white behind the red and open his yellow up.
That's a risky shot, because Wade would have so many safe options on the
Yeah,
table.
definitely. Are you playing the double here?
I don't, it kind of depends how that middle pocket is. Obviously, Clint doesn't fancy that middle pocket, so...
Yeah, he's gone for it, and he's got it.
That's a superb shot. That's that could be a match winner, actually, because if he doesn't get those, then Wade's not missing the reds he's going to leave.
To finish, that was there, but it wasn't really there either.
It's a great recovery, I think, is what it is, because, you know, that shot that he overscrewed by a good 6 to 8 inches. If he leaves himself an angle there, you can see him quite comfortably dropping down on that yellow we mentioned to the top left. Leaving the double, that was tricky.
Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic effort, though. And Mark Boyle inching closer to another quarter-final. Scott Anderson doing his best to hold him up. 5-2 in that one, with Scott at the table and looking reasonably good on reds. Not sure how that shot's turned out.
Doesn't look the best from here.
Yeah, he doesn't look entirely happy with that.
Scott doesn't look entirely happy ever.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Ty Hansen to break. Leading 6 frames
He's a
to
funny
2.
character,
Time
Scott,
running.
because he could just be joking with you, but he's so dry, you don't know he is. You
Yeah,
just think he's so serious.
Yes. Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Again, he's just a really nice guy too.
Yeah,
but
he's a lovely fella.
But you don't know when he, you don't know what the difference between when he's joking and not.
One of the last balls rolling was what's kept Wade Morley sat in his seat in frame number 9. And it's a couple of good shots here, and it's curtains for Wade.
Yeah, it's another good break again from Clint, isn't it? He seemed to have had that break mastered this weekend, hasn't he?
The winner of Clint and Wade will face Eddie Roberts. I'm not going to say your brother, Liam.
Oh, thank you.
Cousin, perhaps?
Potentially.
I mean, you never know.
Maybe down the line.
You never know, yeah. Eddie, a player that you know reasonably well?
Yeah, but had a knock with him and stuff before. He's a really nice guy, but he's just as good as a player too.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's having a great weekend, isn't he?
Amateur finalist this morning, of course. Yep.
He didn't seem to get much of a chance against Lee either. I
Lee
don't remember him doing much wrong.
That was possibly the performance of the whole weekend from Lee Shepherd
Yeah.
for me. You know, I think Lee Shepherd missed one ball in the first frame, or ran out of position once in the first frame, and that was basically it.
Yeah.
It was as good a performance as I've seen. And I really hope we see him on the tour next season as a professional, because he's definitely got the ranking points for it now.
Well, especially after a good run here in the Open as well.
Yeah, well, that's it, and that's what I was going to say, because of course both of those players have had great runs in the amateur, but also in the Open.
Not sure if this is Eddie's first event of the year, but I know if he doesn't qualify to become pro, I know he's playing on it next year, regardless anyway.
Has Clint got lucky there? Because that was he didn't have the position to get on that last yellow.
I think he may have left a double again.
A double? Or, I mean, could he swerve it? Cut it down the rail?
Doesn't look like he's putting any side on it.
Nope.
Wow.
Left the double. He's caught that too thin, and he's in off. So Wade Morley will get one more visit to the table.
After the way he's played, it's a poor effort, that, considering some of the shots he's pulled out in this match already.
Yeah. It's... You hasten to say it about a player like Clint, but it's the shot of someone who's 6'2" up.
Yeah. I'm allowed to say that too, because I'm the commentator. If I was next to him, I would not be saying, that's a poor shot, mate.
Yeah, the last 16 draw is unfolding. This is the last match in the last 32. So we do have one quarter-finalist already. Rob Stephen is through to a quarter-final. He will face the winner of our next stream match, which is going to be Dean Shields versus Corey Reese. Just let Wade...
It's a good matchup, that, isn't it?
Mop these reds up. Yeah, it's... I mean, Dean, obviously, again, having a fantastic weekend. Corey, not so much.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because we all know what Corey can do as well. Multiple event winner and stuff, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the Champions Cup, I think, is probably his best achievement, but he's had a few tour titles too.
Like we said, though, with Dean, we said it the other day when I was here. It sounds so horrible to say, but he's that nearly man, isn't he?
Always the bridesmaid, I think, was his words.
And it's not nice for someone like Dean, because he's pushing to the latter events of nearly every competition he's going into.
Yeah. He'll get there. He will get there.
it'll be scary when he gets there as well, because I think he'll be hard to stop then.
Well, the man who is hard to stop is Clint Hansen, but Wade Morley is hanging in there and doing his best. Arguably, all three of the hardest men in pool, in my opinion, to stop are in that room at the moment. You've got Mark Boyle over there in the far corner, Liam Dunster on table 1, and of course Clint on the TV table.
Yeah.
No disrespect to anyone else, but for me, they're the top 3 right now.
It's hard to disagree. As you say, you've got them, and then you've also you've got someone like Ross Fernie, who's gone pretty, I think you could say pretty unnoticed this weekend. He's been hiding kind of thing, although he's still in the, playing against Jason Hill.
Well, we keep nattering about that because the 8 ball has gone in off the break so many times this weekend. I'm wondering if there's a magnet in a pocket somewhere. That's got to be 10 now on the TV table. So let's take a further look at that last 16 draw for a minute. So Mark Boyle, Scott Anderson, that's still at 5. Oh, it's at 6-2 now, I say, to Mark. So he's likely to go through. He will face the winner of Jason Hill and Ross Fernie, who are there on table 3. And then, well, the next sort of quarter of the draw is interesting because Liam Dunster is the only professional player in it still. So you've got Joe Reynolds versus Darren Cook, and the winner of that will take on Kean there and Liam. Or Liam, I should say. I mean, it's a terrific run for all these players, really, isn't it?
I know Darren from playing him last year, actually here in the Isle of Man, and he was really steady. But I've never really seen Joe before. But I know he had Adam Griffiths, who obviously he's a pro, and obviously not going to be an easy player to beat. And I think before he beat Adam Griffiths, I think he beat Gareth Hibbert as well, who
yes, he did. He did. We actually watched the last black going, I believe, on the stream earlier. So clearly some talent there, but I mean,
definitely
there are seeds dropping really everywhere in this competition. It's a bit of a bloodbath, to be honest, for the pros. Apart from the 3 that we mentioned. Yeah, I mean, we've still got Rob Stephen, Dean Shields, Corey Rees, Mark Boyle, probably. There'll be another pro. So the top half of the draw will all be professional players at the quarter stage. But the bottom half of the draw is much more wide open. You've only really got Liam Dunster, Gav Robinson, and the winner of this in there.
It's hard to say a favourite, isn't there, at this stage?
I think I think the favourite's Boyle. I think he has to be.
Yeah.
He's been unbelievable this weekend and the last few tournaments. His record has just been.
He's definitely the man at the moment, isn't he? But
Yes.
I don't think you can. Don't think you can look past Clint here either, because obviously he's played a couple of slack shots in this match, but that's probably the most he's played in a match all weekend, isn't it?
Quite possibly, yeah. Yeah, definitely one of the form players, but Wade is still here.
Yeah.
He's still kicking. Is Wade Morley. I think he's underdone that slightly.
I think he might just have to top this through and leave a thin cut and the 8 ball into the right centre.
Yep. This could have been a lot easier, though.
Yeah. It's not nice keeping off the cushion when you've got to cue it properly as well. You've got to play it with a lot of top.
Just about enough. Just about enough. He's nearly underdone that.
Yeah, he's got to. I think he's got to play this a lot thinner than what he would have liked to.
He just took his medicine there, really, didn't he? Oh, Wade. Well, the in-off wasn't there if he got the potting angle.
Yeah.
It was thin, but he's sort of leathered that a bit as well. I didn't think he needed necessarily to play it that hard.
Yeah, I think when you've got a ball that's thin, I think you feel just a bit more comfortable hitting it harder. But yeah, as you say, he didn't really need to there. And I think it was I think what let him down was 3 shots before, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. The one, you know, you can make an argument that the one queuing off the rail, he just made sure of the pot and made sure that he had a shot on the black, and you can understand that. But
I think that's been a story of Wade this match. He's been chasing finishes in terms of potting a ball and slightly running out, and then just kept on going and going.
I think it's the story of most people's weekends, to be honest, is the odd careless shot here and there.
Yeah.
And that really is the difference between the players at times. Make no mistake, though. Well, Clinton hasn't really.
No, not at all.
Not much.
I think, obviously, if Clint takes these last 2 balls, 7-3, I think he definitely deserves a 7-3. But it definitely could have been closer as well.
100%. Yeah, and it's 7-3. Clint Ianson moves through to the last 16 of the IPA Open Grand Finals here in the Isle of Man. And solid performance there, Liam.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think he didn't really do much wrong. I think he maybe ran out of position once or twice, but it was just a standard game, I think, for Clint. And although Wade had chances, he didn't really look in the match. I think if he took a couple of those chances he did have.
I mean, that's the ultimately it, isn't it? It's a 7-3 scoreline, but Wade's had at least 2 good chances that he should have taken, and then that's 5-all.
Yeah.
So that is the difference in the scoreline. Now, what we'll do now is hand over to the studio where Clint Ianson is going to tell us all about that match.
Thanks, Dan, and here I am with Clint Ianson, the latest winner of that previous match. Clint, not the best of play there from yourself, but you've got to be pleased to get over the line because Wade Morley, a tricky opponent.
Yeah, Wade's a banana skin, so yeah, I know there was a couple of frames where I ran out of position a little bit. Really, can't really remember missing too many pots. It was just couldn't get the white where I wanted it. We played in the other room. Tables play slightly different to these ones in this room, so just needed to adjust and got over the line. So just happy, really.
An early part of that match, I was watching just at the back there, and you think you had a little bit more rub of the green than what Wade did at the start?
Certainly did in that 3rd frame.
Yeah.
I think it was the 3rd frame.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I couldn't see a shot. I couldn't see any kind of shot, so I just thought, give myself a chance of doing something. Just so I've hit the balls hard, and fortunately I've potted one and cleared up. But I couldn't see any kind of shot, so I just thought that was probably the right shot to do.
And a little bit about yourself yesterday. You didn't really do too much wrong in that semi-final. Have you been a bit critical of the way that you played yesterday, or is it just one that you just got to take on the chin and move on?
No, I thought I played really well, to be honest. I just think Mark broke better than me, which he breaks better than most people, to be fair.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was a good game. To be honest, I thought I probably deserved to win the match, but because he breaks so well, it's just one of them things.
And how do you think your break's going so far for this competition today? You won a player that sometimes swaps from the cup break to the head break, but you think that the head-on break's probably a better choice for you at the moment?
Yeah, I've been sticking with the head-on break. It's not been working great for me today, but I'm just going to stick with it, I think, and just hopefully it pulls me through and gets me some balls off the break. And to be fair, if I'm potting off my break and I've got a first shot, I'm pretty much clearing up. So just That's all I can do, really.
Yeah, well, you're in the next round. Hopefully, for all your fans at home, hopefully your break does start working, and if it does, who knows, we could be in the final later on tonight.
That's the plan.
All right then, Clint. Well, thanks very much indeed, and that's Clint Ironsley safely through to the next round, and we're going to go over to the commentary box, and we'll get this next match on. It's going to be Dean Shields against Corey Rees.
Dean Shields versus Corey Rees, as Mark Pickworth said. An interesting game. Corey, I mean, both of these players had their breakthrough years sort of in the last couple of seasons, but Dean yet to get a title under the belt. He was looking for his first one last night in the professional final, and he's now looking for it again here in the Open. Look at that. So the two players are just lagging up. There's the results so far on the streaming table today. And so there is Corey Rees, looking uncomfortable as ever. A fidgety player, by his own admission. Always toying around with his shirt. And Dean Shields looking decidedly more comfortable in a rather fetching pink and grey number. The senior referee will take charge of this match. Scott McMillan there. Lovely view of the top of his head, racking up the balls. Our first streamed last 16 match of the day.
First frame, Corey Rees to break. Time running.
He's between the number 5 ranked Corey Rees and the number 9 ranked Dean Shields. Dean on your left, Corey on your right. Time to get the action started. And Corey Rees is starting as he means to go on with the break. That's a wonderful hit. Possibly got the cue ball a bit closer to the side rail than he'd like. Didn't miss the centre pocket by very much. To be honest, the cue ball's gone in a slightly awkward position here. A very thin cut back if he chooses to go yellows, which you would prefer because there's less work to do. Or I think he's on the red to the left centre, so that would just leave the red over on the side to deal with. If he does go red, just the one problem to solve. Mark Boyle continuing his immense progress this weekend, having won the professional event last night. He is now safely through to the quarterfinals in this open event as well. He is on some run of form, is Mark. Corey here, just having a look at how he can deal with this red. He's going to play the red off the yellow, pot it in the corner. Not the easiest this, because he's cutting the red back slightly as well, and he's actually caught the yellow too thin. And Dean Shields jumps out of his chair like a whippet, and is already at the table studying this, the lay of the land. So, disappointment for Corey. We'll sit in his seat and think about this one for a little while Dean tries to make his way around these yellows. They're in pretty good shape, but he's missed he's missed a sitter. That is a really poor shot from Dean Shields. Digging at the cue ball slightly, but there didn't appear to be any danger with that one at all. And now it's Corey's turn to jump out of his seat after receiving an unexpected chance. But this is not easy. That red in the balk end is tricky to get on. You feel like he's just got to drop this red into the right centre and try and land as straight as possible on the red next to the black, so that he can just screw down into the area near those three yellows. It's all about the angle he leaves himself here. Now, is there enough? It's either... It looks a little bit in no man's land to me. Possibly not enough angle to screw to the side. Or to push off the one cushion, rather. Does he have too much angle, perhaps, to screw it back? I don't know. He's queuing up at it here. He's gone across. Lots of top right. That's a nice shot. Did have enough angle to play that shot. And now a slightly tricky cut up to the top left. Needs to be wary of the cue ball overrunning. He's just playing this with a bit of check side to hold it up. Nicely done. Chance to Corey to go 1-0 up, and he's taken it very nicely indeed. 1-0 to the Welshman. Dean will be annoyed because he was left a pretty easy table there, and did not make the most of it. Now, sitting down again next to me for the second match in a row, Liam Roberts. You've just done the typical pool players thing, taking a comfort break.
Yeah. Yeah, it was needed.
But we're back in business now. I know you watched the tail end of that frame. Did you see the end of it, or did you see the miss from Corey?
No, I didn't know.
You didn't?
From Corey?
Yeah, so Corey missed first. Right, yeah. Just to catch you up.
Thanks.
Oh.
Ooh, Ross has gone...
That was horrible.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. He screwed all the way in, up and down the table. That's... Yeah.
I think it's a thing that always happens, that as well. You know, when someone breaks off, your eyes gravitate towards that, doesn't it? Like, we both looked at that straight away.
100%. I don't know whether it's a sound thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Just the sound of a good break is something that just or a bad one, to be fair. It's something that just immediately draws the eye.
Hear a miscue straight away. Everyone looks, don't they?
Yeah, big time. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that here.
No, definitely not.
Dean Shields then breaking off, looking to put that miss in the previous frame to the back of his mind. And that will help. All off the break. It's not the easiest chance, but I think
he's a bit unfortunate here.
Yeah, I was going to say the yellows are okay.
The whites coming a bit further up the table, and it's been kissed by that red that's welded to the top rail now, as we can see it. It's left the white there.
I think he's forced into yellows, really. I mean, could he take the red below the balk line to the bottom left? Is that perhaps the shot? Because if you can go reds, you would.
Yeah.
But it's a tricky pot.
Yeah, it's one of them. I think Dean will be thinking in his mind, if he makes that, he's probably won the frame, and if he misses it, he's arguably lost the frame. It looks like he's taking on the double. And really, that didn't look very close.
Didn't threaten it, did it?
No. I think it's hard to... I think this is what we were saying before I played yesterday on the stream. Oh no, the day before, sorry. It's hard to judge doubles on this TV table, especially with a little bit of slide on it, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the cushions on this table are particularly slidey. And if you play anything at sort of... I don't know, if you play a sort of double at half pace, then you need to allow so much for that. It
so
almost
room,
makes it really, like, not possible, I think, at times. I think you've got to really punch a double in on these tables.
Yeah, if you try and drop a double in, it's a shot that you... I think the easy, but you don't practice it.
No.
You don't practice to drop a double in, and you're sort of playing to miss it, to allow the slide to happen.
But I think also because the slide kills the cue ball a little bit too.
Yeah.
It makes it harder because it's that sort of balance between pace and slide. If it's too slow, it won't make the pocket.
I think they're arguably the toughest, probably the toughest shots on this table. Just doubles.
Yeah. Do you find it difficult to adapt when you're playing on here?
I don't find it difficult playing on this, like, say on the TV table. But, I played earlier against Wade, and that's the second game I've had. So, coming from this to then go on to the another table, it weren't slidey. It weren't like it was just different conditions from what this table was like. I think that was probably harder to adapt than say adapting to this table, because this table it does play so well.
Yeah. That's sort of it's almost if you could stay on this table all day.
You would, yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
Right.
Fairly routine stuff here for Corey.
Yeah, he looks in really good touch, actually. Wouldn't say he'll be entirely happy with the way his weekend's gone, but still got the chance to make up for it here. I think he'll be disappointed with losing to Rich Swaffield yesterday. No disrespect to Rich, of course.
Well, he's at a fairly good weekend as well. Obviously, he ran fairly deep into the pro event, and he lost out earlier to Rob Stephen, didn't he?
I mean, Rich made the comeback of the tournament, definitely, being 6-2 down to Simon Ward. The boomerang got boomeranged.
Yeah.
That's a name I haven't seen much of, actually, this weekend, Simon Ward. I'm assuming he's had quite an early exit in the Open as well, because No, Simon actually withdrew in the Open, so I'm not entirely sure what's happened there. Either way, Corey Reese pushes the 8-ball in for a 2-0 lead. We are really getting down to the business end of this tournament now. Still only 2 quarter-finalists actually decided at the moment, and that's Rob Stephen and Mark Boyle. But there's a very Scottish feel to the action at the moment. Ross Fernie and Liam Dunster still both in the hat as well. And
Dunster actually losing 3-2 there to Cian on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yep.
And he looks like he's got a nice chance here to go 4-2 as well.
Dunster's been fighting his way through these matches. I mean, he's had amateurs all the way through. And yet 7-5 over Anthony Monarch, 7-4 over Tony Black, but both of those games were sort of 4-all, 5-all.
And they were fairly long matches as well.
Yeah, and then, I mean, he's had a 7-0 last night against Mark Harding. Didn't see any of that game, so hard to know what happened. But a 7-0 against Liam Dunster isn't necessarily disgraceful, to be honest. He can wipe the floor when he wants to. But yeah, I feel like Liam's doing it the hard way, and I just feel like sometimes he's just so hard to beat, and that's why he gets over the line so well.
I think that's probably the best way to put it. He is probably I think most pros would probably agree, he's probably the hardest player to play on the tour.
Yeah. Because he just doesn't give a... He really doesn't know when he's beaten, does he, Liam?
No, not at all.
Oh.
Yeah, you can see the look from a little pout of the lips there from Corey. You can, you know he's got away with that one.
Sorry, mate. Not really. He's not really sorry.
It's the sportsmanlike thing to do, isn't it, Dan?
Of course. I mean, this is such an awkward little
He's
area.
actually hit them again really well too, but just didn't look like anything was threatening a pocket there. He's overhit that.
Oh, by a mile, really. I don't know that he's left too much, but he's left a red. Yeah, I mean, it's really careless to leave Corey that red to go at, actually. Because it's a nice angle. You can see him there pointing his cue. He could go into it.
It's that red on the left-hand side of the table, isn't it? That's a problem ball there for Corey.
Big problem, actually. Because
he's tried to kiss the yellow there, I think.
It doesn't double either, that red, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's gone wrong straight away. I think he's tried to check the white there back into the yellow. Below the red, to open that red up a bit. And now that red's a problem there as well. She's got multiple problem reds on the table.
Oh, well, that was... He's almost gone in off. He's actually got quite lucky there, I think, because he's now left himself.
Fortunate.
Yeah, I mean, the open red near the balk line.
I actually think that's a very good outcome for Corey.
Yeah, it's
because he's left the angle to go into the yellow again by the red, and moving the black, he's now allowed the double to go.
Yep. Still difficult to get on the double.
I think he would have took that if he knew what the outcome was going into.
Oh yeah,
going into the black.
Absolutely. He does also have the opportunity to go into that red in a shot's time. If he can just screw this back and leave the right angle, it might be worth a go. Well, he's really jabbed at that, and he's underdone that by a long way, hasn't he? Unless he's going a different way. I expected him to come back and take this red into the bottom right.
Yeah, I think he'll still do that. It's just a much tougher shot than what he, I think, initially planned for.
It's thin, this, isn't it? Now.
you're not guaranteed to be on it nicely. I think you just want to catch the red thin there as he is pointing at it. Catch the red thin and then go into the yellow.
Thing is, if you do that, are you going to knock the red out far enough that it's any better?
I'm not too sure, really. I think you're guaranteed a shot on that red anyway. But you don't know how easy it's going to be until after this shot's played, will you?
Oh, that's disastrous. I don't think that's... So I think he's on the red to the top right.
Yeah, I don't think this is...
closest to, but he's covered what you would imagine the pocket he would want to play the next one in with the yellow.
I think this looks worse than it actually is. I think you can sort of play this red into the top right, maybe sort of screw it off of the left-hand cushion, play the red into the left-hand corner. Yeah, just like that.
There you go.
That's a great shot.
That is a great shot, and it's a great spot as well. Didn't look like he had the angle to do that for me, but Liam's celebrating that one. Terrific shot though, and it's going to be 3-0.
I'm not saying I would have been able to play it.
I think we both know that you would.
But yeah, that's a fantastic shot, and it'll be it's a good frame for Corey to win especially after that break, leaving Dean nothing. I think Dean will be not a very happy chappy after this black ball goes in.
No, Dean's going to feel like the world's against him at the moment, I think.
Yeah, because Corey...
But then it wasn't...
Arguably should have gone and went in off of the black as well, so I think Dean will be thinking the worst, that everything's against him, yeah.
True. But having said that, Dean's first shot in this frame, he overhit that little containing safety by such a long way. He shouldn't have given Corey a sniff at the reds.
No, not at all. Yeah, but that red into the top right. Although I said it weren't as bad as it looked, it was still a very difficult pot, and he made it look effortless for him.
Yeah. Yeah, superb stuff. Corey Rees now leading by 3 frames to 0. Just a few more scores for you. Jason Hill currently 3-2 up against Ross Fernie. There's Jason, just walking into the right of shot there. On the middle table in this room. Clint Jansen is 1-0 up against Eddie Roberts. Just about to break off in the second frame. Joe Reynolds and Darren Cook 3-all.
Oh, Dean's going to be feeling the worst here.
Yeah, that's...
He's crunched them. Look how many balls are at the top of the table. And just all you want is a ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see there.
There's the Dean Shields reaction shot we wanted. Just, what am I meant to do? I mean, and what are you meant to do when that doesn't generate a ball down?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he's caught them really sweet as well.
Options available. It's actually, they've clustered together so much that it's actually quite awkward despite how good the break was.
I think I like the look of reds here. But I think you've got to play the plant first shot if you're going reds.
Yeah, bridging over. This isn't the easiest plant ever. Nice shot that. That gets him on his worst ball straight away. He's landed a bit straight.
Yeah. I don't think the ball on the towards the top right corner. It's not as easy as it looks because obviously it goes into the top right pocket, but your white would be running towards that big cluster you see in the top left.
I think it might go top left as well. So, well, I don't know now.
Yeah, I think that's what I would have been playing for then. It does look like it goes into the top left.
Yeah, I think he could have pushed through there and then played it, but he knows better than us.
Yeah, who am I to judge Corey Reese?
Stephen Ellis there.
But actually the red just to the left of the balk line there, as you see it, the red will pot from there as well.
That's come out nicely.
Yeah, that's he's worked this very well actually.
Yeah, he has. I didn't see that shot. Gav Robinson, 3-2 up on Stephen Ellis, top left of your screen. Gav, another one in that nearly man category.
Yeah.
You know, in the Dean Shields.
Another guy I've also lost to this weekend.
So sorry to bring it up. I'm not.
I know you're not.
Oh,
wow, that's phenomenal. That's a great shot.
That is absolutely pinpoint. I mean, that is beautiful. Dean's in trouble here.
I think this frame will really hurt Dean as well after crunching that break.
Yeah.
And they weren't like they were all there for Corey. He did have to do a lot of work for this finish.
Oh, he's worked really hard. I mean, that previous shot was an absolutely phenomenal piece of cueing.
Yeah, although the Reds, they looked there. Yeah, there was a lot of work to do. Even the plant first shot, it wasn't the easiest shot. But he mapped his route and he's followed it and it's gone very much according to plan. So this 8 ball for 4-0 with his break next. Yeah, and that's a fabulous finish from Corey.
4-0 it is. Dean Shields can't really do anything right in this game, it seems. When he does get to the table, it doesn't quite work out his way. And when he doesn't get to the table, well, he doesn't get to the table. Let's take another look at that shot. I mean, that is just wonderful. He's absolutely threaded the needle there. He would have been okay if he'd flicked the red or something, but it just looked so sweet, didn't it? Getting through the gap and back again.
Yeah, I was just looking at a couple of the faces of the people watching. They were just shaking their heads going, how on earth has he just done that? That's sort of how we were looking at it as well.
Sorry, you just did what?
I think there was about a ball and a half worth of playroom there.
Yep.
And he's done it twice, in and out.
Exceptional from Corey. Worrying if your name is Dean Shields. Watches on with a slightly glum face as Corey breaks off in the 5th frame.
He didn't catch them very well, to be fair.
Nope.
But the split is lovely.
Dean.
And it does.
Up straight away.
It doesn't look like Dean's coming to the table with the easiest chances in the world. He's got a tough red that the white's closest to at the moment, and there's a yellow on the side rail on the left side, which isn't the easiest as well.
Could he possibly move that awkward yellow first shot? He's got the yellow to left centre. I just wonder if he can pinch enough pocket and generate enough angle to get into that.
Yeah, I think he can. I think he can play it with some
bit of top left.
Yeah, top left does to go into it. I think you're not guaranteed, but you'd be very unlucky not to be on a yellow. and that hasn't worked out.
No, he is on another yellow, but essentially he's made one bad ball into two there because it didn't catch the yellow nearly as thick as I suspect he wanted to.
Yeah, well, he clipped the yellow that's stuck to that red. He caught that ball first.
Yeah.
If he caught the yellow on the left-hand cushion first, he would have been well, I'm sure the outcome would have been a lot better than what it is now.
It's a good recovery. What's it left him? Does the yellow... Well, he can cut the yellow to the left of the cue ball. And if he does that, cushion first into the other yellow, he's bound to be on the yellow near the black spot.
Yeah, he would be, even if it came up table.
Taking this to the middle.
That's a very good shot.
Yes, it is.
Under the circumstances as well, he's 4-0 down. He probably hasn't done a lot wrong.
No, hardly anything really. I mean, he did miss a good chance in the first frame, and I think when you do that, you know, 1 becomes 2 becomes 3 so quickly in this game. But Dean's going to hang in there.
That's actually perfect. I think he'll just play this now with a bit of top left-hand side off of one rail. Try and come between the gap of the top yellow of the two and the red. I think he's just on that. Not as nice as he was hoping for, though.
No, it's pretty tight, isn't it?
There's still a bit of work to do here now. If that runs an extra 3-4 inches, it's a routine finish. And now he's got this tough yellow now for the frame.
Yeah. A tricky little one, easy to catch the near jaw on these. Not a lot of pocket to look at. But he's stroked that in really confidently, actually. I think there was a little fist bump there. Just a little low down one, away from the cameras, but I saw a little movement. Dean Shields on the board, still trailing by 3. 4-1 now to Corey, and Dean to break next. And if he hits them as well as he did with his last one, Liam, surely he won't go dry again.
You can't imagine so, but Dean might just feel that everything's against him at the moment, so you never know, do you? But it was nice to see him hit that last yellow with confidence despite being 4-0 down.
Yeah.
You can tend to just try and drop them in dead weight, which might be the safer option, but it might show you struggling a little bit too.
Still plenty of action happening in the last 16. There are matches still in the main room as well, but here in the professional / TV room, I suppose. Kia Monaghan leads Liam Dunster by 4 frames to 3. Jason Hill leading Ross Fernie by 4 frames to 2. And Clint Jansen there continuing his march for glory. 3-1 up against Eddie Roberts.
Ian and Jason were both at the table there too with good chances. So, oh wow. Look
you
at
are
that.
Joking.
And that's probably better than the last break he hit as well.
It's I mean, it's the passing of the Red Sea, isn't it? They're
yeah,
just,
look at them.
The yellows have gone one way,
side, yeah.
The reds have gone the other. Nothing's found a pocket.
A good white as well came straight back.
Yep. You can't hit them better. You can't allow for that. And Corey's got one semi-tricky start.
Yeah, it's just this first yellow, I think.
Yeah.
Makes this yellow. They're all there.
Yeah, I mean possibly the next one maybe is missable. Depending on the angle he leaves himself down the sort of half down the rail, isn't it? But I'm just picking now and
yeah,
trying to find some crumb of comfort for Dean Shields,
yeah.
because I feel for him there. There's 2 breaks in a row that he's absolutely smashed out of the park.
I think everyone watching it has got a feel for him at the moment.
Yeah. So, there's one. And then, I mean, if he can pop this and screw back into an area of
basically where he is now,
a quarter of the table, really, he's got to land in.
Anywhere where he is now, he's actually fine.
Yep. That'll do.
Yep, that's pretty ideal. Do you take the yellow into the top left corner here, or do you?
I'd be tempted to, just because he's landed so perfect on it.
Yeah.
I don't think that would have been his plan. I think when you're there, it just makes it a slightly easier route.
Yeah, because as it is now, it's the ball he's going for. It's kind of an irrelevant ball.
Yep. Exactly. It's not linking anything, is it?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Just, it's sort of slightly out of the way. Now he's into his work.
Yeah, now it's just ABC stuff, where that one was like Q.
Yeah. Easy as ABC, this finish. If he misses it now, it's your fault. You know that, right? You said it.
No comment.
I think you've missed the point of a commentator. Well, that's not the best shot in the world.
Yeah.
He looks really straight on this.
I think he's got a little angle. I think he's... Ooh, I wouldn't like to be playing that ball into the left centre, but
It's
I think
a
it's
massive
a massive
pocket.
yeah.
I don't think this was the intention.
Yeah.
I think he's played a pretty poor shot there, but the lay of the Reds has got him away. Probably let him get away with it.
Yeah, he looks pretty good there.
Look at Dean.
You do have to feel for him here.
Yeah, shaking it. He just knows he's got away with one there. Dean just knows that Corey's played a bad shot, but there's another option available to him.
Because if that red isn't there...
Yeah, this is horrible.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it'd go full pocket either. Well, we'll see now. I'm sure he'll use the red anyway.
Yeah. Had to, really, didn't he? There was no point in not.
Yeah.
And there we have it. 5-1 Corey Rees. Just nothing Dean can do at the moment. Everything he touches, well, I don't know what the opposite to gold is, but it turns into it.
Yeah. I think that sums up how Dean's feeling there. Big puff of the cheeks.
Yeah. Still 5-1. Dean is still fighting here.
I think
he won't give up, Dean, but he'll know that he needs something very special from here.
Yeah, although I think we've mentioned quite a bit, Dean has been very unlucky, especially with his breaks, but Corey has been very, very good. He's been very clinical too. Like although he ran out of position slightly there, he's came straight back into position.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dean, from Dean's perspective, it'll just be
he's got away with one.
He's made a mistake and he's got away with one off of one of the best breaks you've ever seen that will go dry.
Yeah, if a ball goes in off that break, it's 4-2.
Yeah,
right
absolutely.
now, isn't it?
You know, reds or yellows were practically unmissable in that frame. No such problems for Corey.
It's actually horrible for Dean because I think he's been catching although Corey caught them really well, I think he's actually catching the break better than Corey as well.
Quite possibly, yeah. I mean, certainly the last two.
Yeah, definitely.
I would argue. Bit of an awkward starter here. I think he's going to have to play the plant. It's one of those where as soon as you get this first shot out of the way,
they are there for him, aren't they?
The pattern just really opens itself up, doesn't it? You know, a seasoned player now can see the logic of how they're going to get out. I'd argue do you want to leave that yellow near the bottom corner for your last ball, and then are you just going to drop on the black up to the top left, perhaps? Or that is the only question here now, yellows, isn't it?
I think with the type of player Corey is, he picks his route very early on into the finish. He's already looking at what he's going to do with the 8-ball, so he knows which pocket that's going to go in, and then he'll just go from there, really. So basically, I palmed off your question.
I was going to say, have you considered entering politics? It is the question, though, isn't it? And has he gone after it straight away? He's just about made it down there.
So after that first shot, it looks like he's playing for the 8-ball in the bottom left-hand corner pocket.
Yeah. So unless he moves that red sort of to the right of the tip of his cue now, then the 8-ball's going to be perhaps a bit of a cut back into the corner.
Yeah, maybe.
Which isn't necessarily the way you want to leave it, but in this situation, doesn't necessarily have a lot of choice.
It's just the 8-ball that's the problem here, isn't it? He's looking at it there. That's where he wants it.
Yeah. Yeah, anywhere around there. I think he'll see.
The yellows are pretty standard for Corey. It's just...
If he can just drop this one into the centre and then hold on the next yellow to the top left, or push through to the left centre, this is spot on, really.
It's just the pace of the last yellow he's going to be going for.
It's the amount of screw, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's going to be the tricky part. I think he wants to be fairly straight on it, perhaps a little high, just so that the cue ball is pushed towards the side cushion rather than back down the table. So this is sort of risk-reward, really. Like, how close do you want to get to the 8-ball?
Yeah, I think he's playing it for it, sort of.
Well, there.
Yeah, that's pretty ideal.
Cheers, Corey.
Thanks for that.
Appreciate it, mate.
I think he'll play to screw on and off the cushion, just maybe with a touch aside, just to get that little bit closer.
Could have possibly gone a bit more full-blooded at that.
Yeah,
seeing as he was going on and off the cushion. But this shot for 6-1, and if you offered him that earlier, would have bitten your hand off. So.
Yeah, and it's not like Dean's played poorly up to now.
So he's a couple of mistakes.
Well, he had a chance in the first, and then he had a slack safety. But other than that, he's
not done. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Corey has absolutely nailed that. That's a lovely shot.
He's controlled that well too. Shows how confident he's feeling at the moment, doesn't it?
Yep. It certainly does. It's coursing through his veins, and as well it might. 6-1 to the good. It's really, really hard to see anything other than a Corey Reese quarter-final spot now.
Definitely at the moment.
Let's have another look at those outer tables.
I think we seen earlier Jason Hill was 5-2 up against Ross Fernie on Pro 3 there on the right side of your screen. Just waiting to start that frame.
Yep, that is correct. Eddie Roberts has pulled it back somewhat against Clint. He's 3-2 down now. And,
that looks like a very tight frame. Very tactical up the top. And Dunster's got a black here to I
that
think to claw him back a frame.
Tie the scores at 4-all between Dunster and Cian Monaghan, assuming he knocks that one in, which he does. Yeah, it's a pretty fascinating series of matches going on.
I think
the only one in the last 16. Well, the only one that's still going in the last 16 that's remotely one-sided is this.
Yeah, he deserves the ball here, Dean. Oh, he's hit them so well again.
There's no way. Oh, he's got a red. He's got a red.
I was waiting for him to do a little celebration.
Sound the klaxons. Dean Shields has made a ball on the break, and wouldn't you believe it, it's come out nasty.
I mean, just going to say that.
I almost want him to take a little bit off, because the last 3 breaks, really, they've all clustered together back in the top half.
Yeah. It's not very often you see the amount of balls that are at the top of the table at the moment.
No.
Comes at the top of the table.
Yeah.
But it seems like whenever Corey comes to the table, he does have a finish on, despite it might be hard or it might not be, but it seems like Dean's just fighting for a chance at a finish.
Yeah. Oh, it's just going from bad to worse, and you feel like Dean's just going to go all out from here. Full Geronimo.
Yeah, that's just... He's played actually a really good shot too,
yeah,
to try and get that yellow out, and it's actually ended up basically in the exact same place he knocked it out from. And to top it off, he's put a yellow right by the 8-ball.
Yeah, it's...
Thanks.
Well, this is a good effort.
If that holds, that's a pretty...
He's not happy.
I thought it was going to take the pocket there.
Yeah, it hasn't. And actually, you could pot the black through that gap.
Yeah.
I think. I'm absolutely certain, to be honest.
And knowing Corey, how pinpoint he's been this match, you'd expect him to land on that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. He's still got a modicum of control in this frame. But,
oh, Corey is human.
Thing is, I think he knows he's not leaving much.
Yeah, you can sort of...
I wonder if Dean can take that pocket now, though, with the 8-ball. If he could maybe just play a little swerve.
Yeah.
Just clip the yellow towards the jaw. Because if you control that pocket in this frame, with where the 8-ball is, then that's a big level of control you've got.
It also helps that the... Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. I'm sure he'll take that. It hasn't took the pocket completely, but...
It's much harder now. I don't think you could land on that now, although
well,
Corey's going to have to move that red anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say that red isn't going anywhere by the look of it either. I think he just takes the pocket here.
It's a decent enough shot. Corey here is just deciding whether to stick or twist. And he's sticking, so it's an interesting shot because he's kind of thrown down the gauntlet to Dean there. He's left Dean on the yellow over the pocket. Dean can smash into the yellow next to the right of the black, maybe try and develop both yellows.
I I think knowing Dean's luck at the moment, he'd...
Oh, that's a great shot.
That is a great shot.
That is a great shot.
Yeah, I think if Dean did go into that yellow to the right of the black, I'm sure he would have been thinking, well, without the way everything's going, that black ball is going in the pocket.
Yeah, something's going to go very wrong.
He'll clip the yellow, pull in the face, just clip the black, and it will go in. So I think he's played the sensible shot there.
I mean, what he's done there is get himself miles ahead in this frame. That was a great shot to cover the pocket.
I think he was already ahead, but he's now just got himself that extra bit more insurance, as you might say, isn't it? Eddie and Clint there, 3-all on the top of your screen. As you say, Eddie having a great weekend, along with Clint, of course.
Yes, big time. Yeah.
It's easy enough saying Eddie's having a great weekend, isn't it? But Clint's also had a great weekend as well so far, hasn't he?
I mean,
he's probably, well, he's arguably been the second best player this weekend, next to Boyle maybe, isn't it?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, Dean Shields, maybe.
Yeah, he's struggled here, isn't he?
He is here,
he
but
hasn't had much luck at all.
And he didn't have much luck in the final last night either, to be honest.
Dean's in a... I think he can afford to go for this now, with that yellow in the top right corner.
Yeah, decided against.
Gives the black a bit more cover as well. It's very much not easy for Corey from here.
Don't know if Corey can see the sort of far right of the 3 reds and cut that in the middle, but I think if he can, I think he might have to have a go at these, to be honest. Gone for the double. See, he can now play a skill shot up to the top right if he wants to. I think that's pretty makeable, to be honest.
Yeah. As we said earlier about the doubles too, he went full-blooded on that, so that just took the slide completely out of the double.
Yeah.
Out of the equation there.
If he takes these out, it's going to be one serious clearance.
And that's the first part of it done.
Part 2. I know that yellow is quite far out of the pocket, but to be honest, on these cloths with these balls, I'd back him to make the skill shot to the top left as well.
Yeah. I think that's what he might be looking at now.
Just how he gets on. If he was straight on the middle red of those 3, then it would be so easy to land nicely on that.
Yeah.
But he's just between and betwixt positionally. He's tried to get there now. Needs a nudge. Hasn't got it, I don't think. So he's got one more opportunity, really. Maybe 2. But he'd like that to be his next red. If he's going to play that skill shot, he wants to play it before his last red, really. Because you're going to want to screw out of that, and then you're not going to be on the 8 ball.
You could also just try and land on that last red, but from the angle of this shot.
Oh, that needs to travel. It's not travelled.
So, I guess a lifeline, you might say, for Dean after that shot. Not that he had a right to win this frame anyway, Corey.
No, absolutely not. It's hard to see what Corey can do here. I mean, perhaps could he flick off the side of the red he's closest to and just try and land him behind the other one? I
think he might just, as you see there, just leave the white into the top right corner. Make Dean try and...
That's quite a nice shot.
I think he could be in trouble after this shot, though. Dean plays the one touching the top cushion there. He could be in a bit of trouble next shot, Corey. If he can block off the side cushion as well.
I don't think Dean dared play it any harder than that. That was the problem. because he couldn't risk covering the pocket with the 8-ball.
You can't blame him either after
No, absolutely
how it's
not.
gone, can you?
Because he's still massive favourite from here, but this does give Corey a chance to perhaps make things interesting, because if Corey can land in between his reds like that, hasn't quite got the snooker. If he got the snooker there, I mean, I think if I'm Dean now, I'm putting distance between the balls. Just flick off the side of the yellow and go far down table as possible.
Yeah, it was quite hard from where he was.
Has he left a shot? Has he left a cut? He's not going for it.
In this frame, that looked like Corey could have been taken out. Might look like it might be going on for another 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, at least. This is
Yeah, that's a very, very nice shot there from Dean.
It's still going to be, even if Dean manages to get a couple here, it's still going to be really awkward. Corey has...
Yeah, it's a great hit.
It's a good return. It's a total snooker, so Corey's presumably going to find himself in the same spot. But again, Dean can't hit the yellow next to the black too hard. And this isn't going to make it, is it? It's a foul.
Wow.
Dean Shields, that is careless. Because in hitting the yellow that he nearly did, he had a bit more... he could have played a bit more with distance there.
Yeah. He didn't just need to roll up to that either, did he? He could have just hit that if he was playing for that yellow on the outside.
Obviously, he was worried about the 8-ball. Be interesting to see what Corey does here. This is really hard to work out.
It's a very nice time for an extension, this is.
It's actually unbelievable that that he hadn't used it up to this point in some ways. Bearing in mind the finish he tried to take out. I think if you can play red onto yellow, the yellow will slide into the pocket off the 8-ball. But it's touching, so it might double kiss.
Wow. He is not messing around there. Very close to that red.
Eagle-eyed referee there. Scott McMillan. Oh.
You hear him there? That's a great shot. Dean finds the funny side of it as well.
I think everyone found the funny side of that.
It's nice to see Corey seeing the funny side of a...
I mean, it's
I'm
easy.
going to say a very below par shot for him, isn't it?
It's surely easier to see it when you're 6-1 up, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's not a very good shot either.
Are they asking for it? There was a mention of a re-rack there.
Yeah, Corey asked for a re-rack and Dean asked whose break is it? So I think they were both contemplating it, and then I think Corey's just gone, nah.
I don't know what the situation is. I don't know if the players can decide to have a re-rack.
I think if it's very much the same kind of shots,
it
like
hasn't,
just very touchy.
It hasn't been though yet. I don't think it's got that far.
No.
It's a clever shot. Just hasn't quite. I mean, Dean could take a bit more control over the pocket. He could easily touch that yellow without potting it.
I think he might like it where it is at the moment, though. With it's easy enough to pot it from there, isn't it?
That was nearly a foul.
Yeah, only just clipped it.
Only just clipped that yellow. Oh, that's an awkward one. I think the only ball Dean can see now is the yellow down table.
I don't think this is
This could be a long frame. So viewers, if there's anyone in the Isle of Man and you fancy, I don't know, buying us a cake or something.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I don't think Dean's got a problem here, to be honest. I think he's quite fine doing this.
Oh yeah, he's just got to wait for a mistake, hasn't he?
I think playing that yellow in the open there, that's his ball just to move around on kind of thing, isn't it?
It's very chess-like this at the moment, isn't it? He's potted it.
Oh no.
That's really careless.
Yeah.
He didn't need to hit that nearly that hard.
To be honest, he didn't really
full.
need to play that ball at all.
No. Although it might be blessed relief for those of us.
Not Dean Shields, though.
Yeah, yeah. Is this going to hit a cushion after contact?
Yeah, that looks good shot.
Yep. But he's now massively behind in the frame.
What do you try now if you're Corey?
I'd be tempted to try and push the yellow up over the corner pocket. If you could get the yellow up close to the corner pocket, then Dean can't really do anything with it.
Just tempting him to pot it, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's sort of what he tried, but I think he was trying also to get in behind the red at the same time.
Yeah, try and play it with a bit of cover, yeah.
He might just have worked this. I think he's tight enough to the red that Dean can't really do anything with that yellow.
Obviously, it's easy when you're 6-1 up, but Corey's played a pretty decent frame here, because he's had no right to be in it at all.
100%, yeah.
And he's just waited for that mistake from Dean, and it came there, with him potting that yellow.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Although, it's still not a nice frame to be involved in, I can imagine, but at least his name's in the frame now, isn't it? Where it wasn't before.
Corey's got a bit of a decision to make now.
Yeah, you could go very adventurous here if you wanted to. But I don't think there's any need to. I think he's asking the question of Dean now. He's left him a nice angle to come around, and he's basically saying, what are you going to do here?
It's kind of worth a go, isn't it? I mean, from a Dean Shields point of view, you're 6-1 down. That yellow is absolutely awful.
And I don't think he will get in a... I don't think Corey will leave him a better opportunity than that yellow.
Or are we just content to... I mean, which... So, is Dean actually playing for a re-rack? Is that...
I don't think he... I don't think so. I think that was his plan all along, to try and get that yellow out.
Yep.
Because there's quite a big gap to the left of that red over the corner as well. All the people there watching, having a great time watching this frame.
It is fascinating, just in a different way.
Yeah, for safety players, they'd love stuff like this, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
It's just a shame Dunster's on the other tables, isn't he? Oh, he's gone very attacking.
This is a shot.
Oh.
Sort of unlucky, I think. I think he can feel a bit hard done by there, but having said that, in the rest of the match...
Wow, that almost went wrong for Dean there.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
I think he's actually very nice on the yellow into the top right, and he's got the perfect angle. It definitely weren't the way he was playing it initially.
No. But this match is going to rumble on for one more frame at least. Dean Shields has finally got over the line in frame number 8. He still trails by 6 frames to 2, though. It's a testament, that frame, to Dean's fighting qualities for me. Because
Yeah.
if that was me in that situation, I'd have gone for something outrageous a lot sooner than that. I think to have that level of patience when you're 6-1 down shows a real level of determination that it's hard to put your finger on almost.
I think especially considering he was winning that frame, and then he played one slack shot, and then all of a sudden he was losing that frame. And after that one slack shot, he never jumped into anything. He was always still in the frame kind of thing.
Impressive stuff. Scott McMillan racking the balls up once again. Doesn't seem to be a lot of movement on the outer tables in the scores, does there? There's a lot of...
That's what I was just looking at then. I think Cian Monaghan and
Liam
Liam Dunster is still 4-all.
It's not, no. That
is it not?
The page we're looking at hasn't updated. Liam Dunster has gone through.
Oh.
He has beaten Cian Monaghan by 7 frames to 4.
Oh, there you go.
Jason Hill, still 5-3 with Ross Fernie, though. He's the latest score. Darren Cook, 6-5 up on Joe Reynolds. The winner of that will play Liam Dunster. You have to say, I mean, Liam's had a pretty astonishing draw so far, to be honest. To get to the quarterfinals and not face a professional player, and then to be guaranteed an amateur player in your quarterfinal, that is it's mad.
I think on paper a lot of people would go, he's had a really nice draw. But a lot of the amateurs here, they're not any slouches or anything like that.
Of course not. But
Cian's the #1 amateur at the moment. He's just faced Anthony Monarch. Obviously, he's a very, very talented young player. You don't beat Craig Marsh for nothing, do you?
No.
And then obviously another amateur player next, and I don't know myself, but you can probably guarantee that they beat pros to get where they are as well, can't you?
They all have, yes. Yeah, of course. I mean, Joe Reynolds currently
of course.
6 frames to 5, but
he beat Hibbert and Adam Griffiths, didn't he? Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, there's been some thrills and spills today. As Dean Shields works his way around this table. How many frames has Dean got to win here before Corey starts to perhaps get a bit shaky?
I don't think Corey would...
Knowing that Corey had the free shot plus the visit in the previous frame, I mean, that was a glorious opportunity to win the match.
I think if Dean maybe wins the next 2...
Yeah.
I think... Not that Corey would play any differently, but he might be in the back of his head slightly.
I think Dean will be quite pleased about that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Going down.
He might have to leave himself fairly longish on the 8-ball, but I don't think that'd be a problem.
No, I mean, it's just a question of how close he can get to the centre pocket, really, I think.
Oh yeah, that's very good, actually.
Yeah, I'll take that. He had to probably go a bit wider round because of the yellow. Didn't want to catch that.
Yeah, he's played it with a little bit check side as well to just bring it a bit closer.
And he's back in the match.
Was that a break dish?
It was certainly a dish.
If so, if that's on his break, that would be huge.
Yeah,
because he's been crunching them breaks. It's about time he's probably got one.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talk a lot. We talk so much about the break, but he has. I mean, Dean's last 2 or 3 have been astonishing. Dean's waiting to break, so no, it wasn't a break dish.
Off of Corey's.
Yeah.
But the way Dean's been hitting his breaks, it could easily be 6-4, maybe.
Yeah. It's one of those, isn't it? Because he is hitting them well, but he's not making a ball. It's really hard to call. I do feel like the fact that Dean had done very little wrong in getting to this point in the match means that the comeback is slightly more likely, because it's not like he's been playing badly.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't changed his break. He's going from the same position still. White's come back again, and he's made a ball, and ooh, oh, if that red holds, he's got a nice opener.
That's horrible. Again, it's really not nice, because, yeah, if that red sticks in the pocket, there's no problems at all.
I think it's got to be the yellow, isn't it?
Can you see enough of that? Yeah, he's straight down on it, so... I mean, that's not actually too bad then, to be honest.
It's just a big opener. Yeah, and that's a good pot.
And the plant is made.
Yeah, they're actually
all there.
Easier than what they looked.
Yeah, they're all
I
there.
think from first glance, aren't they?
Yeah. It's just that 10-20 seconds you need to work out the route, but the fact that he was on that yellow to the centre.
Yeah, and he's played that very well too. Just on and off the cushion.
Yeah, will the nerves just start to jangle in Corey Reese?
Yeah, well, we said 2 frames, didn't we? And
we did,
and if Dean takes these, he's reeled off 2 frames in a couple of minutes after that fairly long frame we had
fairly,
3 frames ago.
Fairly being the operative word there.
Trying to be nice.
You are a nice guy.
Thanks very much.
Well, Corey Reese has just taken a step out of the arena. Gather his thoughts, perhaps. Of course, this isn't the only event left. We also have the Ladies Open still going on. And down to the semis in that. Deb Birchall currently trailing Scotland's Ashley O'Neill by 3 frames to 2. Whilst the All-English clash between Tilly Edwards and Rhiannon Graham is going the way of Rhiannon at the moment. She leads by 3 frames to 1.
Did Ashley win the amateur?
She did. So she's having
a very good weekend as well, isn't she?
Yep, ladies amateur champion. After a 6-3 victory over Yvonne Ewing. So yeah, she could be on for the double. But of course, so could Deb Birchall after winning the elite title. So that is a semi-final containing our 2 winning finalists from the other 2 competitions. We're being shown my handiwork now, and I'm not sure this is a good idea, but
looks lovely, that does.
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, the lights look great.
I would not be able to tell.
No, do you know, nobody notices them. Fortunately, from this angle, they do look quite level, so I've got away with that one.
We need another camera angle of it, don't we?
Nope. Let's catch you up on some other latest scores from the Open event. Dean Shields and Corey Reese, obviously we know well. Clint Jansen is at 4-all currently with Eddie Roberts on Pro Table 2 there. And
it's landed a bit awkward there as well on his penultimate red.
Another pro fighting for survival as well. Gav Robinson currently trailing 5-4 to Stephen Ellis. Stephen, of course, had an unforgettable run to the semi-finals at the World Championships. Absolutely astonishing.
It's becoming a bit of a theme. This is. That's who beat me in the Worlds as well. It was, yeah.
He's some player, isn't he?
Yeah. It's I think, I'm not sure if surprising is the right word, but surprising he hasn't done. I think he's up there in the amateur rankings, but I haven't really seen him.
I agree.
In the latter of latter parts of it.
I
weirdly.
think he's been in and around quite a lot of last 16
last 16s, yeah. Surprising not to see him as his standard's phenomenal. To be fair to him, he's a very good player.
Hasn't made it back to the TV stage yet.
Because he knocked out Boyle on the stream last year, didn't he?
Oh, it was
for the Worlds.
Yeah, he was absolutely unplayable at times in that tournament. What else have we got? Joe Reynolds and Darren Cook. That's a final frame decider to see who's going to face Liam Dunster. Out on table 15 in the other room. And Jason Hill as well and Ross Fernie. They're tied at 5 apiece. Every game is going close now.
So, well, even this game.
Even this one.
Considering.
And
Dean is straight up out of his seat there. He might have got whiplash there.
Yeah,
how quick he got up there.
I've never seen anyone move that fast. It was
and
Usain Bolt levels of getting to the table.
And this is a big frame now. If Dean takes this, I think he's going to be feeling it then, isn't he?
Well, is that break a sign that Corey's already feeling it? Because
maybe
when you're not, perhaps when you get that bit of tension in your arm, is that when you go straight and off in the middle because you don't quite cue it right?
Yeah, potentially.
That's a lovely opener as well. The pattern has just become very clear. All of the reds are now open.
Like, he may not have as well, but Corey just went out for a moment there, didn't he? After losing 3 frames.
Yep.
Sometimes people do that, to try and slow down your opponent. Dean's just dished 2 in a row as well, so maybe Corey might be feeling it a little bit. We don't know, do we?
This is somewhat overhit, I would suggest, from Dean. I didn't think he'd be anywhere near this end of the table yet in this finish. Yeah, that feels like a really slack positional shot, like he didn't know where the cue ball was going to end up.
Yeah, I think he might have to pot this a bit thick here. Because his white...
ball.
I was going to say, his white was running a bit wild if he clipped it thin. As you can see there, he was quite fortunate. Because he's still got a shot on here.
Yeah, he's got away with that. It's, and perhaps the tables have turned in this match slightly. He can drift this one in. Needs to get past that yellow. It's just about there, which actually is ideal. And I think the red in the middle of the table will still go left centre.
Yeah, I think so.
So you should get these.
I think it's one of them things as well, because if you remember at the start of the match, Corey had a finish where he ran out of position and kissed the ball. He actually clipped the knuckle of the middle pocket as well, and he then took that finish out, and Dean's just had something similar then. So yeah, maybe the tables are turning a little bit.
Slightly overscrewed that one, I would suggest.
I think he's still okay there.
The yellow's going to hold the cue ball nicely, isn't it? So yeah, this is 6-5. Dean to break next.
And all of a sudden, from 6-1, it's game on massively.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Corey had probably the comeback of the season in the Open up in Newcastle. He was, I think, 7-1 down to Matt Steeper in the quarters and came back to win 8-7. Is Dean Shields about to do to him what he did to Matt Steeper? Jason Hill there looks like he's going to get another frame on the board. That would put him on the hill.
I see what you did there.
Thank you. I mean, the worst and easiest pun of all time, but, you know, I appreciate your... your sympathy, I think, is what I'll go for. So that should put Jason 6-5 up. It does. Eddie Roberts 5, Clint Jansen 5. Clint has just broken off in that one.
And we know what Clint's breaks have been like this week, don't we?
Every single game is at 6-5 or 6-all. Apart from Stephen Ellis, Gav Robinson, that's 6-4 to Stephen Ellis. But everything is so close. Cue ball. Cue ball.
Oh, wow.
Kicked in. Corey Reese has to take this chance, surely.
Yeah, I think so. And some might say that's quite unlucky there for Dean, but it was always tracking towards that top corner, wasn't it?
It looked close initially, didn't it? It is still a bit unlucky.
Yeah, of course.
But,
I don't think that with the way his breaks have gone, they haven't been going anywhere near there. No. They've always been coming straight back up the table. You can see Dean there is, I think the nicest way was fuming then.
Yeah, he's living in hope now, but I mean, hope may spring eternal, but I don't expect Corey Reese to give up a chance here, to be honest.
I think this first shot's quite important, I think.
I mean, surely if he just clears that red away from the 8 ball, then yellows are absolutely zero problem, are they? Doesn't want to cover that to the centre. That's not great, actually.
And all of a sudden, there's actually a little bit of work to do
Yeah.
here, isn't there?
Yeah. Surprised he played that hard. I suppose he wanted to top through and play the one over the pocket next.
Yeah, I think that's what he was going for.
But I feel like he could have just flicked the red to the side rail and just come down table a bit further.
Yeah, he could have actually played that. Didn't need to go anywhere near there. He could have just played the red up and down the middle of the table.
Yeah. There were options available, I suspect. Still, that problem-ish yellow still goes bottom left. And
from first look, I didn't think it went in there.
Yeah.
So I think he.
It's the camera angles.
Yeah.
It's the camera. This angle clearly shows there's room for a bus through that gap.
Just a little touchy shot here now.
Yeah, he needs to come out far enough. He can take the right hand of the 3 reds to the top right. I suspect that's his plan. That's the one. That should be game ball, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so also. I think you just play to leave a little angle on that yellow to the middle and then just top through for the black in the opposite middle. I'm going to say it again, Dan. I think it's quite ABC for someone like Corey, this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a stun shot and then a run through now. He'll take his time here and he'll make sure of it. And that's the sort of player Corey is. But
yeah, anywhere straight or under or above it as we look.
Yeah, slightly high.
Yeah.
Slightly high is perfect, so you can just run through.
You just don't want to be low.
No.
Yeah, and that's pretty good.
That will do very, very nicely. That is the game. And it's going to be disappointment for Dean Shield, but what an effort.
Yeah. And to be fair, Corey's played a very, very solid match, to be fair to him. But I think Dean can count himself quite unlucky too.
It's been a really high standard. And
yeah.
I think whichever one of these two came out losing can feel a bit hard done by. They've both played really, really good stuff, but it's Corey with the fist pump who will make his way through. Slightly evil-looking Corey Reese there. I don't think the lighting helped
side of him, would you?
I don't think the lighting helped him there, though, did it? Walking towards the camera. Terrific performance from Corey Reese. Sees him safely through to the quarter-finals. Dean Shields, well, he'll be back again for sure, and it's still a terrific weekend, a last 16 under and a losing finalist.
Yeah, of course. I think he'll, especially in this game, I think he'll feel quite hard done by, as he didn't do much wrong there. He had a bit of unfortunate, especially on the breaks.
Yeah, I really agree. The breaks killed Dean Shields somewhat in that match, but we're not going to hear from Dean. We're going to hear from Corey. He's in the studio.
Thanks, Dan. And Corey Reese, 6-2 ahead. What was going through your mind, that mini comeback there from Dean Shields?
To be honest, it was just, 6-1 up, and of course, he played really well. He was struggling, and we had that long for him, and it just sort of stopped momentum, to say the least. But it just had 2 bad breaks, and all of a sudden it's 6-5. So.
Yeah, and he come back at you really well, didn't he? I mean, 6-2, you're looking really comfortable. I'm thinking that you've got everything, but then we had one of these IPA twists where it just went wrong, and things would just seem to be going from bad to worse for you.
Yeah, as I said, I was playing right. Didn't really make any. But 2 breaks. I had one bad. The other one atrocious, from straight off in the middle, and you deserve to leave rolling, so it my bad.
Yeah, and Dean, he's had quite a consistent tour this week. You haven't done too bad. I think you'd be okay, but obviously you always want to get to the final stages. That's what you probably set your standard to.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you turn up to win, and everything else is not good enough. But obviously you've got to understand you're not going to win every event, far from it. But that's the mentality.
And next round, you have got Robert Stephen next round. Are you looking forward to that clash?
Yeah, he's obviously a new pro. He's new pro, second year?
Second year,
but he's already one of the top pros, isn't he? He's very good, very consistent, so it should be a tough game.
Yeah, I mean, Robert, he also didn't have the best of starts yesterday, losing the first round and that, but, he's now having a bit of momentum. He's had a good win on the last one, and it's going to be a good game between you two.
Yeah, hopefully so. Hopefully both play well, but as long as I win, I don't really care who I play.
Well, I'll let you get ready for that next match, because I'm pretty sure you're going to be straight on, but thanks very much and good luck for your next round.
Thanks, Mark.
Corey Reese into the quarter-finals, where he's going to be playing Robert Stephen next, and Ken Barton just swiftly comes in there, and must have been a little bit shaky in there for Corey Reese, because Dean Shields had a great comeback.
Yeah, I think if that had gone 6-all, I think Dean could have nipped that. I think Corey's head might have been in the shed a little bit, but anyway, in off the break, and he's taking his chance, so in he goes to the quarters.
Yeah, and he's going to be playing Robert Stephen next, and 2 pretty consistent players, up and coming players that are really knocking on the door. I know Corey's won titles, but Robert Stephen seems to have found a bit of momentum today. Didn't have the best of starts on Friday, but now he seems to be getting a little bit, and it could be an interesting game between them two.
Yeah, I think it will be. I know Corey was really disappointed to get beat in the professional event. He knows he's in good form. He's been practicing, playing well, and I think he's going to be really, really wanting to take the title home and just continue that momentum he's got. Winning a few IPA titles. I think Robert is going to have to bring his A game definitely to beat Corey.
Yeah, and the last 16 seems to be shaping up, and we've been absolutely glued to our devices, haven't we? I mean, some of them games are getting very, very close indeed, aren't they? And I mean, some of them that's going off at the moment.
Yeah, there's so I've just seen Jason Hill, so he has just beaten Ross Fernie.
As it 7-5 then?
Yep, 7-5. So he'll be on the stream next against Mark Boyle. So that should be another cracking match. And Clint Jansen, I think he was 6-5 up, or it was close.
Yeah.
Darren Cook has just got through, so he's going to be playing Liam Dunster.
The last frame decider, I think, was it Darren Cook against?
7-6. Yeah. And so all the matches seem to be going down to the wire. So it's very exciting out there.
So this next one, I mean, Jason Hill seems to be revitalised, got a little bit of form, and it's not easy to beat Ross Verney, the number 3 seed. Now he's going to have a bit of a tougher task, you'd think, against Mark Boyle.
Well, absolutely, but I mean that is a good win against Ross Verney, because Ross Verney's sort of similar category to Corey. With these young kids winning titles, they're all vying for that top spot as well. So that is a good win for Jason. It'll be interesting to see how he copes with the conditions of the arena, because it's not something he's played a lot in.
Nope, the shot clock and all that.
Yeah, with what playing in the arena brings, and how he copes against Mr. Magic, who's just in incredible form at the moment, as we saw last night.
But mentally, you've got to say that his game's in pretty good shape. He was 5-2 ahead there against Ross Verney, and Ross Verney's fired back, got to 5-all. It just takes some really great mentality to go on to try and win that match. Yeah,
you've just got to keep patient. If 5-2 up, he's built his lead. Yeah, he knows Ross is going to come back at some point in the match, because Ross is such a good player. He's come back, but he's weathered the storm, and taken the last 2 frames to get his place in the quarters.
Yeah, let's talk about the tour for next year as well, Kevin. I mean, it's all very, very interesting out there, and 2024 could be a good year for the IPA. Is that right?
I'm actually really looking forward to next year. It's gonna be completely new in certain aspects. But first of all, here's the dates. There's the lineup for next year. We start off in Newcastle. Couple of trips to Coventry, back to Newcastle, and back here in the Isle of Man for the finals. And I think next year is shaping up to be an incredible year, because we've got the added new dimension now of the IPA World League. So we're going to see all these players from various countries around the world taking part in the professional event. The likes of Zambia, Uganda, Malta, South Africa, Australia. It's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how these players, are big names overseas in their respective countries, how they cope with the conditions here at the IPA against the best players in the world from the pro ranks. So I think next year is going to be an incredible year. Yeah, and I mean, you've been working hard behind the scenes to get some of that, but some of the other countries, could be some more announcements pretty soon, hopefully, fingers crossed. I mean, a lot of these things depend on players getting visas, that's and obviously finance is a challenge as well, but with a lot of these countries we've managed to sort those things out. And if we can get another couple of countries over the line before we line up in Gosforth next year, then all well and good. But it's something that we are spending a lot of time invested in. It's something that we want to grow, over the coming years. And the World Championships is all getting close as well, and that's also going to have a bit of a World Team Championship going off in it, and that's going to be a very different look World Championship. Yeah, absolutely. So another of our IPA initiatives is the World Team Trophy. So that will take place on the weekend before the World Championships. And again, we've got teams from around the world who have already confirmed that they're going to be taking part. I do know there's 4 teams from Australia who are already committed. So again, that's going to be the first time we've held this event, and something that we are looking to grow over the coming years. And then it gives the World Championships more of an international feel about it, and just raises the credibility of that event, which is by everyone's admission, the flagship event on the pool calendar. Yeah, and the World Championship's not just about the World Team Trophy. There's all other sort of different varieties of the game as well, isn't there? There's the singles, there's the doubles, ladies. There's a full schedule of events, and you have a seniors, you have a masters, don't you? It's all very exciting. Yeah, there's plenty of pool for everyone, but it is all about those individual titles, and we've had some great champions, and no doubt there'll be some great champions next year. And all the events are open to anyone, and if they want to enter, test themselves in that arena against the best, then just get on the website and get yourself signed up. It's as simple as that. Yeah, I know you've been busy this afternoon doing a bit of the rankings. Are you going to release any of that yet, or are you just keeping it under wraps for now and it'll be released a bit later on? Yeah, we'll get the updated rankings out hopefully tomorrow. I'm working on it behind the scenes. And I'm just working, I've got a few points this weekend as well, so I'm just making sure I don't miss any of them off, because every point's vital. Mark Boyle said I could have some of his because he's got so many spare.
Yeah.
So I'm provisionally number 3 for next year now, so it's all working out well.
And the reason we said that is because Mark Boyle's staring right at, isn't he? So he's just preparing for his next match now, and it'd be very interesting come after the January tour. Who is going to be taking that number 1 spot? Because it's up for grabs. It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Mark is at a slight advantage because he's got not as many points dropping off, and so he's going to fire up those rankings. So don't expect to be surprised to see him if he's in the top 4. Bearing in mind, he's missed several events 2 years ago, and we do have a 2-year ranking list. And then obviously Clint and Ross are as well are in the mix to take that top spot. So all will be revealed tomorrow.
Well, just while everything is being revealed, I think what we should do just watch a video clip, and I think it's guess what.
All right. Oh Christ! Here we go.
Snake.
Oh, hell.
Yeah, boy.
I was going to get that. I was close then. I was going to say something else, but it's not for camera. Flowers.
Oh, what do you call them? Oh my god, I can't think of the name of them. Leeks.
Leeks. That's mine. Surely. He said leeks. I said leeks. That's not leeks. Oh, spring onions. Oh my god, spring onions. Yeah. Leeks. Leeks are that big.
I would have been here all week, man.
Oh Christ!
I got excited.
You went down the floor. What the hell is that? What the hell? Is it one of them?
Was it like a cat?
What the hell is that? It's like a garden gnome. Is it? Oh my god, what a shout that is. Oh, the hell, where did I pluck that from? That's a right result. That's a hammer for beating meat. Yeah, boy. Beating your meat. That's what's what. Go. Oh, what is that? That's spaghetti or something?
Yeah, spaghetti. Oh, what do it?
What is that? That's not
spaghetti in a tin.
Tin spaghetti. Oh, that's fucking rough. Oh, it's spaghetti. It is. You got it right. You got it.
What was the final score?
3-2 to me.
Oh, was it? I was alright, wasn't it?
Yeah, as I said, I was playing junior pool when I was a kid, and I got kicked out for playing because I was playing table tennis and pool for Wales at the same time. I went to play table tennis for Wales instead of playing pool, and I got kicked out. So as a junior, I weren't this big then, but I was a big guy, but I was good both hands, back and forehand. So I got in there, but so surreal thinking back now. How the hell I got in, I don't know, but I did. So I ended up going to play snooker then for about 6 years. Came back to pool then when I was like 21, I think. Yeah, something like 21-ish.
Well, that was some fun there with Craig Marsh and Curtis Lee, and the interview from Craig Marsh. What about that one?
Well, yeah, who would have thought Craig Marsh was a very competent table tennis player. Probably not sure it's his number 1 choice at the moment, but obviously quite interesting. Some of the things that we've learnt about the pros in those interviews.
Yeah, definitely. Some very strange things, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty more revealed over the coming years. So let's talk about the last 8 then. So we've got Robert Stephen, Corey Rees, obviously Mark Boyle, Jason Hill, Darren Cook against Liam Dunster, another amateur again there, and another amateur also, Stephen Ellis. He's playing Clint Ianson, and some of these are very tasty clashes. Yeah, 2 amateurs in the last 8.
So it seems the pros have upped the game, because normally we might see a few more amateurs, but yeah, I mean Stephen Ellis definitely one to look out for. Darren Cook, he's got Dunster, so he's got a tough job on his hands, but it's all on the day. If they can, this is their time. If they can seize the moment, take their opportunities, then it doesn't really matter who you're playing. It's the old adage, isn't it? Take your chances. and see where it takes you.
Yeah, and if it does go with the pro status beating the amateurs, there is a chance of the Liam Dunster, Clint Ianson clash for the semi-finals. That would be a tasty one as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, these 8 now, they've come through an absolute minefield to get there. So, you know, whatever lineups we see, they're going to be great matches. And, you know, I can't wait to see how this tournament concludes this evening.
Well, I think that's where we're going to leave it then, Kev. We're going to hand over now to the commentary box where this match is ready between Mark Boyle and Jason Hill.
So, next match up, as Mark has just told you, is Jason Hill, Mark Boyle. And this has been a really good run from Jason. Couple of close matches. I just watched the end of his last one. No, just a little bit short on the lag. So, can he maintain at this level, Jason Hill? He's going to have to find his absolute best game if he's to have any chance against Mark Boyle. Mark Boyle has been on fire this weekend. He really has. Won the pro event already. And he's playing really is at the top of his game. Breaking absolutely unbelievable at the moment. And as always, cue ball on a string. A very big ask this for Jason Hill, but he is capable. Seasoned professional. Tenacious. He'll give it everything. I've no doubt about that. So, it's going to be Mark Boyle to break in the opening frame of this quarter-final of the Open. As you can see on your screen, race to 7.
Race to 7 frames, Mark Boyle to break, time running.
So, look at that once again. Thunderous cut break. Let's just take another look at this. His trademark smashes back into the side of the pack. And yeah, herded back towards that corner pocket, but thankfully for Mark, it stayed up. And look at this straight away. Reds. Play the red off the cushion, off the yellow. And I'm joined in comms by Mark Pickworth. Fresh from the studio.
I wouldn't say fresh, Andy. Definitely not.
Been a busy man this week. Put a full shift in.
Yeah, we're always very busy here at the IPA, running around. Ooh.
Well, that was a very early, uncharacteristic error from Mark Boyle.
Yeah, didn't really threaten the pocket there, did he? And just hit it completely wrong. But first shot. And, can't be too critical of him this weekend, have we? What we've seen from him. But quarter-finals again for Mark Boyle. It's going to drop.
Well, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, very loose cue ball. I'd like to just see that just dropping again. Just come off this shot here. I mean, just nowhere near.
Yeah, I thought that shot there, you thought he'd been playing cushion. But look at this. Cue ball straight back into the corner. What an opportunity that was.
It's just down to pace, that dropping. Any harder, it's missed and it's hit both jaws and come out.
Yeah, shaking his head in disbelief, Jason. So Mark Boyle straight back at the table. I don't know if he's just rolled far enough there for that bottom red. I think he has. If not, he's got a ball to top corner, so either way, in prime position. Yeah, he's fine. Plays the bottom ball, as you can see here. An easy enough pattern, just what you want at the start of a match.
But Mark has played plenty of matches on this table this weekend. He's got the pace of it. He's also got the break, so it's a big advantage. Having played more matches on this table, be accustomed to it, more so than Jason.
Yeah, and I think what Jason don't want to keep doing is giving Mark Boyle an opportunity, you know, especially when he's got one off him. He don't want to give him in straight back.
Yeah, you don't get many errors from Mark Boyle, do you? And that first shot he took, they're a rarity. You need to punish him. He needs to be punished at every opportunity. So once he gets going, he's dynamite.
Yeah, but it's a good start for Mark. He'll be pleased with getting that frame on the board, especially when he handed over the table to Jason. I don't think he expects to be getting that opportunity back straight away.
Certainly don't think he expected ball in hand with a free shot.
So that's one latest score. The other latest score in the quarter-final, Darren Cook 1, Liam Dunster 0. So Darren Cook's taken the opening frame there. And you can see it just on this table here on the left. On pro table number 1. Corey Reese, he's just setting off now. And Clint Ianson looks like to be on that far table where he's going to be playing Stephen Ellis. Corey Reese playing Robert Stephen. All the quarter-finals are underway. Who is going to be making the semi-finals? Cue ball dangerously close to that corner pocket, but it's dry. And Mark Boyle once again back to the table. First glance, Andy Richardson.
Well, first glance, yellows looking good. Does have one difficult ball on the side cushion, but is a yellow somewhere near it. Could develop it. Would double. Reds, couple of reds on side cushions, and he has 2 balls there that I don't think are a plant. So I think certainly yellows would be preferable. Maybe the only thing about it is the first yellow would possibly be to middle, which would remove a ball that's close to his difficult one. So I still feel yellows. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, the first, obviously, pot there is just going away. I'll talk about that latest score very after this, what we're just talking about, this layout of this table. So, yeah, it's always going to, it looked like he was going to lose the cue ball there. It's hard to control that. So, but yeah, it looks like he's lost the cue ball and he's out of position. So, yeah, that latest score up there, Deb Birchall 3, Ashley O'Neill 5. Remember, Ashley O'Neill's already won the ladies amateur event already this weekend, so, and she's up against the ladies elite champion. So wow, who's going to be coming that? Race to 6, that one. That's the other semi-final there. Tilly Edwards against Rihanna Graham, 4 frames to 3 to Tilly. And looking very exciting for the ladies open. Who's going to be making the final? I'll keep you up to date for that, ladies. But meanwhile, back on the main table, Mark Boyle. Not a bad recovery shot.
No, good recovery shot. And as you can see there, he managed to kick a ball into that awkward yellow. Not really developed it. And it no longer doubles into the middle as it did. But he's looking here. He's got 3 yellows left that he can use to try and dislodge the difficult yellow.
Yeah, and I think he's got to pick his timing. I mean, if he goes into it now, is he going to be on a yellow? That's the question. Because that red's a bit of a blocker. He has tried to go into him. It's not come off.
Yeah, and he's going to run out of chances here soon. Because he's only got 1 ball on. That's the yellow to corner. And it's difficult to see how he can gain position on that second to last yellow. to break the other ball out. All about this shot. So, looks to be very straight on this yellow to middle. I suppose he could play it long, screw into the bottom cushion, but it's ambitious. Back out and try and move it. I wouldn't be surprised if he attempted something along those lines. Such a clever player, and I think he may be taking this on. Well, that's what he attempted. That's what he attempted.
Yeah, it looked like he was asking a lot of the cue ball there.
I think it was a bit of desperation, really. Didn't have a lot of option.
Yeah, I think when you've come that far, you've got to try something that's a little bit outrageous. Sometimes they come off, sometimes they don't. And Jason Hill, a good chance now to try and get a frame on the board.
Yeah, clever little shot there. Just disturbs the two balls that weren't to plan, and also promotes one of the balls that was on the bottom cushion. So all of a sudden, these reds are back open. No obstacles, no traffic to negotiate. Could elect to try and bump this red out, so play this, yeah, and that's what he's done. Bumps it out. Doesn't want it stuck to the other ball, though. Dear me. Anywhere but there, really. He's managed to freeze the two balls together. Yeah, well, it was
great recovery.
Yeah, slightly fortunate they had that angle to screw back on, but it was a little harsh the way the two reds had stuck together. Yeah, as you say, great recovery though. From here on, should be plain sailing, you would think. Needs to bounce out. Needs to bounce out.
Oh dear. It's gone wrong again. And Kevin mentioned this in the studio, Andy, about Jason Hill. Doesn't play too many times on this TV table. And this table just plays completely different. And maybe a shot clocker there as well, ticking away, just putting a little bit of added pressure on him.
Yeah, we know the cushions don't play the same. The bed of the table's faster. Slightly different angles as you come off the cushions. So, especially with it being early on in the match. First time on this weekend.
Nice recovery once again. Needs to make sure this red ball don't go too far away. And he's controlled that very nicely.
Yeah, drags it in. Knows he's sending the white wide. Leaves himself low on this red. And he's back in prime position. Say that, he doesn't want to be on this cushion. Well, he's probably made this as awkward as it could be. Still fancying for it. Just shouldn't be under the cushion, that's all. And it's in. So, got there in the end. Just lost that cue ball a little bit when attempting to play onto the plant into the corner. But as you say, Mark, not accustomed to this table. Doesn't play on it too often in general, and certainly hasn't played on it this weekend.
No, definitely not. But I'm pleased to see that he didn't show any frustration there. He just got down, took his medicine. What's happened. And, a very nice 8 ball into the corner there to level this match up at 1 frame apiece. Robert Stephen, pro table number 3, is 2-0 up against Corey Reese. I think that Clint Ianson match is still in the first frame. Stephen Ellis is at the table. 2 amateur players into the quarterfinals as well, so they're battling away. Darren Cook, one of them. He's playing Liam Dunster on this near table. Currently 1 frame apiece. The Mark Boyle break. Something that we talk about a lot.
hit them great. No result.
No, everything seemed to have blocked everything from potting, didn't it? Just everything got in its way, pushed it away from the pocket. And that's what's led to the dry break. Jason Hill back to the table again. Another opportunity.
Yeah, and straight away, had an opportunity there to try and develop the, to develop the black, I was going to say, the eight ball. But unfortunately, he's just tied up one of his own yellows.
Does that yellow just pass into the centre? Looks tight. I think he's going to have to go into it. He's not wasting any time, Jason, is he?
No, I think he knows he needs the momentum. So he has an opportunity here if he chooses. If it doesn't go to middle, and I don't think it does. He's just having a look now. He could try and go into this after a couple of rails if he doesn't feel it goes to middle. If it does, he could check it up. Well, he's played a great shot there. Decided to go behind. So he's got the backside of that yellow. And all of a sudden, this is a great chance. Needs to screw this off the side and back out to probably somewhere along the baulk line, you would think. Well, he's run it instead, but the danger, well, there was a danger there with the reds. Maybe didn't quite have the angle I thought, but I thought it might have screwed off the side. Kept wide of those reds. But as it is, he is okay. So does he stun this? If he does, he needs to stun wide to get on the lower of the two. And oh dear me, that was the problem. Yeah. Tried to nudge through. He's tied up the yellow. So it's just a safe. Just try and block the red. Has he blocked that red?
Extension, please.
So Mark Boyle just looking, where can I leave that white when I don't leave an opportunity for the yellows? Doesn't need to go yet here. Yeah, it's a good shot.
I think it'd be even better shot if he's left a thin edge.
Yeah, he has left a thin edge, yeah. And the reason being, if it was a total snooker, he'd leave the opportunity for somebody to go two cushions and hide behind the yellow. But as it stands, with him being able to see the edge, and we think he can, we'll soon get confirmation. It just depends. If he can see the edge, then he needs to make a cushion after contact, which means that two cushion safe would not be on. So I believe, is that total called?
Yeah, it is. It
So now he can try and play two cushions.
I feel like, though, Jason's in a little bit of trouble here. Mark's got huge control in this frame. He knows this frame's a little bit out of his hands. And now it's just when Mark feels that it's when time to pull the trigger. I think he thought that was the time.
He did, but it was a two-way shot. He did take that ball on, but he knew the cue ball would be snookering the two yellows.
So yeah, total snooker this time.
Really needs to try and pot this. An escape isn't good enough, is it?
Tried to play two cushions and it skidded off there.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, Mark, that's the thing. This TV table, or this stream table, cushions slide, totally different angle to the other tables with the lights.
Yeah, to it that with a bit more pace to try and straighten it up more.
Heat on the bed of the table from the lights. The cloth just plays a little differently and the cushions play differently.
So now you'd expect Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle, should be getting the lead back in this match now. Seems to be in very good position here. Just all about the angle on that red that he leaves in the bottom left-hand corner. So he needs to leave it in such a way where he's not going to be cannoning into any balls, and I think that is just whereabouts where he wanted it.
Yeah, extreme right-hand side. And he chose to run off the yellow, so he used the yellow rather than try to avoid it. Just kicked it to the bottom cushion. So a little bit of insurance as well there, if he should need it. And as you can see, the lower of these red balls will probably, or would have been, his choice for last ball, I would have thought. Yeah, so he plays this to middle, play the red to corner. That's what he's done, he just floats it backwards, delicate little tap. There you see red to corner, red to bottom corner. For a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, I know he's taken these reds out. Simple 8-ball into the side pocket. And there you see it. 2 frames to 1. It is Robert Stephen. He's 3-0 head now against Corey Rees. These race to 7s you don't want to be giving starts like that one. So Corey has 3-0. Diane Cook, Liam Dunster still 1 apiece, and Clint Jansen is now 2 frames to the good against Stephen Ellis. Darren Cook has just taken a frame there, 2-1 now, he leads Liam Dunster. So the top seeded players not having it all their own way. But Liam Dunster at the table, as you can see, that looks like that's going to be level. In a matter of seconds, it's 2-2. Dunster against Darren Cook. Stephen Ellis, he's got 1 back, has he? Yeah, 2 frames to 1 against Clint Jansen, trails. So Jason Hill continues with another dry break.
Yeah, and he did hit those well, has to be said. Shall we see a rerun of this break? Just look at this. Strikes them really well, brings the cue ball and straight back in a line. Total control, as much as he can do. But again, no reward. So he hands over the table to Mark Boyle. Mark, I would say yellows were the preferable colour, but his first opportunity, he's going to have to take reds here. And in doing so, the 2 bad reds, well, I think he tried to get them out there. And the good news for Jason Hill is that he is getting chances. He's not getting blown away here, as we have seen before with Mark Boyle, blows his opponents away when he's on fire. But he is getting chances. It's still very early in this match.
I think he's going for these shots, trying to get himself going. He just doesn't feel like he's going to get any momentum yet. So he is going all out attack. But again, he can't keep giving Mark chances straight away.
Yeah, the way he played that, he had to make that double. If he didn't, well, what a chance this is to take a 3-1 lead. Again, missed early in this game, gave Jason the opportunity, gave him a chance, but he didn't capitalise. So it's that yellow that it's stuck next to the 8 ball that needs some attention. And here, he could screw straight into it here, just float into it. And that's what he does in such a way that he guarantees himself position on his next yellow. Released the 8. And from here on in, he's in perfect position. Just brings it back a couple of inches. Probably do the same with this shot. Just bring it back a touch.
You don't have to do a lot with the cue ball.
No, the hard work was done when he screwed into the 8 with the yellow behind it. Jason, he had his chance there. Took on that double. He got straight down to it, so he must have fancied it. But he had to get it. That was the thing.
So, talk about the latest scores in the Ladies Open. Ashley O'Neill, she's been the victor over Deb Birchall, beating her 6 frames to 3. Rihanna Graham, she's had a comeback of her own. She's now 5-4 ahead in a race to 6. Is it going to be a repeat of one of the Ladies Elite Finals this year? There's a good possibility now. Oh, sorry, no, I've got that wrong. Not Deb Birchall hasn't made it. She's got beaten there. Ashley O'Neill, I was just overthinking that.
Yep,
But
fatigue.
Yeah, Rihanna Graham, though, 5-4 ahead now. Great comeback there against Tilly, but, still needs a frame. Always one of the hardest frames to get is the last one.
And there, just looking, Stephen Ellis just missed a yellow there to land on his final yellow against Clint Hansen. So back to the stream table. Well, how has he not made a ball there?
Table's playing mean again on the breaks.
Look at these balls move. Smashes the pack, absolutely obliterates the pack.
Black
Nothing
came
down.
off the middle jaw, the red came off the middle jaw.
So Jason, need to make this one count.
Another chance for Jason Hill. As you've already said, you can't say that he's not had any chances or opportunities at a table, because he has.
Extension, please.
So it's the ball on the bottom cushion near the corner pocket. Just needs to be careful when he pots that ball. As always, all about cue ball control, playing the right patterns. There you see, just runs through. So he can take this, and his next ball may well be that ball on the bottom cushion, if he so chooses. I think that's what I'll be playing. If he does, he can just drift up. So let's see, yeah. Just to hold up a touch there for me.
Latest score, top left-hand corner. Robert Stephen 4, Corey Reese 0. What a start that is for Robert Stephen. Remember, race to sevens.
Didn't intend hitting the yellow, was playing for the gap there between the red and yellow. He's still on this red, but it's much thinner than he wanted, and as a result, his cue ball is going to be travelling. You see, straight to the middle.
I mean, unlucky to find the gap, but also not a great shot to leave that nasty angle.
Yeah. So he's tried to go twice across, hasn't he? Or he's tried to hit the red. Either way,
he flicked it. That was it, wasn't it?
Either way, the white has dropped.
And Mark Boyle once again back to the table for another opportunity, and a good one, to be honest.
Yeah, he's making the odd error, is Mark, but he's getting back to the table. Not that he made an error in this frame. Superb break. But, no luck with making a ball. And there you see, free shot.
Clever shot.
Clever shot, yep. Uses his opponent's ball to push his own over the pocket. And he's already got a 3-1 lead here. He's got an open table here, really. No reds in the way. He's not really been put under any pressure at all so far. So can elect here to land on the yellow, to play yellow. Well, he's playing yellow to opposite corner. Got the option. Yep, he could play yellow to same pocket, or he could have played yellow onto yellow over the pocket. Didn't really want to be playing this second last, but it's okay. It's more than okay. It's perfect.
He's got his cue ball well under control at the moment. And this is going to be some more bad news for Jason Hill.
There you see the loop bridge from the side cushion. Yeah, he's dangerous at the best of times, is Mark Boyle. But I think he smells blood here. He senses that Jason just struggling.
4 frames to 1. Mark Boyle now leads. Some of the latest scores. I think the Liam Dunster, Darren Cook, that's 2 frames. No, it's 3-2 to Liam Dunster. Corey Reese, he's at the table now. Is he going to get his first frame on the board? Steady on Corey.
Well, he just went over there.
And there was a claim going in there if it fell over. So be careful of that loose little bit of carpet. He's had a little giggle to himself there, hasn't he?
Yeah. And Clint were laughing as well then. He's off again.
All played in good spirits, very good. But yeah, he's trailing in that match 4 frames to 0. And then Clint Ianson 3-1 up now against Stephen Ellis. Jason Hill's break continues to deliver, to be dry.
Yeah, this table is not being kind at the moment. Again, he didn't hit those bad at all.
He's probably cracked him very nicely, hasn't he?
Yeah, and neither player getting any results from the break. Striking the ball well. Suppose a saving grace once again is that nothing easy as an opener at first sight. The reds are lovely if he can get the first red in, so he can get this in the middle. One good shot. I don't think he's got it though. No, he's missed it. So Jason once again is back at the table.
Could tell you, Ladies Open semi-final, the last one remaining. Tilly Edwards 5, Rihanna Graham 5. It's into a deciding frame. Who is going to be playing Ashley O'Neill? Remember, Ashley has already got a title this weekend, winning that ladies amateur event. She's really bidding to get title number 2 this weekend. That'll be some achievement. She's got plenty of room in a suitcase for another trophy.
Yeah, the extra baggage. Surplus baggage on the airlines.
Yeah, we know how these airlines like to charge for the extra. But Jason Hill, another opportunity getting back to the table. This is where now he just cannot afford to let Mark come back to the table in this frame. He's got to go out and try and get this clearance now and try and get back to 4 frames to 2.
Yeah, no more mistakes. Has to capitalise. Has to jump on every opportunity that he gets. I think he's okay there. Just nudged into that red. Excellent. Oh.
We've got a replay.
Rerun there. Thought he'd gone again.
I'm sure that's going to be played for a few times. And wow. It's one for the highlight reel anyway. What did they used to call that highlight reel, the football? The bloopers or something like that, weren't it? You know, where players like missed an open goal and that. Probably, I mean, he hadn't missed an open goal, but he's done something that everyone found very funny. Even he did.
So, he's electing here to play the lower of the 2 balls into middle. More difficult pot, this. Punches it in, though, with authority. He would like to be as straight as possible on this last red. Doesn't want to be running away. He's played that very well. And this is much better from Jason Hill.
Aaron Cook's levelled things up now. 3 frames apiece against Liam Dunster.
Yeah, much better. Absolutely plumb on this 8 ball to corner. And this is what he needs to be doing. Punishing every mistake. There you see. Oh, he's shaking his head. Looks fed up.
He's in the quarter-final.
Yeah, he's just cleared up.
I mean,
one of the greatest players in the world.
He could be leading this match himself, couldn't he?
I think that's the reason he's looking so fed up.
Yeah.
I think he knows he's had the chances. Certainly to be level, without a doubt. But yeah, he could very possibly have been in the lead.
As I said, that Liam Dunster Darren Cook match levelled at 3-all, and I saw Darren Cook had the cue ball in hand, so 1 free shot, 1 visit for him here, and you've got to say that looks like a good opportunity to take the lead in that match once again. Corey Reese back at the table, mind that carpet, Corey. 4-1, he trails though against Robert Stephen.
Yeah, and he's just looking at moving that 8 ball off the side cushion.
Frame number 7, Mark Boyle to break, leading 4 frames to 2.
So, Mark electing to move to the other side, interestingly.
Wow.
So, he's been breaking all weekend from the other side.
Trying to change it up. Cue ball.
Well, Didn't hit them anywhere near as hard as usual.
It doesn't look comfortable with that side, does he? You know, we was on about the right-handed and left-handed players, and the side that he always breaks on, he looks more comfortable there, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to find something. He's been smashing them from the side and had a few bad breaks. Probably elected to just take a little bit of pace off and see whether it makes a difference. Well, evidently, in that case, it didn't. So
I think he'd like that again, Jason.
Jason's used his free shot to leave himself in an even worse position by the look of it. Yeah.
Oh dear, Jason. Time I looked up, he'd already taken it. He's just got down and did whatever he wanted to do. What's he trying to develop here?
Is he playing a plant?
Yeah. Oh, clever. But where's he? Does that yellow go past that red? Might come off the cushion, maybe.
Yeah, he might have to play cushion first, as you say. The other yellows all go. If he's going to play it, I'd be playing it as early as possible. That is for sure. He could play this to middle and play it next if he really wants to. Well,
he's just losing the cue ball every time.
Yeah, and he's nowhere near where he wanted to be, but do you know something? That may be the shot that's on. He's sticking with this long yellow.
Just look tight, that gap though, doesn't it? Down that in this corner. That's nowhere near. Jason Hill. Another opportunity goes begging.
Yeah, I didn't know if he could see that yellow down near the corner. If he could have done, that would have been a time to maybe attempt that shot. Cushion, ball, corner. And I think he ran out of position there and he said to himself, right, I'm going for this. I'm going for the long, tough ball. Try and gain some confidence. So reds, there's a red stuck just below that middle pocket. That's really awkward. And it looks almost frozen to that cushion, so not as easy to double as it could be. And then there's a red the other side of the table, near the middle of that cushion. So, lovely shot there. Great shot, plays the plant, and he's deliberately left an angle on this ball to remove the awkward ball from the side. In doing so, if he does elect to do that, he'll be on the other red that's nearest the black spot as we look. So he's not going that way, he's going the other way. But that was one way he could have gone. Likes the double. Confident enough to leave the double. Could have moved this ball. Yeah, he could have moved that if he'd have gone the other way. For whatever reason, he preferred to leave the double. And this time, it's Mark Boyle looking a little fed up as he walks back to his chair. I think it's been a long weekend. I know that last tournament that he won took a lot out of him. He's just trying to focus now, closing his eyes, trying in his composure. So Jason played cushion first. If he can get out here to be 4-3 down, he's right back in this match. Short. Does go to the corner. In fact, the ball goes to middle as well. So can he play this and hold on this red? Just doesn't want to push it in front of that 8 ball. Doesn't want to push it in front of the 8, and that'll do him. Yeah, he's okay here. Just got a little angle. So he can just stun to leave the perfect angle on his last yellow. Well, he wants to hold up a touch. Yeah, he didn't want to be at this angle here. Just come back too far. Obviously, it still goes, but much more difficult than it should have been. The good news is there's not much traffic. Well, in fact, there's no traffic. Well, he's elected to play it off another ball. And I felt there, you play yellow to corner, and you can run round 3 cushions. There's nothing in the way, this bottom end. Yeah, didn't fancy it, obviously. Mark Boyle's going to torture him now. Glued him to the back of that 8 ball. Up and down, the only option. And they'll be trying here to leave the cue ball on the bottom cushion if he can. Yeah, it's not bottom cushion, it's bottom of the pocket, unfortunately. Been a strange match this so far. Jason Hill struggled. It's fair to say that so's Mark Boyle, really. Certainly not played to the level he has been doing this weekend. But he just keeps getting those extra chances. So Mark could leave the red next to the 8 as his last red if he chooses. Decided against it, so he takes this red. Comes back out of the side cushion. Effectively, any of the 3 reds would be fine to get on the black. But that mistake in this game, I think, was unforgivable, really, for Jason. And it must have been a desperate shot that he played there to play off another ball and miss it, as he did. Because he certainly went to corner. So this black into the corner, he can stun across. Heart of the pocket.
Got some news about rankings. Are you interested to hear it?
I am. Fire away.
Hope everybody at home is as well.
Fire away.
So before this tournament started, Mark Farnsworth was number 1.
Yeah.
Now, currently, after the pro events all been added up, all the 2-year ranking list points have all dropped off, etc. Clint Jansen is the new number 1, and he's only 3 points ahead of Ross Fernie, who's already out of this event, and Mark Boyle.
Still in this
So
event.
who is going to be the number 1 after this event? Is it going to be Clint Jansen or is it going to be Mark Boyle?
Yeah. Well, it's huge for both of them, but Clint Jansen as the reigning world champion, everybody's dream to be world number 1 and the world champion at the same time. It really would be the icing on the cake.
It really would, but he's going to have to. I mean, there is a chance of him playing Liam Dunster in the semi-final. I mean, Darren Cook, he's going to have something to say in that matter. I think he looks quite. I don't know what the score is in that one at the moment. Let's have a quick look. So it is 3-3 at the moment. Darren Cook and Liam Dunster, but he looks in a bit of trouble in here if he's on that black.
Yeah, but Stephen Ellis seems to be at that table a lot over there against Clint.
There's a cue ball. He's gone in off, and Liam Dunster, he's looking like going to be taking a 4-3 lead. Rory Reese is on the comeback as well, 4-2.
Steve Ellis has just got this black to corner.
And that'll be 4-3 then to Clint Jansen. So,
all to play for, yeah.
Yeah, lots of stuff going off, isn't there? There really is. Clint will know he's close to getting the number one for the end of the year. Obviously, we've still got one tour left in January. One that had to be rescheduled, unfortunately. But wow, yes. Rory seems to have got over his carpet trip and seems to be a bit more natural around there now, avoiding that all goss. So, but yeah, he's on the comeback here. I mean, looking like that's going to go 4-3 as well. All these matches that we can see are all very, very tight indeed. It's hard to see which one is going to go where.
Yeah, I think the only exception at the moment would be the match on the stream table, where Jason just seems to be struggling. But he is getting the chances.
He's not getting the chances off his break. He's been dry for all three of them.
Yeah, and he's unlucky to be dry.
Make it
really
number
is.
4. Make it number 4. Dry.
Both players can't buy a ball from the break. And they're both hitting them well. He struck those really well. Nothing. Oh, Art Boyle just opened his can of pop, put his glove back on.
Didn't expect a chance so quickly, but the dreaded break off has hit Jason Hill once again. Dry it is. Mark Boyle, can he go within one frame of making the semi-finals and be the first man into it? Corey Reese did win that frame. He's now trailing only by the one frame, 4 frames to 3 in a race to 7 against Robert Stephen. Good opening pot there from Mark. I feel that this is another good chance here, and I mean the yellow that's just below the black ball spot. It's near that red. It's just, you know, camera angle isn't really telling us a lot. Whether it does pass into the bottom left-hand corner. Have a look at the Jason Hill dry break. Starts showing a bit of frustration as well. Not sure what that means, but I'm sure Jason will tell us after.
Not happy, that means, I think.
Yeah.
So, he can get behind this ball that you were just talking about, Mark, here. Well, he did have the option, but now he's too close to the cushion, I feel, to play that particular shot, so... We don't know whether that yellow goes to the other corner that's behind the red. That's the one thing. Doesn't want to tie the black up. No. I think it must go in that pocket. Yeah, it must go. Does that black go to middle? If so, does he run through? We have the luxury of the overhead. It's just difficult to see exactly what he's got here.
Oh.
Well, look at that for a little shot.
Good shot. How does he stay on this 8 ball? Is it?
Yeah, he's just running the wrong way here. Even with extreme check.
Just wondering if you can use the red.
The red with spin.
Anyway, we're spinning anyway.
Yeah, and he's going to do, I think, so loads of right-hand side. He's going to hit the red and hope that the ball run, and there it did it. There you see.
Oh.
What a great shot that was.
Wow.
Well, we called one right for a change there, Mark. We
Yeah.
spotted it.
We did, and this 8 ball passes into the centre. I mean, he could have just run onto it, but he didn't. And now 6-2 ahead. Is there any way back for Jason Hill in this one?
It's going to be tough. A bit tough.
Mark Boyle to break in there. Frame number 9. Not been the kindest this table for the breakers.
Yeah, this shot, one for the highlight reels, you feel?
Yeah, I think so. Played it absolutely superb.
Well, he raised his hand there. He was a tad fortunate to get such good position on the 8 to middle. But very inventive, playing with side as he did. Using his opponent's ball.
Yeah, very good positional shot. I can tell you, in the ladies' semi-final, Tilly Edwards has come out the victor. 6 frames to 5 against Rihanna Graham. So, that final will be on one of these tables here as soon as one becomes available. And it's going to be between Ashley O'Neill and Tilly Edwards, who will be picking up the ladies' open prize.
So Mark has reverted back to the original side, his preferred side, you'd have to say.
Oh, a hell of a lot more power there. He's got a ball. What's his opening pot like?
Well, first sight, yellows. The problem being, he's hampered, he's bridging over. That is the issue. You feel that if he can make this yellow to middle, it's game on. So there is also the option, as you can see there, of playing the yellow long. And this is quite a big pocket. He could... That 8 ball could help him here. Yeah, he's elected to use it.
Yeah, controlled that very nicely. Played it at a beautiful pace. Clint Jansen opens up a 2-frame lead once again against Stephen Ellis. 5-3 now he leads. Liam Dunster, he's 4-3 ahead now against Darren Cook.
Yeah, that Boyle here just drops this in the corner. Yellow to middle. So just drags it, pops it out from the bottom cushion. Played to perfection. And that black, it has the red behind it, so it does limit his angles to get to this black, but he's in perfect position here. A couple of ways he could play this. So yeah, had a couple of options there. He could have even elected to play the yellow that is nearest to, if he'd have got better position long. But either way around, this is perfect into middle. Got the perfect angle just to run forward, and he wants to be just past that balk line, you would feel. Just past the balk line he is. So this for a 7-2 victory. Yeah, and it's there. By no means a classic, but when asked the question, Mark Boyle produced, as he always does. Jason will be a little disappointed with how he played in that match. He got chances, certainly early on, Just didn't seem to be able to convert them. But he'll be back. And it's a good run he's had to the quarter-final of this event. Played some great stuff to get this far. So, Mark Boyle, first player through to the semi-finals. And we'll just hand you over now to the studio for an interview with Mark Boyle.
Thanks, Andy, and joined by Mark Boyle. Mark, bit of one-way traffic there. Obviously, the break didn't work for either player there, and what's going off out there? But you know, still got to be pleased with your performance a little bit.
Patchy, I thought patchy because Jason had a good few chances he never took, but the table caught us out because we've been out on other tables. It just plays totally different. You know, it's sliding but it plays really well, but it's just totally different for what the other tables are playing like. So it did catch us both out, but all I can take for that is the win, because I felt like I struggled.
Yeah, no, as did Jason Hill. I mean, with his break and that, I mean, he absolutely walloped him, didn't he? And he just got no reward at all. Nothing was even travelling near a pocket.
He just couldn't get it going either. But he was very unlucky because he was catching the break well. They just, as you said, they just weren't going towards the pockets.
Yeah, and I think all your knowledge of their conditioning units and that, I don't think would have favoured that. And that's what I mean. It's lovely and toasty in here now, and it really is.
It's beautiful.
So next round, you're going to be playing the winner of Robert Stephen or Corey Rees, and I can tell you that Robert Stephen was 4-0 ahead in that match, but now Corey's come back to 4-3. Do you prefer to be playing either of them?
Both are in my class, so it's going to be a tough game no matter who I play. I know I need to play my best, a lot better than that, to be honest. But no, it's a semi-final of a major, so you've got to be up for it.
And I found out a bit about the rankings. Would you like me to tell you? Do you want me to just to keep it under wraps for now?
Keep it till tomorrow.
Keep it till tomorrow.
Till after the final or something.
Tell you after the final. Okay, then we'll keep that up to that. I mean, I've let the audience know, so they're in the know.
As long as they know, that'll keep them happy.
That's the main thing. So it looks like you're going to have a little bit of time now, just before all the other three semi-finals, the other three quarter-finals are all being played currently, and that. So what you're going to do? Just go out a bit of fresh air, just relieve.
I'm going to eat as much sugar as possible, get some energy. I just feel drained.
I'm not surprised. I mean, the amount of frames that you've played this week already, and you're continuing into another semi-final. You've got to be absolutely over the moon.
That's keeping me going. The adrenaline's keeping me going, but I'll go and get a few Mars bars and a couple of cans of juice and get ready for the semis, just to get a bit of life back into me.
Well, I'm going to let you get a little bit of life back into you, because we want to see you at your very best, and it's been superb so far, and good luck for your next round indeed. So, Mark Boyle again into another semi-final. Who is he going to be playing? It looks like we're going to have to take a little break off for now, but stay with us, and I'm sure our TV director might put you on a little bit of coverage at some point, and it looks like he's done it already, so we'll keep you up to date with all of them games that are going off, and we'll see you back very soon.
Hope you enjoyed the action there on one of the outer tables where we saw Corey Reese secure his spot in the semi-finals. I'm joined once again by Mark Pickworth. It's semi-final time. It's the end of a long weekend. The players are exhausted, but we've still got some fantastic action to come with these next two matches.
Yeah, we have, and you know, not just like fantastic action. There's a lot of ranking points up for grabs as well. So, and it's all going to getting very interesting now. I mean, this next match-up, Liam Dunster against Clint Ianson. These are played many times in front of these TV cameras, but we've just seen Corey Reese from 4-0 down come back to beat Robert Stevens 7 frames to 4. So he's also safely into the semi-finals.
Absolutely, as you said there, Mark, coming up on the stream now, we've got the current world champion Clint Ianson against the former world champion Liam Dunster. It doesn't get much bigger than this.
It doesn't, and you know, this could be a dream final that it could have happened, but it's a semi-final stage, and it's all about now who can play the best in front of this TV camera, because the pressure is mounting.
Yeah, and on the one of the outer tables, the second semi-final between Mark Boyle and Corey Reese will be dropping in and out of that match during this semi-final, but that's another absolutely mouth-watering semi-final.
Yeah, Mark Boyle, you know, as we've already mentioned, he's only lost 4 matches in the whole of the tour season so far, and he's still battling away to try and pick up yet another title. So it's definitely all to play for. I mean, he's going to have a tough game there, Corey. He's going to get a bit of a lift from playing that against Robert Steve, you know, being 4-0 down to come back to win the next 7 frames. You know, he's had to mentally get himself ready to try and do that, because in these races to 7 you don't normally see a fight back like that, because he's normally done and dusted. But as you saw, Corey Reese, you know, shows what he's made of, and come back to win that match. But you know, he's going to have a real tough task against Mr. Magic Mark Boyle.
Absolutely, yeah. So the players are almost ready. I mean, for someone who's just tuning in for the first time, we've got lots of new viewers, you know, on YouTube and on Billy TV and various other platforms. Somebody who's just tuning in for the first time and watching these two players, Liam Dunster, Clint Ianson, just tell us what the strengths are of these two players.
Well, the pattern play is one of the best in the world, especially Liam's. His positional play, he always seems to select the right shot, and I think in this game it is crucial to make sure that you go in the correct pattern play. Where Clint, he's probably a little bit behind Liam Dunster, but this guy, Clint Ianson, he has come on leaps and bounds. I remember he used to play them. I don't know how old he was when he was playing for us, like, what was it, like nearly 10 years ago. And but he played to a terrific standard then, and still continuing to keep winning titles. But now he wants this #1 spot. The only way he's going to get this #1 spot is by winning this match, and then hopefully going on to win this title, because that's what he's dreaming of. You know, I spoke to him in here in the studio, and he wants that #1 spot. He doesn't just want to be the current world champion, he wants to be #1 as well. Yeah,
it's got a great ring to it, hasn't it? And it is between him and Mark Boyle who will end the year as #1, and there's 3 points in it, you know, on the live rankings after the professional event in favour of Clint. Ross Fernie's on the same number of points also as Mark Boyle, but obviously he can't get any more points this weekend, so it's all bubbling up to an absolutely fantastic conclusion tonight.
Yeah, it is, and you know, just you know, is Liam Dunster going to do Mark Boyle? You know, is you know, fellow Scotsman, is he going to do him a favour to try and make sure Mark Boyle gets that #1 spot? Or is Clint Ianson going to come good here and knock the Duster out, and hopefully, you know, could go on to win the title?
Well, we're about to find out. We can see the players have just lagged off, so I think it's time to get over the commentary box with Andy Richardson. But first of all, it's Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, joined here by Andy Richardson. And we're in the hot seat for this cracking-looking semi-final between Liam Dunster and Clint Ianson. And as mentioned in the studio, Andy, Clint battling it out for the #1 spot.
Yeah, fighting, as he always does. Yeah, current world champion, and wouldn't it be fantastic to be world champion and world #1? What a great ring, as Kevin said in studio, what a great ring it's got to it. And I know it's something he's desperately would like to do. But this man, Liam Dunster, is absolute class and granite as a competitor.
And it will be no easy task to get through him and get to the final, trust me.
And just shot over there to table number 1, just behind the arena, and we will keep you posted on that one as well. That is the Ladies Open Final. Ashley O'Neill of Scotland taking on England's Tilly Edwards in that one. We'll keep you posted with that. We'll also keep you posted with the other semi-final, which will be going on shortly between Corey Rees and Mark Boyle. But for now, let's stick to the main event. Dunster v Janssen. Dunster's broke off, and, well, it looks a dream start from here, Andy.
It does. Yeah, didn't put too much pace in that cut break, but he popped them open. But great split. And at first sight, these yellows, well, nothing's hampering them. Maybe the one nearest the black spot, but I believe that passes to corner.
Looks like it does to me as well. Perhaps not a full pocket, so probably one that you want to be behind when you're taking that on.
Yeah, if he has got a full pocket, he may well go for it. Shot after this.
Well, you couldn't really land much nicer on it than that.
Yeah, if indeed it does go.
It looks there like he might have the whole pocket, actually.
Yeah, I think he has. And Mark in the studio was saying about pattern play, how good the pattern play is. Yeah, I've got to say, you just never see Liam Dunster play the wrong shot.
It's so hard to find a weakness in either of these two's game, really. If you were really hunting for a weakness in Liam's game, it's maybe that he doesn't necessarily have the invention of for example, a Mark Boyle. But it's really clutching at straws.
Yeah, it is, and I think really one of the reasons for that you don't tend to see too much elaboration when he's in trouble is he doesn't get in trouble very often.
Yes, exactly. and to be fair, when he does, he is capable of pulling off those shots. So yeah, I'm being unfair for the sake of finding a talking point there. Really,
yeah. He always goes the right way. It may well be that there are, a couple of easy-looking options, but he will always play the one that gives him the greatest percentage. And that is the mark of a true great player. Eliminate as much risk as possible. Make things as easy as possible for yourself.
Yeah, just patient style around the table. He'll wait for the 10 seconds here, will he? Oh, that's rare. He usually does. He usually waits for the beep.
Yeah, that's another great strength of his. He's brilliant with the shot clock.
Yeah.
Time management. Never looks rushed.
No, even when he's down to the last nanoseconds, he never rushes a shot.
Everything's very measured.
Yeah. Clint looks deep in thought, but doesn't really have anything to worry about at the moment. 1-0, but break dish. Nothing Clint could do about that. Here's our first look at the Ladies Open Final. Tilly Edwards at the table. Just a little containing safety here, I suspect. And that's a nice looking shot. Actually left one to the centre. That's the only potential flaw there.
To break. Trading 1 frame to 0. Time running.
Eyes on that match between frames. Oh, Clinton off. Oh, look at the split as well.
Yeah, and he was straighting off there, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's a weird one though. It sort of gripped and ripped it towards the pockets.
Yeah, look what he's left.
It's just, that's an awesome break, really. If not for the in-off, that's curtains in anyone's eyes.
So, elects to use his extension before selecting the colour. Should be a pretty standard route. He takes these reds, so doesn't feel he'll need that extension at a later point. So just using that extra little bit of time to plan things exactly as he wants them.
I think the only slight snag here really is the yellow sort of top right of the 8-ball. If that wasn't there, then there's absolutely no danger at all with this clearance, but it's just in the line of where you'd like to be with the cue ball for the last shot of the frame. There's still plenty of room past it, but it is just something worth bearing in mind, I think.
Yeah. So, we weren't sure if this red went to middle, but now that we've seen it does.
He's landed just a little bit straight here, and he's sort of half queuing over that yellow, so I think it's just about alright. I think if the cue ball had held up a bit more, this would be trickier, but I think he can just top this through off 2 rails and land on the reds towards the top half of the table. Yeah. So to screw back. Perfect position, just slightly slipped away from him here, Andy.
Yeah, he's just chasing a little bit. He's got this red to middle. He's a little bit more angled than he would have liked.
I think he might be able to run into the yellow near the top corner, or just
but it's
bump
a risk.
on and off.
Yeah, you don't really want to be, and you don't want to be hampered here either.
No, well, to be honest, I don't think he would have been able to get much closer to the 8-ball anyway, so I think he'd just drop this in, and actually it's pretty safe.
Yeah, the good thing is he doesn't need to do anything with the white, does it?
Yeah.
He'd rather not be bridging over that yellow.
No, but I think he'd rather that than have had a lot of angle, so probably chose the lesser of 2 evils with that one.
Taking his time with this 8-ball, gives every ball the maximum amount of respect, doesn't take anything for granted. Very deliberate, measured, the same routine for every shot. And there you see, clinical. And once Clint Ianson had gone in off there, really, he left a fantastic opportunity for Liam Dunster, which he capitalised on.
Tilly was on yellows here, if memory serves me right. So she's gone for the double. That's a terrific shot. And that will be the first frame in the Ladies Open final. Well played, Tilly Edwards. And, well supported in that arena there. The sort of second arena, if you like, with the 3 tables. There's a decent amount of seating set up in that room.
Frame 3.
And, the ladies they stick together so much, they'll all be in there cheering each other on. It's a nice sort of community feel to the ladies' game. You get that a little bit in the men's, but not quite to the same extent, I don't think.
So Liam remaining at the same side of the table, breaking from the cushion.
Again, not a great deal of power, and this time it shows, I think.
Yeah, he didn't quite hit those as sweetly as he did the first break. Let's just get a rerun.
I think he might have just clipped the front ball there, and it perhaps took a bit of the pace out of the contact with the full pack. So an opportunity has arisen here for Clint Jansen.
Yeah, it's not an easy one though.
It's one that he needs to be taking though, or at the very least, you know, getting the control of this frame.
Well, straight away into one of his problem areas.
Oh, it's not too bad actually, because I think those two yellows plant quite comfortably.
Yeah, and that yellow that's on the near enough the black spot, does that go to corner as well? So can he play this plant, run off the bottom, possibly the side as well, and can he get onto that yellow?
I think the
we'll soon find out. I think he can, you know. I think he's on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great shot. I think this is tight. Again, I don't think it's a full pocket. I think this might be sliding in off the far jaw. The near jaw, rather.
Extension, please.
So he just checked that ball there off the side cushion. Just well, he's okay here. Don't get me wrong. Just ran a little further than he wanted.
Yeah. Again, he's brought the cue ball back there lovely, and actually he's got the choice now. He'd probably take the long one and just screw back, because position is absolutely guaranteed for the black as long as you get anywhere in the top half of the table from this.
So, good reply.
Yeah, it's a really good reply because he's under the gun straight away. In off, you know, to follow a break dish from Liam to start off with. So this was a chance that you really feel he had to take.
Yeah, and they weren't easy. Had to develop balls there. That first shot he played just disturbed the two difficult balls near the middle. And then he worked his way around. So, looking very calm. Doesn't show a lot of emotion. Neither of these two players, to be fair, show much emotion.
No, hardly any at all.
Often difficult to work out whether they're in front or behind. Regardless.
Yeah, there's a question. Who shows the most emotion out of these two? That's a hard one to answer.
Well, I would have to say Clint, I think, because Liam shows absolutely none. Liam is just deadpan. I think that's part of his
I've seen both
his
of
routine.
them flash with anger. And
Clint Jansen to break.
I think I've seen, yeah.
Trailing 2 frames to 1.
I think it's close, that, actually. I think it's close. I think you're probably right. It's probably Liam, but I don't think there's much in it. Better. Much better from Clint Jansen.
Yeah, and rewarded as well. So, two contrasting styles of break. It's the head ball. Punches them in. So,
tough to work out which colour set's best here. I think there's an argument for both.
Probably yellows, I would think, only because of the red near the black spot. The work he's got here is trying to land on that yellow on the balk line, you would feel.
Yeah, that's the one I don't like on yellows.
So he's going to check this. Checks it. He didn't want to run away there.
No.
Tried to catch that full.
He almost hit that a fraction hard. And I don't think the check he wanted to put on it quite bit into it the way he was expecting.
So may have to go long here. Top corner. Just stun off the side. That's what he's done. Good recovery.
It's amazing how easy they make those shots look. Don't get me wrong, it's not the most difficult of pots, but, you know, for you, even most of the amateurs would sort of take a second glance at that and reset themselves, and he just got down and knocked it in.
So, that difficult ball on the balk line, he could use the yellow just below the 8, which he's going to do here. So he needs to just stun this back. He wants to get it like to be lower if he could. That's fine though, as long as the path of the cue ball avoids those 2 reds near the corner. That was his main concern. He can just screw back here.
Yeah, I don't think that was the way he originally played that pattern, but I just think he ended up with such a nice angle to get on that most difficult yellow from where he landed. He just chose that moment to take it.
And I think he's slightly out of perfect line here. He's such a good cueist. Such a good single ball potter. There he was out of line. Yeah. So elected to stun across. And he's taking this to middle. His intention was to take it into the corner. Yeah. Impressive.
2 each in no time at all. Liam Dunster and Clint Jansen have gone toe-to-toe in the opening 4 frames. And they've shared them between the 2. Oh, it's a tricky one to call this.
Yeah, we expected it to be a classic, living up to it. Good break there from Clint.
Yeah, really good. Much better than I mean, the first one was a cracking hit. Just screwed in off.
Yeah. I just do feel sometimes that when somebody's using the cut break and it's working out for them, there is that advantage of the safer cue ball in general. Less likely to be kicked in off. And that can be a massive difference.
We were having this discussion earlier, weren't we, off comms, but it's a percentage game, isn't it? And if you can get that extra 5-10% on the break, and you're right, I think the cut break gives you that extra level of safety.
Yeah, definitely.
It might not make it. It might not seem to have an effect over one match, but over the course of a season, that's big.
Definitely,
really big.
Yeah, it's maybe something we could look at stat, isn't it? Really, if we analysed.
Yeah, I mean, I said it Friday night. I think it's not a stat that we have, but I think the most break dishes will come from Mark Boyle as a percentage of his number of breaks.
Yeah, and also probably the least whites in off the break would possibly come from Mark Boyle as well. And that would be the stat that would interest me. Is it safer?
That would be a fascinating stat. Yeah, who gets it in off them at least, and then analysing their breaking styles.
So the least unforced errors with the cue ball, you know.
Clint Jansen's got a problem here. I think he might take the red he's closest to first. It's a trickier shot, but he'd love to leave the red over the top left as an insurance policy. Exactly what he's done. But in going reds, the 8-ball doesn't go anywhere. I don't know whether he'll go game here. I think he might try and take control of the frame.
Well, he could play red to double off the bottom cushion, kick the back of the black if he chooses. That was one option. That would have been the aggressive option. But he has total control of that corner.
Yeah, he needs to move that 8-ball. And Liam has he's basically in the situation now where he needs to stop Clint moving that 8-ball.
Yeah, he either needs to move it, or if you look at the red that's over the middle, if he was to get low on that, that would be a possibility off the 8.
Yep.
And as I say, the previous shot, he could have really, if he decided he wanted to, he could have played the double side bottom cushion and off the back of the black. Suppose he was mindful that if he opened up that yellow for Liam, he could be in danger. So wants to make sure that he's on a finish before he takes any risks.
Liam slightly dicing with death there, in that wasn't that far away from not catching a rail there. Weighted it well.
Well, this bottom ball...
Has he left the gap?
Yeah, it does go. Sure it goes. But he doesn't want to go yet. Keeping control. Takes this corner pocket. Leaves the cue ball on the bottom rail.
This is where we're going to see the best of Liam Dunster, I think. And these kind of situations where he's so far behind in a frame.
Yeah.
He's so good at turning these to his advantage.
So that black pocket there, you could send this yellow up in defence, and I like it.
Needs to run. Yeah, that's really
Needs
good.
to run, but he doesn't want to leave. The only problem with that is that he now leaves a similar situation to before. That red would potentially...
I think Clint will go here. I think Clint can take that red to the right centre and go down into that area, because now that yellow's there, he doesn't have to worry about potting the black accidentally.
Does this go to middle? This is key if it goes to middle. It does.
Doesn't have the angle to do that anymore. So he might have to go cushion first here and pot this one over the pocket.
Doesn't want to be straight.
Oh, that's good.
Doesn't really matter, but...
He's got an ideal amount of angle there. I think it's a cutback. He can just stun it.
So he's got a natural angle here. So this into the corner. And as you can see, if he elects to here, he could go in to this cluster.
He's going now.
Yeah, and he would be unlucky not to be on something. Well, it hasn't worked out.
It hasn't.
But there's a skill shot.
Yeah, there is. And he's so deep into this finish now that I think that's what he's going to have to do. So he'll drop the red in that's over the pocket. Love the cue ball somewhere where it is now, roughly. So that he can stun the last red into the middle and leave himself the perfect angle for the skill shot.
Yeah,
well, it's going the other way.
Yeah, the only thing with this skill shot is you'd like to be behind the...
Yeah, and that's
the
why
8.
I thought he'd leave that one.
Well,
Because I thought that was a nicer ball to get on it. But he's just going to stun right across then.
well, if he can see this full enough, he just draws straight back. And he'd like to be as straight as possible. Doesn't want to drift. No, he is okay there. But I always like to be straight behind if I'm going to attempt this.
I still think I'd have gone the other way, because I think you had a better chance of being right behind. Big shot. No.
And I always play that with bottom, not top, I have to say. Tend to screw that soft to follow, but I noticed that he played it with top, and he is good at that shot. So listen, I'm not saying he's done anything wrong, not by any stretch. But it just seemed to stop dead, didn't it?
Everyone has their own opinions on that shot.
Yeah, yeah.
And the traditional logic is that you screw it because that imparts top on the object ball. Personally, I think it's mostly about pace, and I think he's hit that too hard and it's stunned rather than it hasn't had the chance to follow through, because the ball's the black wasn't spinning at all when it's hit the next ball. It skidded into it and it's just
stopped dead. It just stopped dead.
Yeah. So it's stunned rather than... I think he's just hit it a bit hard. I don't think the screw necessarily makes that much difference. I'm sure there's 1,000 pool players and a couple of physics professors screaming at their TVs now telling me I'm wrong, but it's just personal experience. Either way, this is a let-off, and Liam's going to take this frame. It's going to be 3-2 to the Scotsman.
Well, that was a nice shot. Screws across table and back out. And he's landed perfect. Takes this to corner. Takes the other yellow to the other corner if he chooses. But even so, it looks an obvious, easy finish. But it's the same care and attention every time from Liam Dunster.
Yeah, it's just what he does.
Let's top this into the corner. 2 balls hanging over the 2 corner pockets. So this is for a 3-2 lead. And a bit of a let-off in this frame. Clint was unfortunate when he went into that little cluster, you do feel, to leave that yellow hanging over the pocket as he did.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit harsh.
Yeah.
But equally, you could sort of see from the way that those balls were situated that it wasn't guaranteed to knock the yellow in. We've had a bit of a poll on YouTube. So we've asked who of our 4 semi-finalists is going to win this open title here at the IPA Grand Finals. And, we've got Dunster, Clint, Corey Rees and Mark Boyle, of course. Now, it's hard to look past Mark, isn't it?
Well, on current form, obviously won the pro event this weekend. The season that he's had, yeah, you would think possibly favourite. But 4 fantastic players.
Yep. Well, let's see what the viewing public think. Corey Rees, 5%. Clint Hansen, 11%. And I can tell you that is Liam Dunster, and it's 31%. Not quite sure what's happened there. And Mark Boyle, half of our viewers think that Mark Boyle is going to win. Well, you can see why, but slightly harsh on Clint and Corey there, I think. I don't think
more than slightly harsh, yeah.
I don't think if there was a bookie taking odds that they would be quite that
No, I'm
that
certain
low.
they wouldn't.
Put it this way, if you give me 10 to 1 on Corey Rees, I'll bite your hand off.
Yeah, and I think if somebody was to mention those stats to Clint in this match, it might just give him that extra little spark.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's still got it, because that's a great break. And these reds are, well, they're sitters, to be honest. It's quite a nice natural pattern. Almost a sort of clock of reds around the table. Nothing in the way.
Yeah, just draw this back. There you see. So he can play red to middle if he chooses. Red to the corner just below it. So, plays this ball to corner off the side cushion. He'd like to land well, he could have gone for straight. An angle's still good. He's got the right angle. He's the right side of it.
Yeah. Yeah, if we come too far left, we'd be talking about... I mean, to be honest, anything approaching straight was fine there, really.
Yeah. Flowing.
What I think I love watching about these players, and Clint is a prime example, is how confidently he hits the ball. while retaining that level of control over the white. It's really impressive on this table particularly. You know, you very rarely see them drop a ball in.
Right.
3-all. The ladies' open final there. Ashley O'Neill has turned it round. It was 1-0 to Tilly Edwards, but Ashley O'Neill has won the next 2 frames. And at the top of your screen as well, Corey Rees trailing Mark Boyle by the same scoreline. 2-1 in that one. Both of those matches, indeed all 3 remaining matches now, timed.
Frame 7, Liam Dunster to break. Score tied 3 frames all.
So Liam to break remains at the same side of the table.
Yeah, will he have more luck than last time? The last time I think he just caught the head ball on the way through, and I think it sort of killed the momentum really. He left a cluster and nothing down. Don't think he'll make that mistake again. That one's better. It's a better contact. Nothing down though, same result.
Yeah, it has not been kind this evening, this stream table, with regard to the break, because there's nothing wrong with the way he hit those, I can assure you.
It's interesting. What's Clint got on here? Initial look at the table, I really like yellows, but that one to the left of the cue ball, it's very awkward actually.
Yeah, I mean, he could elect to play reds if he so chooses. He could play red onto red. He could even use the red on the bottom cushion, but as you say, it's just that yellow, isn't it?
Yeah.
What does he do with that yellow? Does he try and get onto it now?
I don't see that. So, I mean, what you've got at the moment, you've got the yellow over the corner pocket. So you could use, sorry, the centre pocket. So if you could get round there, then you've got a big pocket for that. And I think he's just about landed on it.
Yeah, dicing with death there a little when he hit that red.
He'll want to play this at a fair pace, just to make sure that the other yellow travels somewhere nearer the top left corner. He's going to have the cue ball cleaned here.
Yeah, and there's also the matter of the cue ball. This cue ball is going to stay low on this table, you would feel, if he doesn't put any pace on it. So it's his next ball. He needs to land on his next ball comfortably. So what does he do here?
I think pace. And you could either play it with a bit of top right. If you come back into the 2 reds, then you're probably going to be on the yellow to right centre. Or top left, and you could come across and take the yellow into the same pocket as this one. So
top left, and you go off side, bottom, and back out, which is what he's done. Well,
that is unbelievable. That is, he's found the millimetre that he could have found where that yellow doesn't pot there, because he's hit the back of the pocket and it's come out. And how it's missed the other yellow is beyond me. That's harsh. I feel for Clint there.
Yeah, so previous frame, when he went into the cluster, we feel he got the bad end of the draw there, don't we, where he left that yellow hanging over, blocking the black. And there we see he's played a ball to middle. Okay, if you're really critical, he didn't get it in the hole, did he?
Well, I suppose the thing is, the only thing you could argue there is it's actually a really bad shot in that he had a huge margin for error, really. All you've got to do is hit the yellow, and he missed the yellow.
Yeah.
So, you know, is it unlucky a bit? But you should probably get it.
Yeah. The thing is, at this level, Dan, you can't afford to do anything, can you? You've got to, everything's got to be capitalised on.
I think he probably thought, like I did, that basically, if you miss the front jaw of the pocket, the near jaw of the pocket, it couldn't miss.
Yeah, and he needed to play at a pace, didn't he, to get back out? That was the issue. And here you see Liam. He's got this red to corner, and then he can take the red on this bottom cushion, and that will give him a chance to get onto that difficult red. Up table at the side, if he chooses. So he takes this into the corner, and he wants to get pretty straight on this red would do him, to be honest with you.
Yeah, anywhere close to straight, and as close as possible, really.
We say straight only because it makes the pot slightly easier.
Yeah.
If he's comfortable, a little angle would do, but that'll do him. He's okay there.
That's spot on. Question is now, do you draw the cue ball back? It probably makes the finish slightly easier, but makes this pot harder, or do you just run it through?
I think you just pop the ball into the corner, hold for the one near the corner. When I first looked at it, I thought, yeah, maybe run through, but I think it makes the shot more difficult. It's however he feels. I think he may be topping it through. That was my initial thought. So no, yeah, it does look better, doesn't it, going corner. Once he landed where he did.
Yeah. I thought that he might have to draw the cue ball back slightly because of that yellow. But he stunned that in, he's still on it, so that clearly made that the right choice.
He'd like to keep himself away from the cushion when he pots this ball, if he can. If he does, there you go, lovely. Spot on.
Well, we are essentially coming up to the halfway stage in this game. A best of 7 frames, and this is frame 7.
Yeah, just draws it back. And this 8 ball goes to middle.
Yep, there we go. So these two great competitors have shared the frames as evenly as possible so far, but it is Liam Dunster who leads by the odd one in 7. 4-3 to the Scotsman, and it's still really hard to predict how this is going to go. Liam's break, really for me, hasn't worked at all. Whereas Clint's has, apart from the in-off. Clint's has been excellent.
Now, does Liam move to the other side? That's the thing.
Another frame has passed us by in the Ladies Open final as well. Ashley O'Neill now 2-all with Tilly Edwards. And Ashley breaking off there. Hasn't quite got hold of those, and I think she'll be sitting back down in her seat. Didn't hear anything dropping in. Yeah, Tilly straight back up and mirroring each other's scores. Corey Rees and Mark Boyle also 2 apiece. On table 2.
Clint Hyanson to break. Trailing 4 frames to 3. Time running.
So he's been hitting them well. See if he can continue, but he certainly just definitely needs a ball off this break.
Got one. Nearly got 2. How's this going to end up? Well, these reds are glorious, really. The one over the left, top left corner, top right corner from the overhead here, might be a bit of a problem. It's a bit awkward to get onto. But clutching at straws somewhat.
Yeah. If Clint elects to play this to middle now, just clears the path for the other red. Yeah, which is what he's going to do. So in this frame, it's going to be about that last red to get down to black.
Yeah, I mean, is this just slow? It's a bit straight.
Yeah, he's just got a little bit of angle. He's okay.
I think he'd love to have taken the one that's furthest away from the top right corner pocket first. Then he could take top left and be guaranteed to be nice on the last one. I don't think he can really do that now. But there's so many ways you could take these 4 balls out.
There are. Yeah, could have gone either way. It could have left either ball last here, either of these 2 reds.
Just needs to leave an angle. It's not the best. He's underdone that.
No, it's not the best.
He would have. This really needed to be thinner and not bridging over the yellow. I think he'll have to leave a bit of distance here now. If he tries to force this, he could end up behind that yellow nearest the right centre pocket.
Yeah, I did think he may have gone the other way around, you know, and left the ball over the corner till last.
Well, that's what.
Stun up off the side. Careful of this bottom pocket.
Oh, this is really close. But
Careful.
I think it's okay. Well, 8 balls don't get much tougher than this.
They don't know, and nobody likes to be playing the cue ball at pace with these shots.
Centre pocket's in play here as well.
It is.
So he's going to have to. I think he's going to have to dig down at it. He's not.
Fortunately, the other centre pocket's covered with the yellow, so should he get anywhere near that, he's okay.
I mean, that's a great pot, but where the cue ball ended up was anyone's guess. I mean, I said the centre pocket was in play. Well, he hit the jaw, so he judged it well.
He did, yeah. Yeah, it just went wrong there at the end of that clearance. There's 2 reds left.
4 all though, the scoreline remains the same as it would have been had he made it easy, so it doesn't matter in the end.
You see, Corey Rees trailing Art Boyle 3-2, but he's at the table.
Yeah, it looks an interesting table, that, doesn't it? It's hard to know. Pull your trousers up, Corey. Come on.
Is Corey on yellows, do you think?
I honestly haven't got a clue.
I have a feeling he might. I don't know why.
Or is it an open table?
I don't know. We've no idea.
No, none whatsoever.
Absolutely no idea.
But we'll have a guess.
In general.
That's why we sit here. Is it those who can do and those who can't commentate? Is that... Back to the action. Liam Dunster again with the cut break. Again. Oh, wow. I thought it was dry. He has found a pocket this time. It's not a great split still.
No, that was last gasp. That ball dropping. And he's not not hitting them very hard. Obviously feels there's a reason for that. Thinks he's timing it as required, but it's not really working out for him so far in this match.
I mean, he's got options here of reds or yellows. He's got a starter on both. I mean, it's a plant to the left centre on yellows, but it's not difficult. But yellows have got a couple of problem balls. The one next to the black, I don't actually think goes anywhere. It doesn't pass to the centre pocket.
I think it may go top pocket. Doesn't look like it on the main screen, but we have the overhead, and I think possibly goes to top corner.
Yeah, it's close, isn't it? It depends how close those 2 balls are together. Gone reds anyway.
Yeah. So does that red go to middle? That's next to that yellow we're talking about. Well, there you see it didn't go to corner.
Yeah, I reckon it does. I reckon it does go to middle.
Yeah, red goes to middle.
So I suppose all the reds go. Again, it's the one next to the black spot. Does that go to the right corner or not? Does that need moving? He's got a perfect ball to do it if he does.
Well,
it does now.
Does now, yeah, definitely. That was a lovely little shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just caught the back of that.
What I like about that shot as well is he played it in such a way where if he didn't get that cannon, he was always leaving himself the chance to do it in the next shot.
Yeah.
Not that you can always do that, but he left his options open, that's for sure.
So just checks this cue ball, if you just see there. A little bit of check side, just holds the angle. If he takes this to middle, he has a red to corner, and as long as that red does go to middle, and we think it does, that one touching the yellow, he's looking good here.
Perfect stop shot.
Yeah, absolutely stop dead. So can he see enough of this red? Well, obviously it must go, you would think. If it doesn't, he has got an angle here just to try and stun into it, but I don't think he'd have gone this far unless it did go.
No, it must do.
Yeah. And this is just all about this is the connection with the yellow. How does he catch this yellow when he pots the red?
Yeah. I don't know if he can avoid it, you know.
No, he can't. I'm sure he can't avoid it. He's making contact with this yellow.
He might be trusting to luck here because they could stick together. That's a good shot.
He would have been extremely unfortunate not to have a shot at the black there.
Yeah.
One of his mannerisms, that, isn't it? Is he gets down, looks straight at the line of the ball, level with the bed of the table. Stalks his prey.
It is, isn't it? It's very, yeah. Have you found the BBC yet about that David Attenborough replacement job?
Yeah, stalking his prey. Well,
that's the O'Neill there, walking away from the table, and it looks like she's left Tilly Edwards a shot.
overhead for me.
Corey Reese at the top of your screen, fiddling about with himself like he does. Yeah.
Frame 10.
Still, one of my favourite interview questions was Craig Marsh asked him what his nickname was at school. It was Itchy and Scratchy, because he fidgets so much. So, yeah, Itchy and Scratchy there on table 2. Oh, that 8 ball's close, but it's not in. And this is... It's a decent shot. If it weren't for that red and yellow touching just to the right of the breaking line, the racking line, whatever you want to call it there, then I'd be marking this one down on the scorecard already, I think. But that might just cause an issue. And there's no easy yellow to start with either. I don't actually think either of those red and yellow go anywhere at the moment.
No, they seem to be blocking each other.
Yeah.
So, likes to take reds. But he does have 2 reds close to that problem area.
I suppose in an ideal world, if you can finish low on the lowest of the reds in, what, 1 shot's time now. Oh, he's overdone that, has he?
Very nearly. I think he may be just okay. Yeah, if he can land low on the bottom red.
Yeah, on and off the side rail here, lots of left-hand side. You can see how far to the left he's queuing. Well, perhaps had too much angle to go down for that one at that point. So, well...
does the red
does it
go to top?
Left?
Yeah, top. It may well. Because if it comes down to his last two reds, you don't really want to be trying to break that out and trusting to luck.
No, I think you're right there, Andy. I think it go top left. Needs to finish straight on this one. That's all right. Can run it on and off the bottom rail and finish. Basically, you want to be right behind that last red to the corner.
Yeah, I think the only thing here is obviously he's under the cushion to start with. He's going to have to just push this through. He's going to be very close to this cushion.
Well, this is tricky. I think he's slightly further right in that it's not straight, and I think that's a good thing because he doesn't have to do anything with regards to getting on the 8 ball.
Yeah, it's all about this red. Given position, if this drops it has.
It's a beauty. This has been a really nice finish.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure, wasn't there, on that last red?
Yeah, and even though from the break it looked like quite a simple table, that one red was a real problem, and he solved it beautifully. Five all. Race to 7.
Yeah, best of 3.
Best of 3. Liam Dunster will have 2 of the potential 3 breaks. Will that be the crucial advantage? You'd have to say on the way that he's been breaking, Andy, possibly not.
Yeah, he's not been breaking great, has he? And interestingly, he's not changed sides. I thought he may have tried to, you know, he often breaks from one side, and if he's struggling, he swaps over, as many players do. But Liam is stuck with that break from the one side.
Yep. So the 2 remaining games, Ashley O'Neill, they're trailing Tilly Edwards by 3 frames to 2 in the Ladies Open final, and it's 3 all between Corey Rees and Mark Boyle in the top of your picture. It looks like all these matches are going to go close.
Yeah, he must believe he's found something breaking from this side, because I've mentioned before in commentary that when he breaks from the other side, he doesn't break off the rail. It's a different break entirely.
Whatever it is at the moment, he hasn't found it, and it isn't working.
I think it's time for a change, personally.
Well, he's only going to have one more frame to do it in. And actually, he may not get that chance, because this is a great chance on reds. Or yellows, actually, the more I look. But I think it'll be reds.
Yeah, you have a good chance if you were forced to play either colour.
Yeah, exactly. It's I think the one small risk here is when you play the 2 reds that are together, you're obviously playing the left-hand one first. Don't flick the right one on the way back, because then you could...
This was the ball for me. He needs to remove that ball, which opens the ball bottom of balk there in the middle. So he's frees that up. But has he come far enough?
I don't think that's the best shot ever, to be honest.
If he'd have come out further, he was up, wasn't he?
Yeah. I think he might have to take the longer one now, and then the left of those 2 reds.
Well, that's a bad error if he does.
I don't think it's too... Yeah, I think this is okay.
Well, it's certainly okay now, but that was a pressure pot.
It was, yes.
Pressure pot that he shouldn't have had to take. There you see, just spins back out. So, yeah, no worries catching the other ball there.
No, I had to play that with quite a lot left-hand side to keep it away.
Yeah, this was the key ball, the one in the bottom, in the middle of that balk rail there.
Yep.
As soon as he took the ball in front of the other corner, he freed it up. There you see, just left a little angle. Or is he a little straight?
Again, only a little angle.
Yeah.
He's going to have to pump this, I think.
Yeah, if it is a little bit lower, it was much easier.
The worst comes to the worst, the 8-ball goes to the right centre as well. So if he doesn't get high enough, he can just cut that in and use that yellow below the left centre pocket to hold. Because actually, even if it's the right-hand side of that, the 8-ball goes top right as well. There's so many options.
Yeah, but he would have dearly loved to be straighter on this red.
Oh yeah, straighter on this and it's frame over now. But I think a full ball contact, any kind of good contact on that yellow, yeah, fine. (6-5) Clint Ianson. He is the first man to the hill. Liam Dunster sits in his chair. But
Well,
he just hasn't broken well enough, and if Clint can get a good break here, it could be curtains for Liam without him getting the chance.
Yeah, and a very, very rare show of emotion there from Liam Dunster.
I told you, it does happen.
Yeah, it is a rarity though.
He, yeah, if he slightly shakes his head, you know there's something very, very wrong.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's disastrous from Ashley O'Neill. There on table 1. She almost poked the cue ball out of the centre pocket there, but decided against it. Not that it really would have made much difference, to be honest, because it would have been loss of frame, but Teddy Edwards had the 8-ball over the pocket, and she now leads by 4 frames to 2 in that Ladies Open final.
So Clint Ianson here, effectively breaking for the match.
Got a ball. Oh, and it always the way.
Yeah, he would have dearly loved for that red to slow down. As it is. Wandered over to that side cushion and stuck to the yellow.
Well, I think he's got to take the reds on here. But obviously that red is his biggest problem.
Yeah, and it's, look at that, it's a plant.
Is it?
Well, you don't want to be playing it first shot in case it doesn't drop.
No, but you'd sort of have to, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But on the overhead, I don't think it is quite.
Yeah. Well, he's still taking reds, and as you can see, he has a red over middle. He may even go into it here. And he has done.
That's a tremendous shot. It's not got him out of the woods because he's created another problem for himself. He now has that red in the centre of the table that doesn't go anywhere. But he's got an option to move it out. If he can play the red to the left centre, on and off the cushion to leave the right angle, then he could screw across into that.
That is the shot. Good call, Dan, I think. He has the angle here.
Yeah, he's probably got a fraction more than he'd want, but it should be okay.
Just a question of the cue ball. If he does make contact with his cluster, just to make sure he gets himself onto a red. Wants to make sure he's on a red. I think he's okay.
He is, but that's why I thought if he had a bit less angle, he could have guaranteed to hit that left yellow, and then he definitely would have been okay. He's sort of got away with one there because he definitely wasn't playing on the red in bulk. This isn't the ball that he thought he'd end up on. That needs to slow up. Oh, I think he's okay again.
Well, he couldn't have landed much worse than that, to be fair.
No.
I think he does pot. I think the cue ball can avoid the corner.
I think he can. I don't think the natural angle would avoid it though, so he's going to have to probably dig into this and go on and off the side rail.
Yeah, nothing coming easy at the moment. So is he cutting it back?
Wow, this is a big shot. That's a great shot. it's still left work. He's got a thin clip to the middle now, and he's running into the red. You can see him there, he's trying to eye up how this is going to end up, but it's very difficult to judge these that well. Wants a full contact on that red, and then a full contact on red and yellow. And he's got it. What a shot.
Yeah, brilliant.
That is terrific.
Brilliant.
That shot there should be the game. A brilliant piece of vision there from Clint Jansen. And this has been the kind of finish where he's dug himself through the whole thing, but my word, hasn't he taken them well. Clint Jansen takes the victory over Liam Dunster. He is our first finalist. Just 11% of you at home thought that Clint was going to be the man to take the title. But well, he's got a much better chance now. He is the first finalist. And Liam Dunster shouldn't be too disappointed with his efforts. He played a great game, but he just didn't break quite well enough. While Clint Jansen will have a little bit of time to get ready for the final, because I can tell you that Mark Boyle is 4-3 up on Corey Rees. So there is still some action to go in that game, that's for sure. But we'll keep you posted on those scores after Clint Jansen talks to Kev in the studio.
Thanks, Dan, and I'm here with our first finalist, Clint Jansen. Clint, fantastic match as it always was going to be against Liam. It looked a little bit edgy there at the end. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous actually, to be fair. I think it's that number one spot in the back of my mind. But yeah, I feel like I played alright, to be fair. I just need to control that white ball a little bit better. I was happy with how it broke, so if I can keep the break up, and then hopefully I can lift the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, we watched you against Mark last night, and you were obviously playing well, and you know that match with Mark was one of the greatest matches. I don't know if it's one of the best that you've ever been involved with. It was certainly great to watch. Incredible standard. So you're obviously in fantastic form. You must be feeling really great in your confidence in the table, in the arena.
Yeah, I feel, especially when I play on the TV table, I just seem to up my game a little bit. I mean, I played a couple of matches today on the outer tables and made a couple of daft mistakes. Not really missed any balls, but just a couple of silly shots and daft mistakes. But I seem to tighten up a little bit when I play on the TV table and don't really make too many mistakes. So hopefully that continues in the final.
As you talked about the number one spot, so we'll talk about that. So it's obviously a race between you and Mark Boyle. We've just done the live rankings as they stand at the moment, and there's 3 points between you and Mark, and you're 3 ahead. So
Lovely.
it's obviously, you know, who does the better of you and Mark this weekend will end up number one.
So if we play each other in the final, I've got to beat him to be top, basically.
You've got to do better than him.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that like a major aim for you this season, or you know, being number one? You have been number one in the past, of course.
Yeah, obviously winning the Worlds, and then obviously your next target for me is to get the number one spot back. That's the next biggest thing, in my opinion. So hopefully I can do that, and it'll be a great season.
Yeah, and obviously you're in great form. The World Championships are probably less than 3 months away now. Is that in your thoughts at the moment?
Not really, no, to be honest. My main thoughts now is just to get that number one spot. And if I can get that, then that's brilliant. If not, then try again next year.
How do you reflect back on, as we come to the end of this year, there's one more event, the Masters, in next month. How do you reflect back on this season? Has it been a good one as a whole for you?
Yeah, it's been really good. Obviously winning the Worlds, obviously for the first time. So obviously that was, since I've been probably 13, 14, that's what I've wanted to do, and then managed it this year. And then I think the very next tour event, I think I won the pro event, or was it I think it was the pro event. Then yeah, last couple of events hasn't gone my way, to be fair, but to be fair, people have just played really well. I've not necessarily played that bad, to be honest. People have just broke and played really well, like Mark did last night. But all I can do is just keep going and try and play as well as possible and keep that break going.
And just like looking back at the Worlds back in February and that moment when you took the title, the fist bump, what are your thoughts of that now, 6 months later on?
To be honest, it's one of them. It's still unbelievable, really. It has sunk in, but it hasn't at the same time. But yeah, it's probably the best feeling in my whole career, to be honest.
And obviously the after effects of that, the friends and family back home. What was the reaction like when you went back home?
Oh, it was amazing. Obviously, I've got a lot of followers back home in Nottingham and all over the country and all over the world, to be honest. And the feedback was just unbelievable. They were so happy, and obviously I was so happy, and it was just.
And looking ahead to the Worlds and the tour next year. There we go. There was the moment.
Here's the magic fist pump.
Yeah, great final against Simon, and there's your friends and family there.
Yeah, there's a few there.
Yeah, there's only a few. Yeah, but the ones that counted, of course. Yeah. As we look ahead to next season, we've been talking about it. The influx now of the overseas professionals from next season from countries like Australia, South Africa, Zambia and Uganda, and you've seen firsthand how these countries can play last year.
Some of these countries are unbelievable. South Africa, Uganda, Morocco. Is Morocco one of them?
Not yet.
Not yet. Australia. I haven't seen too many Australians, to be honest, but the Ugandans and the South Africans, unbelievable talents. Unbelievable. They would. It'll be interesting to see how they get on, to be honest, because, like I said, we see them in Morocco and I've seen them in South Africa as well. But yeah, some of them are very, very talented.
And we saw the Zambians in Morocco as well, didn't we, of course?
Yeah,
and
the
the passion
Zambians,
that they play with.
Some of them were unbelievable as well. I think that's who...
They beat you in the team.
Yeah, they did, yeah. They did, yeah.
So they're not too bad.
No, there was very, very good players, to be fair.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how they adapt to the IPA conditions. Obviously, they're used to playing on different cloths, different tables, and their pattern plays are probably going to be completely different to ours as well.
Yeah, their tables are completely different to ours. I've played in South Africa. I think they play on similar tables to the South Africans, and the tables I played on anyway were the corner bags were really big, but the middle bags were like an American pool table. They were so tight. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see the patterns that they play and how they get on, really.
So anyway, back to the now. A final coming up in half an hour or so against the winner of Corey and Mark. I'm not quite sure of the score, but it was pretty close. Maybe 3-all, 4-all. Obviously, you're not going to be bothered who you play in the final. It's going to be tough either way. Yeah,
it's going to be a great match, I'm sure. Obviously, played Mark last night. That was an unbelievable match. Played Corey. I've had some great games with Corey as well. Yeah, I don't really mind who I play, but as long as I keep up, as long as I play like I did there, I don't really mind.
And overall, your experience in the Isle of Man, the 3 or 4 days you've been here, have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been good laugh. Played some good stuff. To be honest with you, I don't really do that well in the Isle of Man. I can't really remember ever getting to like a semi-final or anything here. So I didn't really have too much of expectation coming into this, but I've played well and done some damage. So hopefully I can win one more match.
Well, you've certainly gone further than your previous tournament. So well done, Clint. Rest up for a few minutes before the final, and good luck in that match later on.
Cheers.
So Clint Jansen takes his place in the final. Who will he play? Mark Pickworth. It will be either Corey Rees or Mark Boyle. But first of all, Clint Jansen.
5-4 it is to Mark Boyle.
5-4 to Mark Boyle. Yeah. Thanks for that. But Clint. We saw Clint was playing well against Mark Boyle yesterday. He just lost in the odd frame. He's certainly a man on a form, man on a mission.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he didn't make any mistakes pretty much against Mark Boyle, but he just came up against a very informed Mark, and as we've pretty much seen most of the season about Mark Boyle. But yeah, and I'm sure he wants to get some revenge, and there's only one frame in it between them two, and there's only a few points as well in the rankings.
Yeah, and at the start of the interview he said he was a bit edgy because he's got that #1 spot on his mind. So if he does play Mark Boyle in the final, it's a straight shootout between the two for the #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, on Friday when I spoke to him, that is always on his mind. He just wants to finish obviously the world champion and be the #1 player, and he's putting a lot of pressure on himself, but he seems to be handling it pretty well, even though he was under pressure in that match. And it was a match really that it didn't really look like he was in. Liam Dunstan was in control of it all of a sudden, but obviously them dry breaks, Clint then has to hold his nerve and take them clearances out, in which he's done 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you were with us last night watching Mark Boyle lift the title, fantastic match, and if you missed it, just check it back on our YouTube channel. It's certainly well worth a watch. But we've got a little montage that our guys have put together behind the scenes with some of the best shots from the opening from the professional event over the Friday and the Saturday. So just take a look at this.
This is an awkward finish, really difficult.
Yeah, and I think that Dan should be liking the way the ball's look at the moment, but that shot's just open.
Until now?
Yeah.
What a shot, Craig Brown.
Previously, so double onto a plan.
Oh, wow.
Highlight reel, ridiculous shot that.
That is ridiculous shot. There's no need for
to even
that.
think of playing that shot.
Corey Reese.
To even think of playing that, when that's the ball that dictates if you're on a colour, that's even more important.
Shot of the day. Cue ball will be travelling. Hold on to your hats.
He's going to have to punch this. Here we go. Yeah, puts his hand up there, but that's the shot he played. Try and kick it in off the red in the middle. Like that.
Oh, yeah.
Like that.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Oh my word.
What a shot that is.
Wow. That's ridiculous. Clint
What a shot
Hansen. Jesus. Even he finds it funny. That's ridiculous.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Wow.
I think he may be elected to give it a go. So this effectively is tournament ball. Look at that for a shot. Get that for a shot. Perfect.
Cued it absolutely like a dream.
So it's this 8 ball for the title, and it's there. Absolutely phenomenal performance from Mark.
Well, some fantastic shots there from the professional grand finals, and Clint Hansen and Mark Boyle featured very heavily in that. Not a surprise. So we're going to give you some action coming up now. It's the end of the ladies' open event between Ashley O'Neill and Tilly Edwards. It's getting to a dramatic conclusion, so we're going to hand you over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Just the one camera setup for this ladies' final. We're gonna see the end of it, race to 6. And it's Tilly at the table. She needs these for the title, but she's missed the yellow. Remiss on the face of Tilly Edwards as she turns over the table to her opponent, Ashley O'Neill. And as we watch Ashley stroll around the table, someone has strolled into the commentary box. It's Dan Davey. Good evening, Dan.
Evening.
Ladies Open final. Tilly Edwards obviously 2 frames to the good here, but it's a good chance for Ashley.
race to 6.
Yep.
Tilly's missed her first chance for the tournament.
And I can tell you as well, we'll keep focusing on this one. Top of your screen, Corey Reese there is at the table to stay in the match. He trails Mark Boyle by 4 frames to 6. Not a bad shot there by Ashley, but she'd rather contacted the red before the cushion. Now, I think she's going to struggle here to get up and down. I don't think she can hold.
You definitely can't hold.
She's going to play safe, I think.
Play safety, I think. Obvious snooker. Not a bad snooker, to be fair.
No. I think the only problem with that shot is if Tilly gets out of it, Ashley could be in quite a lot of trouble.
Yeah, could and probably will be. At least 50-50 to leave her with no pot on.
If the cue ball was anywhere over the right hand side of the table here, sort of up the top, even anywhere in the balk line, is going to make life difficult. This is a timed match, so I suspect she's used her extension here. Gone out of the jaws, and that's a terrific effort. But it's not the one, and it's a bold choice, wasn't it? Because
yeah, I can understand why.
I can too, but equally, if you get the hit, you know, even if you'd gone for the easiest one possible and gone off the side rail into the yellow above the black, as long as you hadn't hit it too hard, it would have been hard to leave Ashley anything easy.
Well, if you just rest into the yellow directly above the black now, from this side where the cue ball is, you probably weren't going to leave the red into the corner.
Yeah.
But it's not a nice shot to play, is it?
No, and to be fair, if you're confident, the in and out of the jaws shot is one of those where if you practice it and you're confident and it's one of your shots, then I can understand why people take it on.
And if it's on a table that you play on all the time as well,
yeah,
again, that makes more sense.
Well, keeps this game alive for Ashley O'Neill. Now only trails by 1. That would make the score 5-4. And someone else who only trails by 1 is Corey Reese, who won that last frame on table 2 there. So, fascinating conclusion here to both these games, really.
Yes. Could be going all the way in both.
It's always been my opinion, Dan. Don't know if you agree, but I think one of the things that I love about this game and about this tour is the proportion of final frame deciders we get. For me, it's the best thing you can watch in pool.
Yeah. Yeah. Bit of tension for the neutral.
Yeah.
And I don't care who you are. Even the sort of top toplayers, they do just chuck in the odd extra mistake that you don't normally get in.
Yeah.
And creates a bit of drama.
100%. I'll tell you what, Tilly Edwards there.
Hell of a break.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. Really good break. I see Corey Reese is back down in his seat, so Mark Boyle with the first chance to win that game. As Tilly attempts to work out her route here, you can sort of see the pattern on reds. If she can get into the cue ball enough and take that red she's closest to, the one she's looking at now, and screw across into the other one, then this could really open up quite quickly.
It probably grazes off the first yellow. Oh, but she's missed the red.
Well, Ashley O'Neill with a chance then to take us to that elusive deciding frame.
And I think on the other table, I don't think a deciding frame's going to be coming anytime soon. From what we can see from a distance, Mark Boyle's on yellows, and the yellows are all in the open. And unless he's had an arm transplant anytime soon, he gets them. It's just what he does. Slightly overhit that one. She didn't want to be quite as far up the table as she was. Assuming the yellow and the red next to the black that are together. Assuming the yellow goes, maybe? We can't really see from here, can we?
That's the question, isn't it? They look really close together, and it's one of those where, I mean, if I had to bet on it, I'd say it goes, but
right.
I don't know. I don't know if that goes or not. And well, if it doesn't, then this is a really, really tricky table now. Ashley O'Neill, of course. If she can hold her nerve here and take it to a deciding frame, that deciding frame would be for the double, because she was the amateur ladies champion as well. Oh no.
Wow.
But I fear that the chances of that may have just rapidly diminished. What an opportunity this is for Tilly Edwards to take her maiden IPA title.
Yeah, just needs to decide what she wants to do with her first shot.
It's nothing crazy, keep it simple. You'd see a lot of players in that situation, perhaps, you know, try and put a yellow safe or...
Yeah, I think I might have moved one of these three reds from a free shot so that they link up a bit better top of the table, maybe. But everyone sees it differently. Thing is, from this angle as well, you can't really... Oh, wow.
It's the second time I've seen her miss one, really trying to dig in at it.
A slightly hand procurement. She's just went a little bit too far.
See
what she was doing? She wanted to clear these three down this deck and then go up for the other three, so it all made sense. But
yeah, I do think ultimately, though, you're right. It was a little bit of a misuse of the free shot.
I reckon so. Meanwhile, Mark Boyle sets up a repeat of yesterday's semi-final of the pro event.
Yep, that will be the final, of course, of the Open. Now, Ashley here, she's going to have to dig at this to avoid the in-off, I think. Which she has done, but it's made her miss the 8 ball.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Tough one, this. I mean, it's such an easy snooker to lay, but with the black so close to that corner pocket, if you hit it, you're probably making it. But what can you do? There's
I think it's really hard to tell from this angle how close that red is to the bottom left corner, because if you can just drop onto that, then I think you can cover the side cushion angle.
True. Yeah, maybe just double kiss into it.
Yeah. A bit hard. That's a bit hard. Oh, it's perfect, actually. It was close, though.
Yeah, it looks like a sort of quite touching the knuckle. So, you know, it might actually be hard to play it off the side cushion with the trace of left-hand side that you're going to need to play it with. So, good outcome.
Yeah, I don't think this could be much more difficult, to be honest, as this kind of shot goes.
No. What she also had the choice of doing is just knocking that red in. top right corner. Natural angle. It's probably going to bump the bad one out.
Close. Can we see it? Well,
The red's moved, so that's...
I imagine she's...
That'll be 2 shots.
Yeah, and not only that, that was the one problem red.
Yeah,
really.
she was going to have to use a free visit to
get
that out. But it was a good outcome for a good shot from Tilly, because she's wedged her in that corner. So like the difference between being basically touching the knuckle and not is massive there. That's a good shot. That's a very clever shot.
Yeah, that is excellent, to be honest.
Yeah. Now they all sort of like connect.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
I think she'd have been happy if either of those had gone in.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can really see a nice easy pattern around the table now. There's definitely nerves out there, because that very nearly rattled.
Yeah, she's laughing about that.
Yeah.
She's
It's easy to laugh when it goes in.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
They're on the clock there, so she's just had to run to grab her mini butt.
And the pattern is clear.
So get this right, and it's pretty much over. For me, I'm playing to get closer to the one in the middle pocket.
I think either, as long as you get anywhere around the black spot, would be great. Choice.
There's no positional. You know, if you land on the one that's over the pocket,
yeah,
you've got to play a positional shot to, like here. I don't know how far away that is from the knuckle, so I can't really say for sure. But you might have to play that with a little bit of bottom and left and drag it over. Whereas,
yeah, take your point.
I mean, so I mean, she's played it really, really well, but she had to play that with a bit of screw.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, that is absolutely perfect.
That's
under pressure, played that really well.
Should be game over now.
Right behind it, yeah. Yeah.
Just the black over the pocket. Drop this in, and Tilly Edwards will be the IPA Grand Final Ladies Open Champion, which she is. Superb work there from Tilly. Congratulations. Commiseration to Ashley, who has also had a fantastic weekend, of course.
Yes, held it together really well there.
Yeah, finalist in this event and the winner in the amateur event. Superb work from the ladies there.
Looks happy, doesn't she?
Well, who wouldn't be? I mean, look at that trophy.
The size of the trophy. The trophy's bigger than she is.
It's going to be fun to get on a plane tomorrow.
Yeah.
Have you ever had to do that? Have you ever had to fly back with a trophy?
I had one in Scotland, yeah, and I
what did you do with it? Did you have
Ladbrokes Open runner-up? Lost to Jordan Shepherd in the final, but it was quite a big trophy. So I was at an IPA about 2 weeks later, and someone there basically kept it for me and brought it with them. So because I drove to that one.
So they didn't let you take it on as hand luggage or anything then?
I didn't.
I've
even
seen
ask.
that before.
I think I looked into it and I couldn't. So I just yeah.
Fair enough. Well, it looks like they're getting ready for the trophy presentation. Pickers is going to present the trophy to Tilly. And that's a nice reward for a hard-earned trophy win, I'm sure. She came through some titanic battles.
Quite a crowd there as well for that final. She's got a lot of support, Tilly, very popular.
Yeah. I love the community aspect that you get in ladies pool. They all rally around each other so much. And yeah, there is a very happy Tilly Edwards, slightly out of focus.
Just about gets her head above the trophy.
Congratulations once again to Tilly and to all of our winners this weekend, of course. There is just the one left to find out. Will it be a Mark Boyle double? Or will it be Clint Ianson getting his name on the trophy?
Getting revenge.
And
yesterday.
of course, the #1 spot in the professional ranks as well is up for grabs between these two. And I think I'm right in saying, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if not, that whoever wins this final will take that spot.
We'll find out.
I think there'll be plenty more photos like this throughout the night. I dread to think the liquids that are going to end up in that trophy.
It's not looking good, is it?
Yeah, me too.
I'm sure the champagne's on ice.
Some ice in there later with a bit of rosé.
That your tipple?
I like a bit of rosé.
I know.
Yeah.
Apparently you had 4.5 bottles the other night.
It just got out of hand. It was so cheap. It was like 12 quid or something for a bottle, and then so we went to watch the England game just down the road. And anyway, let's hand over to Kev for the important stuff.
And a very warm welcome back to the Isle of Man here. Douglas here in the Isle of Man for the very last time. Mark Pickworth. Just a word about Tilly Edwards there. Some great support around there, all cheering her on.
I couldn't even get round there to present the trophy, and yeah, there's some great. The ladies, they all stick together, and that's why they're growing so quickly. I know Ashley O'Neill already picked up a title on Friday in the ladies amateur event. Was she going to make it too? Tilly's just got over the line. It looked pretty nervy round there because both girls, they were feeling it out there. Because there's a lot at stake, a lot of ranking points and another trophy. So well played to both ladies. Making a great final.
Yep, absolutely. But now we are on to the final match after a phenomenal 3 days here at the Palace Casino Hotel in Douglas, and I mean it's been an absolute joy, this event. It always is. Everybody loves coming to the Isle of Man, and this year's just been, I think it's surpassed everything we've done before.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the best tours we've done. Having the festival week, everybody has enjoyed it immensely. We had a bit of a relaxing time. We all let our hair down. My hair's not that far down, but we've all let our hair down, haven't we, and enjoyed it. Everyone's just been talking to each other, as always, here at the tour. And we've seen a few upsets on the Wednesdays and the Thursdays in the the flyers, we did the doubles, the trebles, the last person standing. We made loads and loads of fun, and the guys that didn't make it over here for work commitments, whatever it is, they missed out. But everybody that's came, I really didn't think we was going to get that too many, but there was more and more that kept turning up. I'm thinking, how many boats are actually coming into the Isle of Man, or planes? And but it was great to see, and everybody's enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, certainly been a great addition to the calendar. The event evolving into a festival, and will grow and grow over the coming years. But as we said, it's down to the last match for the title of the Isle of Man Grand Final Open Champion, and it is a match between Mark Boyle and Clint Ianson. I mean, we don't even need to say much more than that. That's fantastic in itself, but there's a little bit extra at stake in this match, isn't there, Mark Pickman?
There certainly is. This is to finish the year as #1, not the season, just the year as #1, and both of these players, that's what they've set out to do at the start of the season. They wanted that #1 spot. Who is going to have it come the end of this match?
Yes, well, there's just 3 points in it in the rankings, so it is whoever wins will take that #1 spot. It's currently held by Clint, but it could all change with a Mark Boyle victory. You can see there their routes to the final, and the first thing that strikes me there, Mark, is that Mark Boyle has been pretty dominant, and Clint's had a few close shaves.
Yeah, he has had a few close shaves. Obviously he's had to play some really, he's had to dig deep in some of them matches, and I saw him against Eddie Roberts, and he could have easily lost that, but held himself together again to get over the line. Stephen Ellis, another great amateur player. He seems to have a bit of a tough run, and then he's played Dunster, got over the line again. But mentally, it shows that both of these players, they've been so consistent this weekend, and both of these players deserve to be in this final. Yeah,
absolutely. They've been the two best players on show this weekend. I mean, the the first edition between these two players yesterday evening was an absolute pull masterclass.
Spectacle, absolutely masterclass spectacle. It was awesome, and if this is half as good as that, this will be superb. But I'm expecting this to be an absolute blockbuster.
Yeah, I think we need to get onto the people who write the Oxford English Dictionary, Mark, because they're going to need some new superlatives, I think, for these players, because they keep delivering match after match. Well, I think that's enough from us. It's time to get over the commentary box, and it's going to be, for the last time, the two Dans. But first of all, it's Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Kev. Yep.
For the last time, we're getting the sack.
No one's told us.
Ah.
Outrageous. I think he meant this weekend. I could be wrong.
Time running.
So, well, Mark Boyle to break. Yesterday, him winning the lag.
Basically
kind of
winning
winning
the
the match.
Yep.
Yeah. Broken cleared in the decider.
Race to 7 as well, and I don't think this one's going to take very long. Is this dry?
No, it can't be.
Well, I mean, it's the first shot of the match. It's the first break.
He's hit them well.
He's hit them really well. But do you know what? For me, if I'm playing Mark Boyle and I'm Clint Ianson right now, my confidence levels have just jumped through the roof.
Yeah,
because
I agree, because not only has he gone dry, it's a great shot from Clint. It's a little bit unlucky, but he is on a fairly easy double to the middle. If he doesn't want to play a horrible thin snick into the corner. But yeah, I agree, and also, won't read too much into it, but not the greatest of splits, and I think that was one of the things yesterday that that hurt Clint in his match against Mark. Is it's one thing breaking amazingly well, which Mark does and deserves everything he gets from it. Unfortunately for all the the rest of us, he's not just the guy with a massive break. His cue balls on a string.
Yep.
You know, he's got everything. But they did seem to come out nice yesterday, and today's a different day. Clint, that's probably about as well as Clint could have played yesterday and lost a match.
Yep.
That's, you know, a decent race. You can play perfect and lose a race to 3, but anyway.
Well,
he's in.
Underdone the cue ball there, because he's now bridging. He probably wanted to take the one in the middle of the table. He's now having to take on a really awkward looking plant. This is really tough. And he's missed it. Has he fluked it? He hasn't. So Mark Boyle's dry break first up hasn't cost him. And the yellows are wide open now.
Has he got a first yellow?
I think he can see the one to the bottom right, can't he? Perhaps not. He uses extension, so...
If he can't, it's a fairly gentle swerve.
Yeah.
And potentially a big pocket. He could maybe play it off the other yellow. Yeah, he's swerving. He's jacking up.
Yeah, it's interesting. Because that yellow's there, he almost might be caught in two minds, whether to try and hit it straight into the yellow or try and pot it straight. And there is enough of a gap there that you could rattle it without doing either.
Oh, he's played it well.
Yep.
And as gentle and delicate a swerve as that was, he's one good positional shot here away from potentially being a massive favourite for this frame.
That one?
That one.
Yeah.
Looks dead straight on this, so just a case of speed control here. You'll be going back towards the black, but wanting to come up just short. That's perfect. That is also perfect. And if you're going to break dry, you want them to come out like that, don't you?
Leave it messy.
Leave it messy against most people, but especially someone like Clint that is good enough to get them. So you know they're going to go for it. And yeah, it's funny how a dry break can work in your favour sometimes, but left a horrible table there for Clint.
Clint was just a bit unlucky with his first shot, really. He ended up then having to play 2 doubles in a row. And because he was concentrating so much on the doubles, he couldn't get his cue ball into the right position for the next shot.
Yeah.
They weren't, particularly that second double, it wasn't quite a natural angle to be able to top through on and off and come back out far enough for the next shot to the middle. So he ended up just putting everything into the double and almost hoping that it came out nicer than it did.
Yeah, and yeah, if he wasn't hampered cueing, I really would have fancied him to get the plant as well, but those little fine margins, if it was just an inch to the right of where it was, he'd have had a clean shot at.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the plant becomes much easier. Could be a different story.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was playing on the other red, to be honest, and would have liked to have been right behind the plant, because then he wouldn't have had to play it with such pace either. But he can put that to the back of his mind pretty quickly with a nice break here. And the contact's good, and the split's good, and the pockets are empty.
Yep. Not left it as difficult or as messy as Mark left his dry break. But there are problems here.
Well, for me, it just depends. If that red is in between the 2 yellows around the breaking spot goes...
The one he's just looking at now.
Yeah, if that goes, then I don't think there's any problems here at all.
Well, you've got the red top left hand of the table.
True.
That's it, really. He's got an obvious ball over the left middle to be able to play position on it, but...
That's the thing, that ball goes right centre, so...
And also, the red to the right, the black, is going to take some getting on. Ideally, you'd want to get on it from the one that we don't know if it goes into the bottom left corner or not. So there's... these are far from gimmies.
Well, this is under. I think he wanted to get on that one first.
He definitely did.
So he's misjudged that by a good, 6 or 8 inches.
Yep.
And it's kind of, that was really his only ball. It was nicely get him on that.
That was the one.
Yeah. And that hasn't really worked out either.
He's apologised, which tells me that the red
goes
closest to the black goes. It's just about poked his... The yellow's just about tucked itself away enough so that goes. Probably going to play it now. It's going to need to trust to a little bit of luck to get away from the black. Played it well. So the problem is the one that he tried to eliminate on his very first shot.
If it's your last ball...
Skill shot?
Yeah.
He loves a skill shot.
He loves a skill shot, and it's not that difficult. It looks from the front camera angle, from this one here, and from the main angle, like it's really far over to the right of the pocket, but actually when you look at the overhead, it's not that bad, and it will comfortably go in off the jaw, so you can get that full ball red to yellow contact that you're going to need. So I think that might be the option now. He could also try and disturb the yellows to drop on it, depends on his angle here.
He might not have a choice.
No.
He can also play position here, so a stun shot into the back cushion. The yellows are just away, so a stun, maybe a tracer left-hand side, and then if you play it at the right pace, you should be on it either into the middle pocket or this bottom right corner. played it perfect. He'd have rather been on it in the middle, but it'll definitely take that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a nice angle as well, just a trace of top when you're running towards the 8 ball. Hard to foresee.
Slightly hamper queuing.
Yeah.
Out of the pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps just because he was bridging slightly, decided to leave a bit more distance here. But, how do you like to play these? A little bit of drag?
I would drag it, yeah. Just give the pocket every chance.
Well, he gave the pocket all the chance it needed, and the pocket gleefully accepted. So, Mark Boyle races into a 2-0 lead.
What's Liam saying to Mark?
Yeah, they're sharing a joke of some sort, aren't they? But Mark hasn't smiled, so...
Oh, he hasn't. Maybe he's not being very nice. Maybe he's barracking him. Maybe he's Team Clint.
No, we've established this. He's Team Glove.
No, he is. Yeah. He is Team Glove. Clint Johansson.
Does that mean that the refs support them?
Pardon?
Does that mean that the refs always support them?
Team Double Glove. Team Michael Jackson Glove.
Frame number 3.
I mean, again, that's one that's levelled at all pool players who wear a glove.
Yeah.
Time running.
We had this earlier, didn't we?
We did.
I tried it. They're just, for me, they were too slidey.
Yeah, no, I really like them.
Yeah. I quite like the feel of the grain on. I feel like I haven't got much control if I am. Well. What is that?
That's a really loose break for Mark Boyle. I mean, really loose. He's caught this so thin.
Yes, yeah. You see the same with Liam when he does the cut break. They like to take the white straight back into the centre of the pack, off of the side cushion, and yeah, just too thin.
Yeah.
Too thin a contact on the opening ball.
And I mean, you can see that it's too thin, not only because he's gone in off, but also because the split is just nothing like a Mark Boyle table.
No, that looks like when people try the cut break for the first time and they get it wrong, and they don't split as well as you'd hope, kind of thing. So good sign if you're a Clint Johansson fan. Maybe he's not timing the break as great as normal, because his first one wasn't as good as normal either. That was also dry. So although you're 2-0 down,
just all right.
Just all right. Was playing to run past that red though. I think he sort of got away with one there, but
yeah, I saw him queuing up with that amount of side, thinking he was trying to keep the cue ball straight or on line.
I think he wasn't. I think he was trying to play the yellow thin into the pocket to widen the angle a little bit, but just potted it a bit too thick. It's worked out okay because of the perfect angle to just bump that one out, and always guaranteed to be one in the middle.
Yep, top of these two goes into the middle, and then it's pretty dot to dot from there, to be honest. Fraction overrun, perhaps.
Yeah, just decisions to make at what order he takes them. I think he will go top left now. Swing it round 2 cushions. Wants to be straight on the one in the middle next. Probably. So he's playing it with a bit of top and left just to try and straighten it up.
That's not quite as straight as he'd like, and it just...
No, and you see, that's why he was playing it with left as well, to try and straighten it up. If he played it with no left-hand side, he'd be even wider on the angle.
Just use the red.
Yeah, just about okay. So if he gets the cue ball back to where it is now, the black goes in the middle.
Yeah.
So still a little bit of work to do, but should be fine. Wants to be able to screw this back ideally and not have to flirt with the middle pocket. So if the
I think he's okay. I think the worst he's flirting with is the red, but yeah.
It's fine. It's just controlled it well, confident, playing well. 2-1.
Yeah, good work from Clint Johansson. Reverse dish after the foul break from Mark Boyle. Being off, rather. Yeah, it's An intriguing opening few frames. Clint will probably be disappointed not to be leading at this point. Because, well, actually, Clint's had first chance on both of Mark's breaks, so when you get first chance, especially on a Boyle break, you need to take it. So it's only 50% from there. Did you see the results of the YouTube poll earlier? At a poll at the semi-final stage as to who would win.
No.
It's 50% Mark Boyle, 31% Liam Dunster, 11% Clint Ianson, and 5% Corey Reese. So
Really?
yeah. And at the moment, 76% of our viewers think that Mark Boyle might take the crown, and well, that is very helpful for fans of the Scotsman.
That's harsh. He's broken well.
Really good.
The White's coming back up the table in a fairly straight line.
Yeah.
That's just really unlucky. And look at the split. I mean, he's got... He's probably going to go yellows, and the yellow next to the... Okay, the black might not go into the bottom right corner, but he's got the perfect yellow to just land on it.
I'll be gutting for Clint.
Yes, yeah.
He's broken really well there too.
He's broken better than Mark so far.
Comfortably.
Not often we've ever said that.
No, but comfortably.
Yeah.
And yet, barring... It's so hard to see him missing. I know we're supposed to talk up the drama in this game, but it's so hard to see Mark Boyle miss.
Yeah, it's time to talk about biscuits or something. He's not going to miss these, is he?
I do love biscuits.
He's... a club biscuit for me. Orange.
What did you get in your room? That's the
ginger nuts.
Ah, see, that's
twice as well. He stocked them.
That's bottom tier for me.
Bottom tier? No, it's okay. It's okay.
I mean, I got bourbons and custard cream. So
I got bourbons and so first time round I got bourbons and ginger nuts. Second time round when they finally did my room, I got what do they call them?
Shorties. The shortbread ones.
Basically just a
Now they're bottom tier.
No, they're good. They're top tier.
Yeah,
rich, creamy.
What's bottom tier in your?
Bottom tier. Anything with
Just
like
anything that's not a biscuit.
Flapjack.
It's not a biscuit.
Don't matter. Just came to mind as a sweet treat. It's bottom tier. Can't stand the stuff.
I like flapjack.
Horrible. It's stuck in your teeth. Yeah, bottom tier.
Rich tier, bottom tier biscuits.
No, they're okay.
No, they're not. They're like wet cardboard.
Bottom tier is anything that you dunk. Shouldn't be dunking it. Yeah.
Sorry.
Biscuits.
This is. I know.
Biscuits,
We're watching a pool game, but and Mark Boyle's about to extend his lead here to 3-1. But you don't
on a
dunk a chocolate hobnob.
No, I'll tell you why. Is because I don't do hot drinks. So I can't dunk it in something I hate the taste of.
Hot chocolate?
Talking of dunking.
Dunk the 8-ball in.
Dunk the 8-ball. 3-1. Business as usual.
Yep.
Very easy clearance from the break.
Slam dunk that one.
And he's probably got tea and biscuits on the mind already.
I don't think he has.
It just looks like he's in cruise control, doesn't he? When he's at his best, he just looks like. I think that's what he does best. It just looks like he's having a practice session.
Yes.
Very relaxed, calm demeanour. Never looks rushed. Never looks flustered. Doesn't ever seem to play too slowly or too quickly. Just just an all-round animal. It's just so tough to beat. He hasn't got he can play a delicate, clever safety when he needs to.
Here's one for you, sir.
Probably dunks a good biscuit as well.
Undoubtedly, in my opinion, this season, the man of the season, Mark Boyle.
Yeah.
Right.
Tough to say when you...
excluding the World Championships, because if you include that, then Clint and Mark probably share the honours, right? And that's why they're fighting for the #1 spot. Do you make Mark the favourite for the World Championships going forward?
If it was played tomorrow,
yeah,
yes. If it was played tomorrow,
because for me, he's the biggest name who doesn't have it on his CV yet.
Correct.
And this time he's made a ball.
This time he's made a ball, and this time the Reds look very, very nice.
Sumptuous.
Like a
dunked chocolate hobnob.
Like a McVitie's orange club bar dunked in some form of ice cream.
Dunked in ice cream?
Topped with ice cream. I don't know, I'm just fantasising.
You're just riffing now.
just I think a little bit of saliva's just popped out. Yeah, Reds are the obvious ball here, I think.
Yeah.
Although, as I say that, I'm looking at yellows and thinking he'd probably get out on those as well. He's taking his extension like a lot of these top players do. He's going yellows,
He's
actually.
going yellows. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other for me.
I think if you asked 100 players they're taking reds or yellows, you'd get a 60-40 split either way.
Yeah.
The only obvious one is the... So... just how he connects from...
Yeah, so he can drop this one in the left centre now if he wants. He could save that till later, but basically it's those two that are together. He's going to have to take the left one first because the other one doesn't pass to the bottom right, I don't think.
No, just about the angle now, so he needs to decide which one of the two yellows next to each other he's going to take first and which one he wants to use to connect to the other two.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to be playing on the yellow furthest up the table into the in the middle of the table into the top left. Yeah. The angle he gets here is really, really important. That's not great. He might just about be okay.
I think he's just got away with it, but it's one of those where the referee's going to have to be eagle-eyed here because he's going to be digging the cue ball at this.
He needs to lurk about. Needs to get close.
I mean, I don't see how that can not be a foul almost, but...
I don't know, he's got a bit of space. I don't think that was a foul. I don't think that was a foul, but he hasn't got into it enough.
I think it's hard to call, but...
And I think
I mean,
as a player...
I think that's impossible to call, but I think it might have been a double hit.
I don't think so. And I think if it was, Mark would have called it anyway.
I agree. I think it's one of those that's impossible as a player to call as well. Cause
I think there was a little bit of distance. I think you know as a player if you double hit it.
Great effort.
Oh.
I mean, how do you know if you don't know? If you know what I mean. Like,
I don't know.
If you don't feel it.
Do you know?
Exactly.
I don't know.
That's my question.
Right. Clint doesn't care. He's at the table.
Yeah, he's happy.
It's.
I'm not for 1 second suggesting that Mark fouled and knew he'd fouled there. It just looked, the reaction looked a bit to me.
No, I don't know. I think there's a little bit more distance. We can be a bit fooled by the camera angle here and the overheads. And I think from looking at the overhead, as opposed to what you're watching at home, there was a little bit more space between them than it first looked.
Possibly.
A bit of pressure on this. You know, he just run out of position slightly there.
That's a shot.
Does that so well. When he runs slightly out of position, leaves himself a tricky one. I don't think I've ever seen him miss one. You know, he's just a little bit out of position. He shouldn't be out of position. Yeah. He's so good at that. The angle's really important now. You want to be just off straight. Use two cushions. So he's got a clever way of doing it because he gives himself a bit more margin for error. And just on the back cushion is ideal.
And on the back cushion he is.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff. And this is a really timely frame for Clint Hansen because it looked, I mean, Mark looked in complete control of this frame. And just that one slack positional shot has handed the initiative right back to Clint. Of course, he is breaking next as well, so that 2-frame lead for Mark could well evaporate very, very quickly. do you feel has performed the best in this game so far? Because Clint's behind.
Probably Clint.
But I think it's probably Clint.
So there we go. There's the replay. Doesn't look like a double hit.
It doesn't look. Nope. I take it back.
Super slow mo. That's great work.
Yeah, really is.
Great work.
I take it back. But I mean, it's millimetres in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of a gurn on the face of Mark Boyle there. Tea's gone cold. Can't dunk his biscuit anymore.
Yeah. Realised all that's left in the canteen is flapjack.
Or rich teas.
Ugh.
Frame number 6.
Or just tea.
Trailing 3 frames.
Do you know what? I'll go with you on that one. I'm a coffee man. But
Such
not
a
tea
horrible British thing. A cup of tea. Hate it. Stinks. Don't like it.
Clint Hansen. I bet he drinks a lot of tea. But like herbal stuff.
No.
Yeah, like green tea. I reckon Clint Hansen's like a green tea kind of guy. Now he's a dry break kind of guy at the moment.
Yeah, a few of these knocking about. The Boyle with a couple of dry breaks. He even went in off one of the breaks. I mean, yesterday, the first 7 frames of their semi-final was 4 breaks for Mark Boyle, where he made a ball and cleared up. 3 breaks for Clint Hansen, where he made a ball and cleared up.
Yep.
7 perfect frames. It wasn't just 7 first visit finishes. They made a ball off the break. It was Paul at his finest, and this is. I think this is the stuff that gives the other players a little bit of hope as to they're not actual machines. They are human beings, and they do miss sometimes, and they don't always play 10 out of 10.
Equally, it's the kind of stuff that will annoy a lot of the players that they've beaten today when they have played 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
But
I think, jokes aside, though, you know, that's what it's about. When you look at a set of rankings, there's quite a few players that can play a great game of pool, a flawless match.
It's a lovely shot.
It's a very good shot, especially judging that with a bounce off the cushion as well. It's a great shot. But there's so many players out there that can play a flawless match, that can play out of their skin and beat Mark Boyle 7-2. But not many of those do it again and again and again and again, and play to a level of an 8 or a 9 out of 10, 6 matches out of 7 to win a tournament.
Yeah.
You know, it's a consistency thing.
And of course, the other thing that shouldn't be forgotten is that these two ran so deep yesterday. Of course, Mark's going for the double here. This is a repeat of yesterday's semi-final. So Clint's only played 1 match less than Mark. Both of these players, because they ran so deep in the tournament yesterday, had to be up this morning ready and raring to go for a 9:30 start in their open games. So they started this morning at 9:30 AM, having played pretty much constantly for 2 days previous, or a day and a half then previous.
I think that can work one of 2 ways, or somewhere in the middle.
I'm just saying they're allowed a blip, I think.
Yeah, but it can be nice to play back-to-back matches, and you just really feel like you're in the groove. And you know, on the flip side, yeah, I suppose it can be actually, in an ideal world, I might have eaten something 3 hours ago because now I didn't have time, so I end up just getting a packet of crisps or something like that. Do you know what I mean? And in other sports, you don't do that, do you? You know, you have a nutritionist, but because it's pool, it's a pub sport, so to speak, or you know, you do have these long days where it's more a mental battle than physical. Because let's face it,
that's exactly my point. I mean, the mental battle that these two have been through, because they haven't just played back to back; it's back to back to back to back to back.
Correct. Yeah, it's not a physical sport either, so there is that as well. But you need to be mentally tough to succeed in this game, and both of these are about as good as you can be between the ears. I think yesterday's match was a great example of that. The way that it went, at the start everything was going against Clint, but he's stuck in there, dug in there, and then when he has come back from 6-3 to 8-all, playing out of his skin, Mark Boyle's broken cleared the decider.
Yep.
It was just perfection
That's the game.
from both of them.
Look at this, we've got a great crowd in for this final. It's almost standing room only.
Yeah, even Boyle's in the crowd.
Is it me or has he grown?
Fairly big head, yeah. I never thought his head was that big.
You can't say that, mate.
Actually one of the most humble guys you could ever meet.
Absolutely, yeah. Really, really nice.
As is Clint, to be fair.
Yes, yes. Yeah, look at that.
Frame number 7.
Great shot of the crowd there. Plenty huddled by the doors as well.
4 frames to 2. Time running.
But we've got the best seat in the house.
Third, I reckon. Because there's the 2 players' seats, and I reckon the ref's got probably the best view of the whole match.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think someone's letting off fireworks as well, by the sounds of it. Mark Boyle at the table again then, looking to extend his lead to 5 frames to 2. 3-frame lead in a race to 7.
Used his extension, again not a perfect split.
I mean, anything but this one.
Anything but. Again, just giving Clint a little bit more of a foothold in the frame, but the match as well, just, you know, he isn't going as perfect as it did yesterday for Mark, but
it's getting to a point now where we're into the really critical frames. I think 4-3 or 5-2.
It's humongous.
Massive difference.
Yeah. So I think we've looked there at a
clever attempt, that.
Yeah, and if the red hadn't hung over this bottom left corner pocket, I think that was a very good shot. But he needed to trust a little bit to luck. It's not a bad gauntlet to throw down when you're 4-2 up, and it's a lot easier to play that shot when you're 4-2 up and say, okay, you have a go first. What's Clint got in mind here? 3-ball plant.
3-ball plant, and that yellow has travelled right into the danger zone.
Harsh.
Yeah, a little bit. Because it's a beauty of a shot.
Yeah. Again, we had a little bit of it yesterday, didn't we? Where now and again the table is in such a way, lies in such a way where you can't help but have to trust the luck.
Yeah.
And
Take another look at this 3-ball plant.
Yeah, if you see that, it's the double kiss that pops it into the side cushion and back out.
Yeah. Oh, it's not getting any easier.
Great effort, but does that pass? If that passes into the corner, he's got the perfect angle to screw into that cluster.
The problem with, if you screw into that cluster, is it actually going to come out? I don't think it can.
One of them, I sort of say it in such a way like that. He's
Unless he can go cushion first and then into it.
20% of the time that's going to come out nice. Yeah, and it hasn't.
Yeah. I think the chances of that coming out nicely were, I think 20% was generous.
Maybe.
You're a generous kind of guy.
Settle out of court at 15. But now it's, is there a clever containing shot he can play? Probably not. What do you do? What do you do? I mean, even if he gets this and again,
I think if he comes cushion first, I think his hope might be that he covers the pocket.
I think that's all he can hope for, really.
That's not going to do it.
But at least like this, he's going to get another go. Probably. He may not, actually. If Mark does sort of. But if Mark plays the red into the right middle, can leave himself an angle, and one into the left middle to go into them. At least there's a chance for Clint that it might come out
nasty.
Clint's best hope is that one of those 2 yellows messes up a red.
And I think it's maybe sensible for Mark not to go for this. Perhaps. Really want to question what a guy that's looking like doing the doubles doing, but
when you look at it, it's kind of hard to see how it could come out too badly.
True. True. That's not perfect, is it?
Even that might be the worst it could have come, and it's still okay.
Yeah, I mean, he can clip this one on, play the plant, but then
just doesn't want the. I suppose the worst thing that could happen here is if he plays this plant and it sits on the red in such a way, or the red sits on the yellow in such a way that it doesn't go in.
So everyone plays the game slightly differently, right? But I think Liam Dunster may have taken the white up the table, and made Clint dislodge that cluster.
I agree with that.
As it is, that might not look like it's come out great, but he's got an easy plant here.
Yeah. And he can play it in such a way, it catches the yellow half ball. Yeah, there you go. Look at that.
He's apologised.
Not entirely sure why, to be honest.
He played the billiard. I think he's played it pretty much as he wanted, but
yeah, it's sort of how I expected him to play it, because it was a nice way to make sure the red came back out.
Yeah.
And the balls were touching, so.
So, whether it was the right thing to do or not to attack from there, he was always more likely to get them than not, and he has.
Yep. And he leads by 5 frames to 2, and that is beginning to open up into a bit of a chasm of a lead.
Chasm?
Yeah.
No idea.
Not a word?
No idea.
In your vocabulary?
Nope.
The Grand Canyon is a big chasm.
Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Ah, that's why. Because I wouldn't go there if it was free. Grand Canyon.
What?
It's just a ditch, isn't it? It's just a big ditch.
Yeah, so a chasm. Right. There you go.
Yeah.
So now you get the reference at least.
Well, again, I didn't know that a chasm was a big ditch, but if it is,
it's a bit bigger than that, I think. But yeah.
It's about $400 to go to the Grand Canyon. Like, never in a million years. If you said to me, "I'll give you $50
I've got
to
a
go
friend
to the
who got
Grand
proposed
Canyon,"
there.
I wouldn't. What, proposed over a ditch?
I think it was in a helicopter. Yeah.
I hope she said no. Proposed over a ditch. Can't last.
I don't think it did.
Right, Clint needs and deserves a bit of luck from his break.
Has got one as well, because it looked dry for a second, but if you watch, that yellow was rattling in the top right corner pocket from this camera angle, and yellow came and knocked it in.
Yeah, and the white was chasing around the tail a little bit, but I think he's had his fair share of bad luck in this match so far.
Yeah, I think so too.
So, and as a neutral, you want to see a close match, don't you?
Yep.
Not ideal, these.
No, I don't hate the yellows. I think they're quite nice.
Okay, a couple on the side cushion that need to be.
Well, is this a plant on the reds? Oh, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Black's now in a easier position to access as well.
The red he's now closest to.
Does it go in the middle?
I mean, it definitely goes in the right middle. I don't think it goes in the left. But I doubt he can hold for that from this one.
I think it does from that shot.
I think it's as a double now. I think he was trying to land on one in the top of the table, because I think his last 2 reds would have been the 2 that are in the bottom. The one along the rail and then the one into the right centre.
Yeah.
It did go though, but he's really chasing this finish.
So now he's got a long one. He's getting straight down as well. 3 seconds, 27 seconds on the clock, and he was already down. He's got a bit of luck there as well.
Oh, he's got 2 bits of luck there.
Yeah,
because that flicked the red, didn't it, on the way through?
Flicked the red. But
I'm stunned that he didn't go and have a look at that angle. because that red was so close to in the way.
So what's he got in? What's he got up his sleeve now? Up and down, play the one into the bottom left. A swerve.
Little bit of a swerve, I think, this.
Yep.
No, he's missed that.
But that's okay.
It is. There was a bit of frustration creeping in there for me with Clint.
think
I'm
a little
stunned
bit.
at how quickly he got down for that one.
A little bit. I mean, he is playing so well.
He's quick, but he's not that quick.
No, he's a fluent player.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I find it hard to believe he didn't check that angle.
From where he was, this is not a bad leave.
No, it's not at all. What do you do here if you mark? I don't think he can see enough of the double. Is he going? Can he see enough of the double? Can he just about get through to it?
Yellow into red. Try and push the red into. That's a good shot. I was going to say try and push the red into the cluster of yellows. But that's as good as he could have played from there, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's obviously left Clint a shot. He can take that red long.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not nice.
It's not, but
and he's not going to be nicely on his next ball either.
No. Big shot, this. Oh, wow.
Wow. Feels a little bit harsh that it's just flicked the knuckle and brought it back towards the cushion, otherwise he would have been out.
Yeah, he'd have been in.
Which is why he bothered to play it at pace in the first place. But a thin snick, it does go.
He's still okay, because this is quite a nice natural angle to come twice across.
And the double.
Is he?
Yeah, it is a very thin snick. It's not there.
I know, rather him than me, but that hasn't covered the yellow down the rail either.
Not quite.
Hasn't actually left an easy pot.
Mm. And also, by playing the double, he was guaranteed position on that last red, which might have been, is the thin snick a slightly easier pot than the double? Yes. Are you guaranteed position playing the thin slick? Definitely not. So, understandable why he did it. It's a great shot from Mark, though.
That is horrible.
Yeah. Problem is as well here for Clint, it's not. He's likely to hit this and maybe even pot it, but is he gonna?
I don't think he wants to pot it.
Probably
to
not.
be honest. I think this is about as good. That's a great shot.
Exactly, probably what he wants. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the only thing that could potentially have been better is if he came in behind it.
Yeah.
And just rested on it. But I think that's a great shot from Clint Johansson. I think it just about keeps his hopes alive in this frame. Which, to a certain extent, is the same as saying in the match, really. Is Mark going for this yellow, or is he just trying to cover the pocket? Going for it.
He's going for it. I think at 5-2 up, you probably have got to take your chance to either break that out or just play. If you land perfect on it,
It's
the
a
double
double.
into the middle is not that difficult a shot.
No, and it's not.
And what safety have you got here, really?
Yeah, and it's not that where the yellow is. It's quite nice. It's off the cushion. When they're on the cushion, it's much harder to double.
Yeah.
But it's just off far enough that he hasn't got to worry about that too much. He could have a go at moving it here. I don't know if there's any value because you're just going to be pushing it towards the corner pocket that's blocked.
He's got the perfect angle. The only thing is, if he glues to the... Quite often if you screw into this, you're going to glue to that side cushion as well.
Yeah.
So you want to be on the one that you're bouncing out, really. That's not come out too bad, but it's not great.
No, it's... He's got a fraction of angle on the easier pot. The harder pot brings him back down the right-hand side of the table, so that's not great. So he's basically trying now to leave himself an angle to bring the cue ball back down the left-hand side of the table and take the yellow he's just nudged out.
Yeah, it's just the kind of shot that you expect him to get.
Yeah,
It's
so
all about pace control. Doesn't really want to get to the point where he's hitting the red, because then he'll be playing it out the jaws.
bit of bottom, bit of side, and 2 cushions.
Yeah, I think it's a fairly natural, just to trace aside, and yeah.
Has he hit it hard enough?
He's
Has he
overrun
overhit it?
He's overrun it a bit, but
He's just a bit closer to it than I think he thought the angle would. I think he thought he'd be coming a bit further away.
when he came to the table, if this was his shot to win the frame,
oh yeah,
he'd have took it. But if it just pulls up even an inch and a half, it's done. But this is probably a little bit of a thinner cut than we think.
Is it worth thinking about taking it to the middle? You're not really getting on
No,
the
no,
angle
no.
there, are you? So
He's not digging in either. He's playing it just plain ball. Don't know if that's in, you know. Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
I mean, yeah, he's caught the near knuckle at that pace.
Oh, he's just about played it firm enough.
Well, it's 6-2.
Great clearance.
It was a great clearance, but you see those yellows hang.
Yeah.
You see those balls not going.
Yeah.
And it's a sort of one of those where you watch it and it's a 50-50.
Mm.
So it will hurt Clint, but equally, that frame is not the first frame in this match that's slipped him by through his. It's been his own fault.
It has, but I'm going to stick up for him a little bit and just say that he definitely hasn't had the run of the ball. And I hate that term because it's a bit like, well, you know, normally evens himself out over the course of a tournament, fine, but it doesn't in a match, in a short race.
Yeah, over the course of an individual match, it definitely doesn't.
No, and I think Mark's gone dry on a couple of breaks that he's left messy tables for Clint to attack.
Yeah.
Clint got kicked in off on one of his breaks, which was harsh. But I mean, Mark's hard enough to beat when he's when he's on his B game. So when he's on his A game and you're not getting the run, it feels like the impossible task. It's a big break. Doesn't want to let this go close. Another dry one.
Yeah.
You again.
He's getting the run. It is a bit run of the balls, isn't it?
I mean, what's he left?
Yeah.
He left nothing. I mean, he can just about cue the red, I think. That's closest to that pocket in the top left. He can just about cue it. Horrible leave, though. And even if he could see the red, they're not that easy.
No, I mean, arguably the yellows are marginally the better colour for me here.
Yeah. But that is the game.
Yep. Clint stretching every sinew there.
Yeah. Now, if he can leave himself an angle somehow, he could place the cue ball where the yellow is above the black. Then he can play the one into the right middle and get into those two, but there's a lot of traffic in the way. Now, it might well be that we see him take on a double.
I don't think there's a lot of choice at this point, to be honest. I mean, there's a thin cut down the bottom rail, but
I think that's what he'll do. I think he's going to have to trust a little bit to luck as to where these two are going to go when he bangs into it.
double's good. How's your luck?
Not too bad.
No, I mean, can he pot the red next to the yellow? Can you see enough of that now?
I think he can. Just.
It's tight. It's one of those, isn't it? It's tight whether this is yellow first or red first, and it's.
Is there a clever safety he can play? I mean, he can definitely leave Mark welded to this bottom cushion. Bear in mind as well, Mark's got a couple of other safe balls.
Needs to hit a rail, this, doesn't it? Or did the cue ball double hit the rail?
Not sure, but our referees.
I think the cue ball might have come rail, red, rail again.
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, it did, yeah.
Good spot though, because you see those called.
Yeah.
Extension, please.
So Mark's taking his extension, just thinking that he's got a couple of yellows that he can hit easily. But if he does that, he's making this little puzzle down the bottom right-hand side of the table a lot easier for Clint. So does he take the risk and go up table? Is he playing the yellow in the middle from here? I think he is. No.
Well,
not much he could do. I think as well. I think if he can play the red into the bottom left corner, screw up towards the right middle, the 3-ball, well actually 4-ball plant is on. Oh, doesn't fancy it.
Oh. Is that touching ball? I don't think it is.
I don't think so.
Just going to thin off this and try and weld the red back to the cue ball. I mean,
he left the.
I think he might have left the plant. He certainly left a way to safety, because Mark could just go cushion first into that first yellow, and he's got a pretty big area to land in, up towards the top left corner pocket, where he's going to get a snooker.
I think he does have to go cushion first here. No? Okay. That's a nice touch there, isn't it? As well.
Oh, it's actually even better that it stayed over the pocket.
Yeah, yeah. I think Mark would be the first to say that he's probably had the run of the ball in this match, but that is all part of the game.
Oh, we're going to double check. Is there a gap there? Dom Jolly's just walked in.
Used to love that.
Bit of trigger happy going on.
Time running, please.
Motorpole tournament.
So what's Clint looking at here? Side rail, left-hand side rail. And he's trying to pot the middle of the 3 reds. And he's absolutely leathered it into the yellow. And that,
1 free shot, 1 busy.
I fear,
Time running.
if you are a Clint Jansen supporter, is curtains.
Yeah.
Time running.
Mark's got 1. I mean, he doesn't even need to do this, but you might as well use the free shot to free the yellow from the rail.
Yep.
And then I think even, you know, we can talk up the pressure as much as you like, but barring a kick, barring something catastrophic like a big kick, it's just not possible to think that Mark Boyle's not going to take these out.
No, I think it's just about. I mean, there's 100 different ways he could go about this clearance, and he's probably going to get 99 of them. That it's just about, you know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you had to treble all of them.
Yeah. Probably still get them.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he is getting rid of the one over the corner pocket, the one that's right over the pocket, because they can be the hardest ones to play position from, especially when it's right in the pocket.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm trying to find something that can go wrong here, but even that, you know, some players might have left that till last and screwed up table for the one in the middle, and that can go wrong. He knows that that's the case. He's
got the absolute perfect ball to land on the black as well, with the yellow over the right centre.
Yeah.
I mean, it just.
His white ball's on a string, so it's just coming back there, and you see him. He's came round to look at the angle that he wants on this yellow into the right middle next. He's doing that because the angle he leaves is actually really, really important. He's not visualising the shot. He's just double checking his margin of error. He screwed it back 3 or 4 inches. Perfect.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah. But that is one of the things that just makes him as good as he is. It's rare that he's having to dig himself out of trouble because he's been slack with his cue ball.
He's been right on the money all weekend, Dan, and I think I'm right in saying this is the 2nd time this season he's done the double.
Yeah.
Because I remember in Coventry.
Unbelievable.
So this is
what a player.
Just an astonishing performance from that man in the centre of your screen, Mark Boyle. Mr. Magic will take home yet another trophy to Scotland.
Yeah, an absolute machine. Deserves every single penny that he's going to earn this weekend. You know,
and there's quite a few of them.
He's got everything. He's got arguably the best break in the world right now. Cue ball control, digging out big shots under pressure, pattern play, the ability to pull it back sometimes and play a clever safety. He is the all-round, an all-round just animal. So tough to beat. He's got bottle in abundance. He's got the lot.
Yeah, he's just got absolutely no weaknesses, and I'm sure Kev will continue to lavish him with praise as I hand over to him for the trophy presentation.
Thanks, Dan, and for the final time, welcome down to the arena for the last presentation after a fantastic 3 days of action here in the Isle of Man. First of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Clint Ianson. Clint, not the result you wanted, of course, but I'm not sure what more you could have done.
No, I mean, Mark was superb again, as per usual. I made a couple of mistakes and got a couple bits of bad luck, but he was just unstoppable, really.
And he's in a fine phase of form at the moment. What are you going to have to do to try and topple him in the next event?
Play better. No, I mean, I'm happy with the way I played this weekend, to be fair. Not so much in the final, but I played well in the semis, and we had a good game last night. In the other semi, I played pretty well, even though I lost. But no, I'm pretty happy with my performance.
Yeah, I mean, that game last night was, one of the best matches that we've seen at the IPA. I mean, it was a fantastic advert for the game. So, like you say, you must be delighted with where your game's at the moment, heading into the World Championships early next year.
Yeah, I'm happy. Just keep on the practice table, I suppose, and just keep my arm going, and hopefully don't run into Mark.
Well, Clint, congratulations on a great weekend. Unlucky tonight, but
Cheers.
Well done.
Thank you.
Clint Ianson. And for the second time this weekend, our winner, the Open champion, it's Mark Boyle. Mark, I think we're running out of superlatives the way that you're playing. History maker, a double-double this season. I don't think that's ever been done. And you are the new pro #1. Tell us your thoughts right at this moment in time.
My head's scrambled, to be honest. I'm absolutely drained. Can't believe how basically that match here just summed up everything just now. Because Clint never got any run at all. I got all the wee rubs, and it's written in the stars apparently. So no, can't complain. Just over the moon.
How have you managed to keep your focus over the 3 days? I mean, these are the tough days, long days, lots of concentration. How have you managed to keep your game at such a high level?
I don't know. You tell me. It's determination a wee bit, because I've not been feeling the best, like down in the shot and stuff. So feel like I'm grinding it a lot. So sometimes when you're feeling good, you can get lazy. So me not feeling good, I try harder, So everything's a pint of blood, now. So I'm just one shot at a time.
But you must feel like invincible at the moment, the way that you're playing.
No, trust me, I don't. It's just following my way. Like pool's a silly game. I could play the next tournament and lose the first round. It's just you go with the runs when you get them. Because it swings and roundabouts. Could be Clint next time. He'll get the double next time because he's a class player. So it just swings and roundabouts. You just got to take it while you get it.
And what does it mean to you to become the #1 player in the world?
Is that official now? Is it?
It will be tomorrow.
Well, as the first time I've ever been world's #1, so I take a lot of pride in that, because it's a lot of hard work. There's a team behind me. It's not just myself. I've got a big team there. Everybody knows them. This is basically for them. They've kept me going. You've got the bomb squad. You've got Santa. You've got my mum. You've got my son. That's just. You've got Christine, Becca. The list goes on. It's just. I'm so lucky to have people like that in my corner, and this this is for them.
And
Simple
great,
as that.
and great to have a crowd here
Oh,
on
yeah.
a Sunday night,
It's-
all cheering you on.
Where did yous all come from? That's a good thing about being somewhere different, you know, like abroad in a way. You know, like you've got to get a plane or a ferry back home. You know, so the Sunday night's good. You know, because you've got a crowd because they don't go home till Monday, so they've got to put up with this. But it's good to have them. You know, it makes it a bit more special. It's like a Saturday night. That's how it felt tonight.
Oh, Mark Boyle, another amazing performance. You are the 2023 Grand Final Open champion. Congratulations. Well, Mark Pickworth, a fitting end to a fantastic 3 days here in the Isle of Man.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, and Mark's obviously been brilliant. Well, Clint played a major part in this weekend. Brilliant spectacle for the IPA with the amount of talent that's on the show here, even from the amateur to the ladies and now to the professional players. It's been an absolute spectacle.
It certainly has. Well, we hope you enjoyed the coverage we have brought you over these last 3 days. Yeah, it's been absolutely phenomenal, the standard of play that is being on show. And well, that's it for this year from us, apart from we've got the Masters that is coming up in a couple of weeks from McGoldrick's in Glasgow. So we'll see you then. For now, it's good night.